Hello, everybody. Welcome. Are we live? It's been a while, but all the set 6 cards are now out. So we're going to be doing some card reviews, looking through all of the new cards and seeing which look the best. We'll start doing some deck building, certainly over the next few days. So make sure you're subscribed. I want to shout out Cardmarket, who, of course, sponsor our channel. A big thank you to Cardmarket for being a continued supporter of the channel here. I'm just going to pull Cardmarket up. Definitely a great place to buy singles for Azurite C if you're based in Europe especially. We'll just obviously point out the disclaimer in the sense that these kind of pre-release sales are often not the best idea in terms of like buying singles ahead of the release date. Yeah, you can see Doc, one of the best sellers, Jim Hawkins, perhaps people gearing up for some location decks. I was at Disney Lorcana Challenge Seattle. We're going to talk all about that later on the stream, but for now, we're just going to crack on by looking at the set 6 cards. But yeah, shout out again to Cardmarket. So Dreamborn have got all the cards up now, ready for us to take a look at. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. The set comes out in a week. You can expect a lot of content coming your way very soon. I've basically taken a few weeks off, really. Which has been honestly much needed. Unfortunately, I've been a little bit sick since getting home from Seattle. So, you know, I took the week off when I was in Seattle. Mate, Restream is doing my nutting. The software I'm using, it's like changed my description, which it really shouldn't be doing. So I'm quite annoyed about that. Let me just try and fix that. But yeah, hope everyone's good. Hope everyone's been enjoying their set championships and is looking forward to set 6. It was great meeting a lot of you in Seattle. If you were there and said hello, thank you. It was great meeting so many people. Let us know how you're doing. Hey, Bladed Bear. Hey, Bum Dandy. Hey, Christopher. I ended up playing a broom deck in Seattle. We'll talk a lot more about it. I will post a video. Like I said, I've been unfortunately feeling pretty unwell since I got home. It's kind of just crept up on me. Like I was sleeping a lot and I was like, yeah, it makes sense. I've been traveling. I was traveling for like 2.5 weeks almost. I guess it was like 2 weeks. But I went from Paris for the Lorca Quest event, which I casted for 2 days. I went from Paris to Seattle, spent like a night in Germany as well, and then got home. And basically all I've done for the last like 3 or 4 days since I've been home is sleep. So haven't really got back onto much yet. But we've got all the new set 6 cards. Let's jump in, shall we? Pretty excited to see them. So there will be stuff. I will be like covering what happened in Seattle, what deck I went for, how my prep went. We'll talk about all the kind of different decks I was looking at. But it's set 6 time, baby. Let's get into it. Yeah, I played Amethyst Steel with Yen, Sid, and Brooms. I didn't play that well, truth be told. My deck, I went into Seattle knowing, like the day of the tournament, my deck was good enough to win, but I would need a little bit of luck and to play perfectly. And I don't think either of those things happened. I ended up on 37 points. I think it was 4 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses. No, 2 losses I had. I think I had 2 losses, 3 wins or 4 wins, and the rest draws. I think it was 4 wins, 2 losses, 3 draws. That checks out. Something like that. 37 points. But yeah, excuse me, I'm going to cough. Like I said, I've been feeling a little bit unwell since I got home. But it's set 6 time. No, it was fun. I had a lot of fun. I kind of went into the day with low expectations, to be honest. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it went. I had fun. I was there to have fun. I was there to... Obviously, I would love to have done better. Of course I would have. But ultimately, I was there to enjoy the experience. I was there to meet the North American community and just experience what it's like to be a player. I think it's no secret that I'm not planning on being a competitive player in terms of Lorcana Challenge events. I love doing the casting and I want that to continue, but I'm really glad I went. It was a lot of fun. Let's go nearby market. Hopefully you didn't get sick because I've been feeling pretty awful. Somehow I feel like it's getting worse still, even though I got home, like the challenge was over a week ago now, but seems to I seem to just be feeling more ill each day almost. Like yesterday I didn't feel ill at all, but I had like a day of filming. I am actually allowed to say I actually did some I don't know exactly what I'm allowed to say, but I did some filming with Ravensburg yesterday ahead of set 6. Pretty cool. So you're going to see some cool content from me with Azurite C coming out. When Azurite C comes out, I'm going to have some stuff that's ready to go. So that's really cool. So I have done some early filming, which I believe I am allowed to say. I am allowed to say. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say exactly what that entailed, but yeah, it was, focused obviously on the new set release, which was really, really cool. So I had a long day of filming yesterday. Like, started the day feeling great, and the day took it out of me. Like, when I was on the train home, oh my goodness, I was so tired. But yeah, I've been good. I've been, had a really, really awesome month. Like, I think October probably my favorite month ever of like my life. I went to like 6 different countries, all for Lorcana. It was amazing. And then, to be honest, it's been really nice also. Like, when I was in Seattle, I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to actually have the week off. So I kind of took the week off in Seattle, which was really, really good. And then, as it's turned out, I've also kind of taken the last week off since I've been home off as well, just because I've not been feeling too well. It's not quite true in terms of the week off. But yeah. Anyway, great to see you all, guys. Really excited to look through all the new cards. I've already been looking through them a fair bit. I have also got the starter decks, so we'll be doing some games with the starter decks, not today, because I don't have like my overhead set up. But we will be doing some starter deck stuff today. We are just going to look through all the cards. We're going to start building some decks. I would be interested in doing like a tier list of a lot of the cards as well, but I haven't got one made. So if anyone fancies putting that together for us. And if you guys have got any questions in the chat about anything, let me know. It's going to be a chill one. I've been really looking forward to getting back to streaming. I also want to play the Bazaar, which is like a new auto battler game. However, I literally am not able to make a new account. Like, the website is bugging out on me completely. Let's go, Torch. My pleasure. No, it was great meeting so many of you. Nice one, Link. Great meeting you. Yeah, all right, let's start. Amber. So I think Amber is one of the... maybe the ink color, which I think got the least overall. Maybe. You guys might disagree with that, but that's my kind of early impression. But we definitely need... I definitely need to look at the cards in more detail. But I think overall Amber maybe got the least, although some of the cards it did get, I think, are very, very good. I think maybe Sapphire got the most, is my early gut feeling, but I'll have stronger opinions after looking through it all. So to give you kind of the rundown on what I already know about the set, starter decks I've played with. I did some early filming with Ravensburger yesterday, so I've probably got, I have got more experience with, I'm not sure what I'm actually supposed to say, but I did some early filming with Ravensburger, so I've definitely seen, like, basically the first 100 cards I got released, I looked at in depth and covered on the channel. Since then, like, since I've been trapped, because I was traveling the last, 2.5 weeks, I didn't really look at many of the new reveals too closely. But then this morning, I've kind of looked through all the cards again in not that much detail, but I've got pretty solid ideas. But I haven't built any decks yet, haven't really assessed each card to that much of a high level, and certainly not had many discussions over it. So, yeah. Rabbit up first. When you play this character, you may remove up to 1 damage from chosen character. This card is terrible. Really, really bad. 1 out of 10. Not really much to say. No shift target. Healing. There is actually, interestingly, a new Grand Pabby support card. It's a new legendary card. I think it's Baymax in Sapphire. It's like a 5-cost card, which has synergy with Grand Pabby in the sense of it's like promoting a style of deck which is going to reward you with lore for healing characters. A big problem though is if you pair Amber with Sapphire, even though Amber has the most heal cards, there's not really much to heal, right? You need cards like kind of Mother Gothel to heal consistently for those styles of decks. And added to that, there's many, many better ways in Amber to heal for a Grand Pabby deck. Things like that. Amber Chromicon, which heals like once a turn. This card's absolutely terrible. Really, really poor. Won't see any kind of competitive play. Up next, Good Job. Now, Good Job, I actually don't mind that much. I don't think it's very good, don't get me wrong. Good job. Be proud of that badge. Actually, another thing I want to do in today's stream, guys, is I want to, after we've kind of reviewed all the cards, I want to review all of the flavor text of the cards. So if there's any cards with like Easter eggs, in the artwork, any cool flavor text. I'm planning on making a video covering that kind of thing before the set release. Like a lot of these things, basically my plan before set 6 release is when the set releases on Friday next week, you can expect daily streams of gameplay. So I want to have a bunch of decks built before that. I want to have like prepped a bunch of videos and all that kind of thing. So there's going to be a lot of cool things happening. There's going to be, basically you can expect near daily streams to return already, but certainly when the actual, like, I won't be streaming tomorrow, for example, I think. But yeah, like basically streams are back in full swing. US was good, mate. It was very, very tiring week, to be honest. But oh my goodness, Kupko, thank you so much for the sub, mate. Welcome back. The 5 months, 2 months. Oh, 2 months, sorry. We can say 5 months. I appreciate you. US was good. I finished on 37 points. I wasn't that happy with how I played. It was very, very fine margins. We can talk about it more. Like, I'll definitely post a video. Probably on one of the streams this week, we'll just go through Seattle in general. It was fine margins. My deck was very good going first, and going second, it was an uphill battle where often my deck would wimper out at kind of 18, 19 lore. I got to 19 going second 2 times, and 18... No, I think 19 going second 3 times, and then didn't get the 20th. And then I think got to 18 twice. Very, very fine margins. I made a big misplay in my second round game. And for me, it was a big enough misplay that I didn't deserve to make the top cut. I think if I didn't make this misplay in my second round game, it's a completely different tournament. The guy I played against actually ended up finishing top 16. I beat them very comfortably when I went first. But when I went second, I made a misplay on turn 2. Took a quest that I shouldn't have, and I ended up getting to 19 lore. Obviously, making like a misplay at the start of the game then cost me the 2-0. So here's what it is. I had fun. Do you have any early set 6 meta predictions? No, but I will by the end of the stream. Okay, so good job and action. Chosen character gets +1 lore this turn. Be proud of that badge, you earned it. Any card which like gives you lore is good, in a sense. But this is obviously a card which only gives you lore if you already have a quester on the board. Obviously, a concern with this kind of card, it's just an action which doesn't draw you a card. So these kinds of cards are often pretty difficult to ever include. Having said that, it's an action which gains... Even though it doesn't draw you a card, it gains lore if you have a character. I actually think this one's quite good. When I say quite good, I actually think this card's really bad. But I think it's playable. Does that make any sense? Not really. So what are the kind of decks that you might want to play this in? Some kind of aggro deck, you could. Would I rather just have like a character though? Maybe. Some kind of heavy action themed deck. Robin Hood Sharpshooter comes to mind, and that's definitely a card which got a lot of support this set. Will this one see any competitive play? I don't think it will. However, it could happen, but yeah, it's certainly better than the rabbit. Like, it has something, but again, I think it's pretty poor. Naveen's ukulele, which is an item. Some interesting new items. I think item removal coming from like the end of set 5 is probably a bit of an all-time low. Play it with Beast. Oh, that's a really good idea, playing it with Beast Relentless. Yeah, we actually saw a really cool deck. I haven't actually had a chance to look at a lot of the top decks from Seattle, but I know that there was a Beast Relentless deck, which, yeah, that's actually a great idea. I think that's the best use case for it, probably, John. Good job, John. Shout out to you. That's the kind of card, Beast Relentless, which can quest multiple times in a similar fashion, like the Aerial Who's It Collector, whatever it's called. Like these kinds of cards which can quest multiple times per turn. Maybe some action synergy. Like, I think that there's something there with this card, but you're not going to play it in like a hyper aggro deck just randomly. Beast Relentless and Amber, are you really going to want to do that? Probably not, but maybe. Naveen's ukulele, inkable 1-cost item. You can spend 1 ink to banish this item, and chosen character counts as getting +3 cost to sing songs this turn. So similar in a vein to the Atlantica location, which is like a 1-cost Amber location, which if you have a character here, I think it's +2 to sing songs. So that Atlantica allows you to sing We Don't Talk About Bruno with Ursula, Deceiver of All. And that is something I tried when that card first came out. Is Naveen's ukulele better than that, even though it's a one-time use? Yeah, it's actually a much better version of Atlantica. Reason is you can play it early on and it can just chill on the board. If you play Atlantica early on, you still have to pay to move something into, like, if you want to move your Ursula Deceiver Revolt into Atlantica, you still have to pay to do it. And it's probably just getting removed anyway. So I think that Naveen's Ukulele is better than Atlantica. Is it good? Well, in an Amber Sapphire deck, okay, you don't get Ursula Deceiver of All, which is arguably like the biggest bit of synergy with this card. You know, allowing your Ursula Deceiver of All to sing like a 6-cost song twice is probably where this card has the biggest potential. But a 1-cost item is definitely going to be better in a Sapphire deck because of Hiram Flavasham. So that's something to bear in mind if there's some kind of Hiram Flavasham Sapphire Amber. I think that's where this actually has the most potential, like for a serious deck. I don't think it's that good. Probably best use case for now is going to be Ursula Deceiver of All. It's probably going to be more something for fun rather than super competitive. Blast from the Past is a card that you could use with this. It's a 6-cost song. You could sing that twice, therefore, with Ursula Deceiver of All. It's honestly quite interesting. I actually think this card might be better than I'm giving it credit for. Cost 1 to play and then cost 1 again. I actually think this one might have some legs at some point. It's probably just something that's more for fun, however. We need better 6-7 cost songs. Yeah. So the more 6-7 cost songs we get, 2 costs can sing Whole New World. Yeah. That's also a good point. This card's actually got some potential, I think. I definitely think it's better than Atlantica, which I don't think is a good card. And I don't necessarily think this is a good card either. But it's an interesting card. It's not a completely useless card, right? Does this item stack with singers? Yeah, it will. Oh, would it? That's a good question. That's actually a good question. Maybe it won't. +3 cost. It probably doesn't stack with singer cards, actually, right? What do you guys think on that? I don't think it does, because it's singer says, like, let's say you've got Ariel, singer 5. It says this card counts as 5 cost. So I think Ariel, Spectacular Singer, if you were to use Naveen's Ukulele on it, rather than it being able to sing 8 cost songs, it would just be able to sing 6. I don't think it stacks with singer, actually. Let's search for singer. Let's just see exactly what the singer keyword entails. This character counts as cost 3. Oh, yeah, I guess it does then, right? Yeah, it does. It does stack. Chosen character counts as having +3 cost. So it does stack. Alright, good question. Alright, up next. Pooh Pirate Ship. Another card which looks to me like it is actual support for Sapphire and Amber. Whether Sapphire Amber is good or not, I don't know. But Flavasham definitely comes to mind. I think that Amber, Sapphire in general, like one thing it struggles with, because it's the worst color pairing in the game by far, in my opinion. Although we did see a aggro Amber Sapphire deck do quite well, but we haven't seen any super competitive, super serious Amber Sapphire decks ever, really. And maybe a reason for that is a lot of the time when you're playing Sapphire, you're looking at playing Flavasham and items, and there's not exactly an abundance of good 1-cost items. You've got Porpsicle, but you know, if you play Sapphire Steel, you've also got the Fortosphere. If you play Ruby Sapphire, your ice blocks become a lot better, for example. You've got a few bits and bobs in Ruby as well, like the Vitalosphere. So Pooh Pirate Ship, it is uninkable, and you have to exert it to spend 3 ink to return a pirate character card from your discard to your hand. Pretty powerful ability. Also a pretty powerful ability in a deck which struggles for card draw. It is expensive though, right? But is Flavasham a pirate? No, he's a inventor. Flavasham's definitely not a pirate. He's a toy maker. But Flavasham can obviously, you can pay 1, quest for Flavasham and draw 2 cards, right? Like you can get value off 1-cost items with Hiram Flavasham without actually needing to use their abilities. Don't have the highest hopes for Pooh Pirate Ship. I think it's expensive and slow and uninkable. But when you're looking at trying to evaluate cards like this, all you really need for a card like this is it to be good in one specific color combination, right? Like it's not going to be good in Amber steel, for example, you would imagine. But that doesn't matter if it's incredible in Amber Sapphire, and suddenly Amber Sapphire becomes really good because of this card. Do I think that's the case? Absolutely not. Do I think this card's very good? I don't. But maybe. Like, you know, like Amber is a color which doesn't have an abundance of card draw. So if you're looking to pair Amber with another ink color, which maybe struggles for card draw a bit, it gives you something. But I don't think it's very good. I think I actually prefer the ukulele to this. But maybe this could be something in an all-out pirate deck. Really depends on how much pirate support there is. All right, 100 Acre Island, Pooh's home. Costs 1 to move there. It's got 5 willpower. During an opponent's turn, whenever a character is banished while here, gain 1 lore. This card's absolutely awful. Really, really bad. Terrible, terrible card. Doesn't gain you any lore. It's never going to gain you any lore, because why are they going to banish your cards and not just banish the location first, right? I think it's very, very optimistic that this is ever going to do you anything that's worth including it in your deck. Of course, has synergy with something like a John Silver, all-out location decks, but I very much doubt this one will ever see any play. The problem is its ability just doesn't really work, right? Like, it's not like they have to challenge your characters first and then they can deal with the location. They can just deal with the location and then deal with your characters, and then this does absolutely nothing for you. Terrible top deck in the late game. Not a good card to play on turn 1. Like, it's just never really very good, is it? So I think it's really, really poor. Nala is definitely not a set 6 card, mate. Big shout out to Dreamborn for getting all this up super early. Okay, this is one of the more interesting cards of the set. Lilo Escape Artist. It's a super rare. I think this is one of the best Amber cards. I think there's like 4 Amber cards or so that I think look like they have a lot of competitive potential. Like I said, I think Amber is maybe the weakest overall. Oh, unlucky big brain plays. That's heartbreaking. But Lilo Escape Artist, very unique card, which is 1 strength, 2 willpower, quest for 2. At the start of your turn, if this is in your discard, you may play her and she enters play exerted. Now, you can't keep me away from the fun. Remember, guys, we're looking out for that flavor text. If there's really interesting flavor text or Easter eggs that you guys are spotting in the cards as we go, please let me know. I want to make a cool video covering like all that Azurite Sea flavor text and Easter eggs. Again, got like a week before the set releases. I think we got like all the cards a bit earlier than we have in the past. So pretty keen to try and use this time to make those styles of videos. So important to note that you do have to pay for Lilo, right? This isn't, I think a common misconception with this card is that it's just going to play itself for free. That's not the case. Imagine if it was, it would be busted, because you go Simba from Steel on turn 1, the 1-drop, which draws and discards a card. You play Simba, you discard Lilo, bam! It'd be insane. But yeah, Graveyard Effects, or Discard Pile Effects as it's called, definitely very, very powerful. So this is definitely a card which is worth keeping an eye on. Could be good for some aggro decks. There's also some synergy with one of the legendary cards we're going to look at later, which actually Alphos mentioned to me. So shout out to him. We'll talk about that in a bit. When we get to that card, we'll go back to Lilo. It's the Simba legendary card, which basically is able to ready all your other characters. Yep, can be good after a Be Prepared. There's definitely big synergy with Robin Hood Sharpshooter as well. And I think Robin Hood Sharpshooter is definitely a card that I expect to be continuing to get better the more cards we get. Like, there's a reason I got 4 Robin Hood Sharpshooter Enchanted cards, even if I didn't necessarily believe it was the best card in the previous set. It was maybe the most fun, but I also just believe it's a card which will continue to get better the more support it gets. And this is a prime example of a card which supports Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Robin Hood Sharpshooter, when it quests, puts the top 4 cards of your deck into the discard. Obviously, if you can play an action from that, but the other 3 go into the discard. So that's great synergy with Lilo. Like, if you're actually playing her, that's not when she's best, right? She's best when you have a way of discarding your hand, like a Whole New World, for example, right? Discard the Lilo with a Whole New World, and then you pay 2 later. I think that's where she's best. So I like this card. I think it's good. I think it's very, 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 very good. But I also think it's a card which, in a similar vein to what I just mentioned with Robin Hood, it's a card which has a huge amount of potential And the more cards we get released, the better this probably becomes, right? Like, this card might be amazing in set 6, but it might just prove to be okay. And then in set 7, it's suddenly insane, right? For example. It's that kind of card. But this is definitely one of the amber cards to really, really keep an eye on. And one with big potential, I think. Winnie the Pooh, Honey Pirate. This is in the starter deck. It's got support. It is uninkable. Quest for 1. We're pirates, you see. Whenever this character quests, you pay 1 ink less for the next pirate character you play this turn. This really comes down to how good is the pirate tag. I would wager not very good, sadly. And therefore this card is probably not very good because it's uninkable. But a 2/2 with support. Yeah, I don't really like this card that much. If it was inkable, I would be kind of interested. Excuse me. But the ability is very, very powerful. Like, its ability is very, very powerful. That's like why it's uninkable. It's got the same stats as like a 1-cost vanilla card, right? But then but it costs 2 and it's uninkable. But its abilities are very strong. Support, very underrated keyword. There's actually a support card I'm very interested in this set in Sapphire. There is then, you know, your kind of ramp potential. So obviously you play Winnie the Pooh on turn 2, and then on turn 3 you could play a 4-cost pirate. So I think there's a John Silver card that costs 4 in steel, which might be good to get down early. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on. Not super convinced though that it's going to be that good, but definitely one to keep an eye on. Simba, this card's bad, but there is a new shift Simba in Amber as a legendary. Are you going to suddenly play this card? Absolutely not. Really understated. It's the same stats as Ursula Vanessa without Singer 4. Very, very poor card. Very nice artwork though. We've got a vanilla stat line Prince Naveen. It's Simba Bodyguard from set 1 without Bodyguard. It's kind of all you need to know. Dance, little friends, fill the air with light and joy. What does that mean? Ashidanza? What is Achidanza, mate? Guys? What's Achidanza? It's like seeing music come to life. Achidanza? I've never heard of that before. Any explainers in the chat? I want an expert on this planet in here now. The Grand Councilwoman Federation Leader. Whenever there's character quests, your other alien characters get +1 lawless stand. That's all of them. So if you've got 3 alien characters on the board and you quest with the Grand Councilwoman, bam. So let's not forget that Rockstar Stitch is a card that does exist. I know we've not seen it at all recently, but in a Rockstar Stitch deck, if you've got an abundance of aliens, Stitch is an alien, bear in mind, this could be very, very good. So I actually think Rockstar Stitch decks are a little bit underappreciated. I think they're better than people realise. Excuse me. Very cool card for Rockstar Stitch, but probably not very good. Rue, the Littlest Pirate. When you play this character, you may give chosen character -2 strength until the start of your next turn. Look at all my ships, mama. We're going on the Azurite Sea. I don't think this is very good. Its ability is not bad. Its stats are just rather lackluster, right? Ashanda is a word from the made-up language from the movie. Nice. I actually watched Emperor's New Groove last night for the second time. I love that film. Contender for my favourite Disney film, actually. I'd never watched it before Lorcana, but I watched it again last night. I was feeling a bit bleh, and I watched that. I'm going to try and watch Big Hero 6 tonight. Oh, also a reminder to my friends in North America, please do utilise your opportunity to vote. We're not going to talk politics in today's stream, as much as I would love to. In a day gone by, I would do like a politics stream this evening, watching the election. But I think those days are behind me, sadly. But definitely encourage you to use your right to vote. It's really important that you do so. And wishing everyone all the best. And yeah, hopefully everything's going to be nice and peaceful, etc. But yeah, Root, I don't think is great. It's not bad. It's just not great. Song, 2-cost Song, Ursa the Deceiver of All comes to mind. I Won't Give In, Gazelle. This looks pretty similar to like the Gazelle from, in terms of artwork, from set 5. Is -2 power better than a bodyguard Simba? Asks Jason. Is -2 strength? I mean, no, probably not. But I don't like body. I mean, maybe it's maybe better than a bodyguard, but it's got less strength, less willpower, right? It's worse than Simba, and I'm actually not a big fan of Simba at all. I think aggro decks don't want to play Simba. I think it's a common misconception, misoptimization. Aggro decks on turn 2 want to play 2/1 drops, without a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion. So obviously, when you've got a song which costs 3 or less, Ursula Deceiver of All comes to mind, but it's also Amber. So anytime we see a new song, especially an inkable song, I think it's easy to underestimate how many good songs Amber has. Like, there's not many good inkable songs in Amber. You've got Be Our Guest. That's not very good, is it? That's pretty mediocre. Is there any other inkable songs in Amber that are actually any good? I'm not convinced that there are. Nothing that comes to mind. You're usually relying on the Steel songs, for example, to really carry that deck. So return a character card with cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. I think this card looks like it might be quite good. Of course, the question is, what 2 cost or less card are you going to be getting from your discard? But I actually think this card's pretty good. Again, it's a song. It's inkable. Yeah, Painting the Roses, that's a good point from Nurex. That is a good card, especially with the Muses. Very, very good with the Muses. Not that great elsewhere. This card seems quite good to me. Obviously, if you can return a 2 cost or less card, which is drawing you more cards, for example, Bare Necessities, that's a really good point, Spider Pick. Yeah, Bare Necessities is definitely the best. But I think this can see some play. It really depends, like, what is the 2 cost card that you care about getting back? Like in an Amber Steel Songs deck, I'm not sure you'd care that much. You'd get a Mr. Smee back. That could be okay. But you're also spending ink to do it, right? It seems okay. I think in like an Amber Emerald deck, there's not that many good songs to sing with Ursula Deceiver of All, so usually you don't even play her. Is this card going to be enough of a reason to suddenly play Ursula Deceiver of All? I doubt it. Having said that, actually one of the best targets for this is probably an Emerald, which is actually a top contender for my best card of the set. Doc, that's a really good point, Ali. Yeah, actually, Doc would be a great target for this. So some kind of Amber Steel Doc deck, which doesn't necessarily have to go down the traditional route of a whole new world and aerial. You could, but that's a really good point. Being able to put Doc into your hand would be incredibly powerful. Ursula 2-drop, yep. But Doc, I think especially. Excuse me, if you just joined, I'm not feeling very well, unfortunately. I don't know what it is, mate. Like, I felt super fine waking up yesterday, and today I just feel a bit bleh. Tired, very, very tired. Even though I slept a lot. So this card, I think, is quite good. Let me rephrase that. I think this card is quite bad. However, I think that it's good enough, or maybe perhaps unique enough, to see some play. It's an inkable song in Amber that isn't terrible. That's actually a pretty big deal. We haven't seen Ariel pop off in any kind of deck outside of Amber Steel. But maybe you could now. Maybe you could see it elsewhere. It's also drawing you a card in a sense, right? So with something like Alanadale, which whenever you play a song, you draw a card. Something like the Muses, for example, as well. It's a song card which replaces itself in a sense. So I think this card's quite good, and we'll see some competitive play. Till I reach the end, and then I'll start again. It's the flavor text. All right, up next, we have Rescue Rangers Away, which is an action. Count the number of characters you have in play. Chosen character loses strength equal to that number until the start of your next turn. This card's really poor. It doesn't draw you a card. So any action which doesn't draw you a card is an instant red flag. Instant red flag. In a similar, like this card, you could say, well, especially this doesn't draw you a card. Well, it replaces itself in a sense, right? Because it gives you a 2 cost. It puts a card back in your hand. Whereas this, you play it, you have less cards in your hand than you began with, right? Like, for example, if you, I won't give in is, you've got no cards in hand, you top deck I won't give in, you play it, you put dock back in your hand, you play the dock, suddenly you've turned this one card into two, right? So there's potential for this card to not only replace itself, but draw. This is just bad, right? It's just bad. Very, very poor card. Hey, Brett, great to see you. Oh, yeah, it is a bonfire night. Happy bonfire night. Happy US election day. Best of luck to everyone again. Just definitely encourage you to use your right to vote. But yeah, I don't think this one's very good. It's also a promo card. I haven't watched Rescue Rangers, but that's on my list. I'm going to try and watch it before Big Hero 6 and Rescue Rangers before release date. Safe and Sound. Here I am, Mama. Rue. 2-cost uninkable action. Chosen character of yours can't be challenged until the start of your next turn. This doesn't look that good either, in a similar vein that it's an action which doesn't draw you a card. And it's uninkable. However, this is a powerful ability. Very, very powerful ability, I think. So, while I don't think this one's very good, I think it has some potential. Some hope. I need to get some water. Like, in a Robin Hood deck, for example, Robin Hood Sharpshooter, you put Safe and Sound, you hit Safe and Sound off Robin Hood Sharpshooter, bam! Or moreover, you quest with Robin Hood Sharpshooter, you find like a big 6-cost action card, you play it for free, and then you play Safe and Sound onto your Robin Hood Sharpshooter. I don't think it's good, because it's uninkable and it doesn't draw you a card, but there's a world where it could see play, but I doubt it. I don't think it's good enough. Scrump. I think this card's pretty interesting. 2-cost inkable item. Again, I would say the item removal is probably at an all-time low in Disney Lorcana right now. I was actually looking a lot in my Seattle prep at Lantern as a card. I was very, very interested in Lantern. I did a lot of prep for Seattle, guys. We will cover Seattle properly in a stream later this week. But my goodness, I built a lot of decks. Most of them were terrible. Some of them were quite good. But Lantern as a card in general, something I'm interested in experimenting with going into set 6 anyway. Because I think it was very, very good towards the end of set 5. Such little item removal. The only things you've really got are like Kuzco and Hideaway, which are not very good against these kind of early game items, but rather better against things like Lucky Dime, right? So the ability is I made her. You can exert one of your characters, and chosen character gets -2 strength until the start of your next turn. Her head is too big, so I pretend a bug laid eggs in her ears. Lilo. So you're going down the stairs during the break and see, I know, Ceci, you keep doing a good job. You're awesome. Oh, thanks, big brain players. I really appreciate it, mate. Yeah, people were very kind in Seattle. I'm not going to lie. It was super wholesome. I appreciate you, mate. So obviously you have to exert one of your characters to do this, which is bad. But, I mean, it's not terrible. It's probably not quite good enough. I mean, it's kind of comparable to Rockstar Stitch DJ set, which I actually think is a bit of a forgotten about card. A big problem with a lot of cards like this is when do you actually play this? Like, what turn in the game are you going to be happy to pay 2 ink to play Scrump? Certainly not on turn 2. Right? Certainly not on turn 2. So when are you actually going to play this? And I think that's probably the issue with it, right? But one to keep an eye on, certainly. Amber Ruby, obviously there's some synergy there. I don't think it's very good though, sadly. I don't think it's terrible. Like, I think in sealed, I think this card could actually be very, very good. Very good in a sealed format. In terms of constructed, nah, I don't think so. Oh boy, this is a card. So this is probably the Amber card that I think is the best from the set. I think this card's absurd. This is maybe the best card from the whole set. I don't know. I've actually played against this card, believe it or not. Because when I was in Seattle, some of the Disney Lorcana Ravensburger game devs were playing with set 6 cards. Not obviously at the actual event. I mean, they were at the venue, but in like the free-to-play area, you could, find some Ravensburger staff out there playing some set 6 cards, which I thought was really, really cool. And I played against Tim, who had a deck using this card, and it was absurd. I think he used like 3 of these against me and gained 9 lore and drew 9 cards from it. Absolutely mental. So there's a couple main ways you can utilize this card. Mainly in Ruby, where you have the Sugar Rush Speedway start line, which I'll pull up in just a moment. But essentially, it costs nothing to move to that location, and then you can move. I think you exert the character to move to another location for free, something like that. So you have to move a character from one location to this location, and then this gets banished, and you gain 3 lore. Obviously, it costs 6 to move there, so you need some kind of cheesy way of moving something to a location for free. Few ways of doing it. There's like the Sugar Rush Speedway start line. There is a new Emerald item that we're going to look at. And probably most impressively, there's Tuck from set 4, which is a card that I've been very, 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 very interested in for a long time, but it just hasn't had the support. Tuck is a 3-cost evasive in Ruby with... Let me just pull up Dream One on another thing. I don't want to like undo this tab, but I'll just pull up another tab. Tuck. Tuck Lively Partner. So Tuck Lively Partner is one of the best bits of synergy. It's a 2/3 evasive on a roll. When you play this character, you may move him and one of your other characters to the same location for free. And the other character gets +2 strength this turn. And it's evasive. This card's absurdly good. Absolutely absurdly good. The problem with this card has just been that there isn't really many good locations to move into. In fact, fun fact, I've got it on the floor here because I haven't really tidied up my room too much. I was testing very, very heavy location deck for Seattle, which interestingly, a heavy location deck ended up doing really well. But yeah, if you move, let's say you've got something in a different location, and then you have the Sugar Rush Speedway down, let's say on turn 5, you pay 2 for the Sugar Rush, and then 3 for Tuck. Bam! You move a card that's already in a location into the Sugar Rush Speedway, and it gets +2 strength, and you gain 3 lore and draw 3 cards. That's absurd. Absolutely absurd. You've got Jim Hawkins, of course, in Ruby. Just-in-time Jim Hawkins is a thing that you shouldn't forget about. That's what I was testing, just-in-time Jim Hawkins. But even like Lantern Jim Hawkins, like Tuck plus Sugar Rush Speedway is absurd. Expect it to be pretty good. Sugar Rush start line, I think it's called. Yeah, so the Sugar Rush Speedway starting line is the other one. On your marks, once per turn, you may exert a chosen character here and deal them 1 damage to move them to another location for free. You have them in the start line, you move them to the finish line disappears, you draw 3 cards, you gain 3 lore. Like a big problem that Amber Ruby locations had is a lack of card draw outside of Rapunzel. And suddenly, it just got a lot. Like this card does everything that Amber Ruby locations wants to do. It wants to be quick in terms of lore gain, and you want to draw cards, and you want to play locations. Happy days. So I think Ruby Amber is the most obvious place, but Emerald has a decent amount of support cards in general for locations. This is a new set 6 card. We'll take a deeper look at Emerald later. That's also worth mentioning. At the start of your turn, you may move a character of yours to a location for free. It's an item, so you can use it multiple times. But it is at the start of your turn, so you would have to have the Sugar Rush Speedway already down on the board. Whereas what you can potentially do with Tuck, and this has also got an Enchanted. Not convinced by the Enchanted theme. However, it looks a lot more gold than brown. On this image, it looks quite brown. Trust me, this is gold, mate. Trust me. This is it's not going to look this brown in the flesh. So that's if you're concerned about, because I was very skeptical about the Enchanteds, to be honest with you. But it is not brown, it is gold in the flesh. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things for locations. We'll build probably even today. It's going to be one of the decks we'll look at building. So yeah, this is maybe one of the best cards of the entire set, I think. For me, it's the best card Amber got by a large margin. I think Lilo is also very, very interesting, but I think this card is way better. This is definitely potentially the best card of the set. It might prove to be bad. Let me rephrase that. It's not going to be bad. It costs 2. It might prove to be, like, the archetype might just prove to be too clunky, not competitive, but that's going to be because of the other cards, not because of this. This card's just going to be good, and it's going to continue probably to get better as time goes on. But I think you can expect that this card to see competitive play. So you build your whole deck around this card, right? It enables a whole archetype. Yeah, you need to move from one location to this. Absolutely. But it's still insane. It only costs 2. And the key is just going to be using cards which can move things to free. Tuck for me is the way. Tuck is the way. Owl up next. Pirate Lookout. I think it's in the starter deck. Well spotted during your turn whenever a card is put into your inkwell. Chosen opposing character gets -1 strength. Terrible. Really, really bad. Just not going to see any play. Chip. When you play this character, chosen character gets +1 law. This card's actually not that bad, but I don't think it's going to see any competitive play. Dale. This character enters play exerted unless you have a character named Chip in play. This card's not bad. Probably not going to see any competitive play. David. Impressive surfer. Grab a board and come on out. Choice waves today. I've never heard that expression. Choice waves? Why have a character named Nani in play? This character gets +2 law. Sadly, Nani's not very good. There's a bodyguard Nani, which costs 5, and there's a new Nani we're going to look at in a second. But there's just not enough for that to be any good. First legendary we're reviewing is Tiana, the restaurant owner. This is a very good card. I actually kind of forgot about this card when I was saying there's not that many Amber cards I'm that excited about. This could be the best Amber card of the set, I think. I think it's probably between this and the Sugar Rush Speedway. I think this is probably better than Lilo. I think Lilo's also up there. Those are kind of the top 3, with Simba also in the mix-up. For me, this is very, very, very good. Very, very good. Special reservation. Whenever a character of yours is challenged while this character is exerted, the challenging character gets -3 strength this turn unless their player pays 3 ink. This is an incredible card for an aggro deck. The only way to get what you want in this world is through hard work. It's also got an enchanted. Again, definitely expect this to look a lot more golden than brown. I think that, yeah. Insanely good card. If you think about like an aggro deck, the weakest turn for a lot of aggro decks is turn 3. Turn 1, let's say you play Lilo, you play Maleficent, you play Daisy Duck, whatever it might be, right? Turn 2, you play a Befuddle, and you play another 1-cost card. Or you just play 2 1-cost cards. Like, that's the ultimate curve. It's not Simba. Don't get baited by Simba. You want to play 2 1-drops on turn 2. Trust me. However, what do you do on turn 3? Like, what is the best play in set 5 for an aggro deck on turn 3? Madam Mim? Baloo? What is actually the best turn 3 play? There's not that many good ones that come to mind, really. However, now you've got Tiana? Bam! That's very good. Very strong card. Can't even be removed by Smash. 4 strength. Wow. Can't be removed by Fox very early. That's very crucial. A big problem a lot of aggro decks have is when you play against the Madam Mim Fox. They remove your Lilo with their 2-cost character. They rush in with Fox. And they remove your 3-cost card. Not Tiana. Yeah, Donald Duck. Bodyguard, maybe the best turn 3. Very poor compared to this. So this card is incredible for an aggro deck. And Mark says that she works outside of aggro decks too. I definitely agree. This card's very good. Very, very powerful card. This will see a lot of competitive play, for sure. Also a hero and a princess, which is not irrelevant tags either. For me, this is one of the best legendaries of the set. Very strong card. Very, very strong. Very, very good. Kanga. I don't know what this card does. 3-cost uninkable. 2/4. Quest for 1. Safe and sound. Whenever this character quests, another chosen character of yours can't be challenged at the start of next turn. Whenever this character quests, another chosen character of yours can't be challenged at the start of the next turn. So similar to the safe and sound, I think that's the first little Easter egg, right? Safe and sound. And then the ability safe and sound. Bam, bam. My, you've had an awfully big adventure. Now it's time to rest. Yeah, relatable. Relatable, actually. That's how I've been feeling this week. That's how I've been feeling this week. My goodness. This card's not bad, you know. 2 full stat line, quest for 1, uninkable. I'd rather a quest for 2, in truth. Set in general has a lot of good legendaries. I'm not sure. There's definitely a few good legendaries. I don't have an opinion on that yet. I'll definitely have a stronger opinion after today's stream. Who likes cookies? This card's not bad, you know. This card's definitely not bad. Again, Robin Hood. These kinds of cards come to mind. Yeah, Ruby has a lot of good answers for Tiana, but Ruby also, like, if you're playing hyper aggro, for example, and a player plays Brawl on turn 3, you really don't mind. Like, that is not what you want to be doing against hyper aggro, being forced to Brawl, because you're not developing cards on your board. Like, the way to beat hyper aggro is you need to develop, like, Madam in Fox is a perfect example, right? You're able to remove multiple threats at once, and with a Fox, like, let's say with a Fox, you remove something, then you remove something else, and you've still got a Fox on the board to remove something else the next turn, right? You don't really want to be brawling it. So if the best answer to Tiana is Brawl in Ruby, Tiana is absolutely insane, guys. Do not sleep on Tiana. Absolutely insane card. Incredible. I think, again, the biggest reason is because suddenly you're not just really struggling against Fox, which is in every Amethyst deck, and Amethyst is probably the most popular color overall. I definitely don't really... I definitely don't love Kanga. You like Scrump? Scrump's interesting, yeah. I don't think Kanga's great, but I think there's potential with this card. This card might be better than Meets the Eye, I think. Like, this is not bad in an aggro deck, by the way. It's probably not great, because it's uninkable and only quest for 1. But, yeah. This card's actually quite good. Like, imagine you just give this to your Tiana, for example, right? The problem with Kanga, for me, is it's just a little bit too slow overall, both in terms of the fact it's uninkable, in terms of the fact that it only quests for 1, but also the fact that its ability comes through when it quests. It's probably just a little bit too slow, right? For an uninkable card. Like, if you're going second with Kanga, it's like, by the time your opponent's at 5 ink, it's the first time your Kanga can really do anything, and it's only going to be protecting like a 2-cost card. If you want to protect like a 4-cost card, your opponent's going to be at 6. It's too slow, innit? Too slow. Too bad going second, too uninkable. But definitely want to keep an eye on. It's not terrible. That's for sure. I think if its stats were like rearranged slightly, like if it had 2 lore and less stats, it would be better. The important thing about Scrump is it doesn't exert itself. You can do the effect multiple times. You can't do it with your drying characters. That's a misconception. You definitely cannot exert one of your characters you've just played. 100%. Just to clear that up. Like, if you, let's say you play Scrump on 2, and then on turn 3 you play Tiana, you can't exert your Tiana instantly. You have to wait for the ink to dry to exert a character. Unless it, reads exert when played. I agree this card's not bad, though. I think this card has some potential. I actually quite like it. But, I think it's really good for sealed. For constructed, I kind of doubt it. Alright, up next we have Mr. Litwack, the arcade owner. Come on in. Good to see you, chat. Come on in. He's dressed like a referee, not an arcade owner. 2-3 quests for 1. The gang's all here. Once during your turn, whenever you play another character, you may ready this character. It's actually not bad, I tell you what, if you get a card, like, if there's a card that reads whenever you ready a character gain lore, these cards will suddenly become insane. But I don't think we have that. There's Christopher Robbins, which is like whenever there's characters ready to gain lore. But if there's like some kind of card which is like whenever you ready a character gain lore, or whenever you ready a character do XYZ, that's where like these cards like Mr. Litwalk and Kanga look a lot more appealing. Oh, not Kanga, but this. But apart from that, it's probably not very good. Go for Ship's Carpenter. I keep fixing the same ding-danged hole. I should start charging overtime, plus 10%. 1/6 quest for 2. Card's pretty good. I quite like this card. That is not bad. Does get removed by Maui, sadly. But I kind of like this card. I don't think it's very good, but it's not terrible. Up next, we have Chief Bogo, which is bad. When you have a character named Gazelle and play this, counts as Singer 6. Not good. Chip. While you have a character named Dan and play this, character gains support. That's not a bad card. 3/4 support the quest for 2, but would you even play that card without, if it just said support? If it just said support, would it be good? Probably. I think support is underrated. A lot of the time when a card has support printed on it as a tag, like the devs definitely think support is a very good keyword. Because whenever a card has the support keyword, the rest of the stats are pretty lackluster. Whereas this card has actually okay stats and support, but only occasionally. Not convinced by Chip ranging it. It's not terrible though. It's definitely not terrible. Monterey Jack. Okay, now that I like this card. This is a card, mate. I've not seen this one before. I was just saying how I quite like Gopher. Well, I like Monterey Jack a whole lot more. You lose 1 strength for 1 extra willpower. Yes, please. This is a good card. This is a good card. Monterey Jack, the good-hearted ranger. 0 strength, 7 willpower, quest for 2. Some of you are like, Specie, what are you on about? This is not good. It's pretty good. There's only one thing I like more than cheese. Nothing. Eh? What do I like more than cheese? Cereal. I like cereal more than cheese. This card's pretty good. This card's very good. Maybe very good as a stretch, but like an aggro deck that wants to not play anything more than 4 cost, I think you're more than happy. Like, what do you do? You're like, you can't even Zeus this. Okay, you can brawl it, but guess what? A million like every card in your amber aggro deck is going to be hit by brawl. This card and like Tiana, this card's good. I think this will see competitive play. I like it. I like it quite a lot. There is like, having said that, there is already like Joshua Sweet in amber that costs 4, which is another card I quite like, which isn't quite good enough. I think it's like a 1/4 with bodyguard that quests for 2. And you could argue the bodyguard is better, but I actually don't think so, right? I think I'd rather just, the fact that Maui doesn't remove this in a single swoop is a big deal. Especially when you consider the fact that you can play Tiana these days as well. You go Tiana and Monterey Jack, and, it could be very annoying to deal with. I think it's good. Dale, Mischievous Ranger, 3/4, quest for 1. When you play this character, you may put the top 3 cards of your deck into your discard to give chosen character -3 strength until the start of your next turn. Some potential Lilo synergy. Could get better as time goes on, but I just don't think these Chip and Dale cards are great. If you're doing aggro with Ami, wouldn't you just place Castle for the same stat line? No, Ven. There's a big difference between... Good question. Great question. I would not. Absolutely not. I would not go near Queen's Castle in an aggro deck. Why? Because the turn you play a location, it can be challenged. Right? Let's say I'm in top deck mode, and I draw a Queen's Castle. My opponent's got a full board of characters, and I'm 2 lore away. You'd much rather Monterey Jack off the top, wouldn't you? That's for sure. So, no. I definitely wouldn't. I don't like location cards in aggro decks at all. Really. Yeah, Chernobog Fuel, that's a really good point, Jason. Anything which is Chernobog. Also worth mentioning with the Lilo card that there's some anti-synergy with Chernobog there, right? Potentially. But, yeah, I don't think it's very good. Prince Naveen Shift 3 with Bodyguard. This card's bad. Very bad. That's a quest for 2. It's very bad is a bit harsh. It's not good, is it? A lot of these cards not having flavor text. I guess like as cards get more complex, we get less flavor text. Yeah, no, definitely. Really appreciate any questions and points. Jason said they need to print a card that gives a character strength based off their willpower. Interesting. Maybe one day. So Nani Caring Sister, second Nani, 5 costs we have. There's also a bodyguard. Has support, 3/5. As I mentioned, a lot of the time when a character has support, its stats elsewhere can feel a little bit lackluster. I am so sorry. Spend 2 ink and chosen character gets -1 strength until the next turn. That's a lot of ink for -1 strength. So you're not going to do that very often. I don't think it's a very good card, unfortunately. Let's not forget Just in Time exists for all these 5-cost cards in Amber as well. So a 5-cost card in Amber is inherently interesting for Just in Time. Speaking of Just in Time, one of my favorite cards in the game, and one of my favorite characters, Simba. I love a bit of Simba. You can Just in Time into this. Never mind the shift 3. Most of the shift targets for Simba are poor. There's the 1-cost Steel Simba, which I don't particularly like, but maybe a Pride Lands deck. I think Pride Lands in general is a little bit underrated. Cool trim, thanks. Cheers. I've been back in the gym and that recently, guys. I'm doing pretty well. I look very pale, though. I think the lighting's not doing me any favors. Why do I look so white? I don't think I'm actually that white. I go outside quite a lot. Am I really that pale, guys? I don't think so. Let me play around with this for a sec. Is it that? Is that the problem? That made no difference, did it? I think that's a bit more what I look like. I'd like to think. Simba. This card's very good. I think Just in Time Simba is worth mentioning. Like, I think the thing with Simba is it's going to be too slow without any form of ramp. So when I say ramp, I mean like, I think it's too slow if you play it on turn 5. Basically. So how can you ramp? Well, you could shift it, in a sense. You could shift it. You could play it in Sapphire. Moreover, you could play Lantern, Pluto. Lantern, the main one. Just in Time, to be honest, I'm quite interested in. Shift on Bodyguard. That's true. I actually forgot about Bodyguard Simba. That's a good point. Yeah, it does actually make the 2-cost Simba from set 1 a lot better. I met the artist for that Simba card the other day, and I was like, mate, this is my favorite art from the first set. It was very cool. Give it ward saving down. So what does the card do? Understand the balance. At the end of your turn, if this character is exerted, you may ready your other characters. A quest for 2. It's got 4/4 stat line. I don't really like the idea of shifting this card, to be honest with you, because I think what this card, what you want to do with this card, you want to develop a wide board and then play it as quickly as possible. So you can exert when you shift on dry character. You can't. Oh, but you could. Okay, so you could have your Simba as. Wait, so you can have your Simba. Right, you can have your Simba as a body. No, don't worry. What is the best way to use it? I honestly think Just in Time is the thing that kind of jumps out to me. I think Just in Time is a pretty undervalued card. And this is the best Just in Time target that you've ever had in Amber. And obviously, Amber is the ink color that Just in Time is in. I think maybe Pride Lands, which allows you to play cards cheaper. If you have a Prince there, could be okay as well. Jake, you're going to ask what in the official Discord, by the way? What is it Jake's going to ask in the official Discord? Sorry. Yeah, the new 2 cost is very bad though, Javelin. You're just not going to want to play that in your deck. You could shift it onto Morph. So maybe in an Amber Emerald deck. Again, the thing is with the shift on this, guys, is if you're shifting, you're losing one of your characters on board. And this card inherently wants as many characters on the board as possible. Still on Scrump? Yeah, no worries, Jake. No, I can assure you 100%. You cannot exert 110%. You cannot exert a drawing character. But yeah, feel free to ask. But I can assure you on that one, that is the case. Exert on shift. You could exert on shift if the card's already exerted, basically. But yeah, if you shift, like, okay, so let's say on turn 5, I play 2-cost Simba, and I don't put it in as a bodyguard, and then I shift in this Simba for 3, then I would not be able to quest or do anything like that. However, if on turn 5 I played the 2-cost Simba as a bodyguard, and then shifted this Simba, it would come into play exerted. Right? Which is not irrelevant, by the way. That is absolutely not irrelevant. So that is worth noting. And that is quite a cute play you could do, right? Like, on turn 4, you could play like the 1-cost Simba from Steel. Oh, but that wouldn't be quite as good, would it? No. But yeah, this card's good. I think it's not as good as people think it is, to be honest with you. I think it's, I do like the look of Just in Time, though. I think Just in Time's a good card. It's not removable by Medusa. The stats in general are good. It trades with Fox. Being able to ready your other characters is good. I like the card a lot. I think it's very good, but I don't think it's necessarily as good as people think it is. I think there's better cards. Shout out to Alphos, who mentioned the synergy with this Lilo card potentially at the start of your turn. If this card is in your discard, you may play her and she enters play exerted. Bear in mind you have to pay for that. But that's some very nice synergy, isn't it, with Lilo and Simba. And of course also the 1-cost Simba that I've been mentioning in Steel has synergy with Lilo as well. And maybe you could play Pride Lands. I don't know. Because the 1-cost Simba is a prince. Often you want like a 1-cost prince. So there's definitely some potential like Lilo and Simba synergy there. Overall, I love this card. Super excited for it. But I don't actually know if it's that good. I think it's going to be definitely competitive. I don't know if it's going to like take over the game or anything like this. At first, anyway. We'll see. Judy Hobbs, as soon as you get onto a 6-cost card, it needs to be good. It's got support. At the end of your turn, you may ready another chosen character of yours. No thanks. Jim Hawkins. I don't really like that this is in the starter deck. I'm going to be honest. I've got 2 games with the new starter deck because I got sent it early by Ravensburger. Thanks, Ravensburger. And this is just pure ink. Like, you're not getting to 7. Feels bad. It's like the super rare foil in the starter deck, and it's pure ink. So I'm not really a huge fan of that. We'll talk more about the starter decks later this week because we'll probably play some on stream. Real quick, does Gaston also reduce cost of Lilo in the graveyard? Gaston? Oh, the yeah, it would. Yep. Yes, it would. Just the next card you play, because Lilo, it still says you have to play her, right? It says from the graveyard to play. It's not like summoning from the graveyard or like spawning or anything like this. You may play her, and she enters exerted. And Gaston is the next card you play. Oh, but no, Gaston is the next card you play this turn, right? So no, you can't do that because this comes through at the start of the turn. Like Gaston doesn't carry over from the turn, right? It's this turn. So there's no synergy between Lilo and Gaston. Unless you have the Lilo in hand and want to play her for free. Because this happens before you're able to exert your Gaston for its ability, right? So yeah, Jim Hawkins, I don't like that it's in the starter deck. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, though. And maybe in the long run, it's good that it's in the starter deck because maybe it proves to be a good card and you get a foil version of it in the starter deck. So maybe in the long run, it could be good. The fact that it's in the starter deck, I'm not a huge fan of for the starter deck itself. But maybe it's good elsewhere. You're going to need to ramp to play this card. What comes to mind, therefore, is Sapphire. But also potentially Lantern. Hire a crew. When you play this character, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal any number of pirate characters and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. It's definitely a strong card if you can play it. It's a strong card if you can play it. Big if. Don't think it's going to see any competitive play, sadly, but maybe. The more pirates we get, the better it'll become. We do have quite a lot of pirates. Chippendale Recovery Rangers also has an enchanted. Shift 5, it's both Chip and Dale. During your turn, whenever this card is put into your inkwell, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, beg your pardon, you may return a character card from your discard to your hand. Heart of Atlantis, Andrew mentions. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's an underrated card. This card's pretty good. I actually quite like this card. The problem is the Chip and Dale cards overall I think are a little bit lackluster. But I actually think this card's quite good. Is it enough payoff to play a Chip and Dale deck? Almost certainly not. But it is good. I think it's quite good. I really do. It's interesting. Chef 5? Sing a Whole New World? I don't know, probably not, but it's interesting. Obviously in a deck, like in a color combination again, which struggles for card draw, it could be good as well. Amber Sapphire synergy maybe with this, I'm not sure. I think the Jim Hawkins looks like it could work for Amber Sapphire, right? Like we looked at the Pooh's pirate ship, which is like some kind of pirate item, which is maybe some synergy there. Maybe you could get to Jim Hawkins with Sapphire. There's Lantern as well. So overall, Sapphire, Amber, I think has a lot of very bad cards. A very high density of unplayable cards. There's a few alright cards, which could be okay. And then there's 4 or 5 cards with huge potential. So it's going to be Lilo, the super rare. That's going to be Sugar Rush Speedway, the super rare and enchanted. Tiana, the legendary. Simba, the legendary as well. So interestingly, a lot of the time when we look at new cards, some of the cards which jump out at us are not necessarily the super rares and the legendaries, right? For example, like Ursula Deceiver from set 3. Probably the best card in the whole game, maybe. I don't know. It's up there, isn't it? It's certainly up there. It's a common or an uncommon. And a lot of the time, what will happen is there'll be a lot of legendaries and super rares that you look at and you're like, that is pants. Why is that a legendary or a super rare? But in Amber, that doesn't seem to be the case for set 6. And that means, in terms of value that you're looking for, it means in terms of like pricing of cards, excuse me, like let's say you buy, let's say like the EV, the expected value that you buy a box of Disney Lorcana, you sell every single card within it. What's your expected value, right? Like, are you going to make profit on average or are you going to lose money on average? Like when the first chapter was first released, your expected value of opening a box of Lorcana, if you were to sell every card within it, was that you would make money. You just would, which is why also scalping was quite a big problem. There was also obviously a Fishbone Quill, which are rares, which are worth a lot of money, Whole New World, and then obviously a bunch of good legendaries like Rapunzel, etc. And then if you hit an Enchanted, great, because obviously the first chapter Enchanteds, particularly Elsa, you know, all it takes is kind of one Enchanted. So the EV of like opening a first chapter at retail price is that you're going to make money. Every other set since, the expected value is that you would lose money, right? Which makes sense. That's kind of how it should be. Because you know, otherwise then people would just buy the product, resell, singles, blah, 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 scalpers. You don't want that. Probably the best value set in terms of expected value is Into the Inklands, interestingly, where you've got Robin Hood not Robin Hood Sharpshooter, Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood, and you've got Ursula Deceiver of All as like kind of the big chase cards in that set, as well as a few other decent ones. Based off Amber alone, if the quality of the legendaries and super rares is the same, I think that you can expect the expected value of like a buying a booster box to be pretty high for this set based on Amber. Lilo is a super rare and it's very good. Where's the other super rares? You've got the Sugar Rush Speedway, super rare, very good. Legendary Tiana, very good. And then you've got Legendary Simba and Super Rare Jim Hawkins. Is there really only 2 super rares? I thought like there was like 4 super rares. Kind of weird there's the same. Has that always been the case? Has there always been the same amount of super rares as legendaries? Or is it there's 3 super rares? Okay. Yeah, there's Jim Hawkins, there's Sugar Rush Speedway, and there's Lilo. I think Jim Hawkins is the weakest. And he's also the starter deck one. Right? He's the foil in the starter deck. But maybe he's actually good. Maybe he's actually good. Pirate, Captain, Hero, not irrelevant tags. Keep an eye on the Pirate theme decks. I think the Pirate theme decks might be better than we're giving them credit for. So overall, Amber. Thoughts on the Enchanted style? If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have been very negative about it. However, I can tell you with confidence that these cards look a lot more golden than this image would suggest. This image makes it look very brown and kind of grey. Trust me. It's not. It's very golden. It's very shiny. I don't know if it looks like that shiny on the app. I haven't checked enchantments on the app. All right. Up next, we've got Amethyst. 3 out of all the Amber cards isn't great. I don't think that's true. I think that there's... But I mean, that's also like, that's what you would expect. And I did say at the start, like, Amber, I would say, is maybe the weakest overall. Certainly, I think the large card pool is weak, but they do have some real standouts. For me, it's got contender for best 2 cards in the set, which is going to be the Sugar Rush Speedway. Hey, Ben, great to see you. Hope you are, mate. And Tiana. I think these are 2 contenders for the best cards in the set. Simba, I'm really excited for, and I think this is going to be a fan favorite card. I think the artwork is better than the card itself, though. It's my gut feeling. It's definitely one to keep an eye on. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Amethyst is up next. Oh, no, sorry. We need to go to card 26. What do you guys think about this? Stitch Little Trickster. Card 26. Hey, Magnus, my man. Good to see you. How do I say some Swedish? I forgot all my Swedish, mate. One sec. The only Swedish word I've got in my head is goodbye, which I don't think is a very good way of greeting you, Magnus. Hey. I think hey is hi, but that doesn't really count, does it? Hey do is goodbye. I remember that one. That's all I remember. Rats. Enchant looks a bit better on the app. Yeah. So Stitch Little Trickster is card number 26, which is causing a lot of people a lot of stress because usually card 26 would be a Amber card? No. Would it be? 25. Is there a 27? How many cards do you get per ink color? Yeah, it would be an Amber usually. So look, 27, 25, 26. Hey Jose, thanks mate. Oh, trust me, there's some banging content coming for set 6. Svenska. Let's go. Svenska. So what do you guys think about Stitch Little Trickster randomly being card number 26? Thumbs up or thumbs down? W or L in the chats, please. W or L. So, in case you're wondering why on earth this would be the case, this is because this is a set 6 card and it's the 26 card. So in other words, it's card 626. 626. Which is Stitch's, like, he was experiment 626. See, look at me with all that Disney lore knowledge. W or L? For me, W, personally. Hate it when they moved out of alphabetical order. This is even worse. W. No, I respect it, Vendor. I can definitely see that. In terms of is this card good? No, it's not. It's actually not that bad though, but it's not good. Honestly, maybe it's not that bad. I don't think it's good. If it said until the start of your next turn, maybe it'll be better. Experiment 626. Yeah, it's cool. I just feel like maybe it would have been better to just have an Amber Stitch be 626. You know, then it would still be cool, but wouldn't. But maybe it's cooler that, you know, Stitch he's the little trickster. That's a fitting name. Always ready in an emergency, usually because he caused it. Why not just print an Amber Stitch? Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts also. But maybe it makes it more... It's more of an Easter egg now, right? You know what? I like it. For me, it's a W. I actually think it's even... In a way, it's even better that it's not an Amber card. Because then it just wouldn't be that noticeable. Who would care? Right? I like it. It's like chaotic creativity. Oh my goodness, best card in the set. You're going to love this. Oh my god, this card's absolutely bonkers. Best card in the set. I'm calling it right now, guys. You might think I'm being facetious. Oh, it doesn't look that good. Trust me. This card is incredible. And it's got a promo. This card's so good, mate. But we're not onto Emerald yet. I just can't help myself talking about Emerald. Don't forget, guys, as we're going, if you see any Easter eggs in the images or in the flavor text that you want to draw attention to, definitely let us know. We're interested in talking about all that kind of stuff as well. Thanks everyone for being here. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to give the stream a like. Shout out to Cardmarket, who sponsor the stream. I think Emerald stands out and forces you to find out why it's there. Yeah. All right, so Rafiki Shaman of the Savannah, obviously just a one, you know, it's just a vanilla Rafiki. We already have the one cost Rafiki. The signs, they never lie. The snake thinks he's planned for everything. Oh, ho, ho. He forgot about the owl. There's hope yet. All right, there's something weird going on with owls. I haven't really got to the bottom of the Azurite Sea lore as of yet, but there's like some kind of owl which Basil is looking for. Basil was hypnotized by Jafar in set 5. And Jafar is after the Hexwell crown. And there's something to do with an owl. And there's also an owl lookout in Amber that we already saw. But I don't know if that's the same owl, to be honest. 3 cost in it. Is that really the owl? I say land who, ho, land ho. Our island location, yeah. So we're definitely going to be, after we've done all the reviews, we're definitely going to be looking like in depth at the lore of the set. But yeah, this card's obviously whatever. Who cares? Diablo Obedient Raven. Now this card is very good. Very, very good. Very, 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 very good. Contender for best card in the set. Maybe. This card's absurdly good. 0-1 quest for 1. Fly my pet. Whenever this character is banished, you may draw a card. Go and do not fail me. Maleficent. I have a rules question for you guys. If I shift Diablo onto this, and my legendary Diablo gets which shifted onto this gets banished, do I still draw a card? I would guess not. Because I would say this wasn't banished, it just went to the discard. It loses all text underneath. Thanks, Fanadot. That sounds just about right to me. Cheap Cuzco. Yeah, this card is so good. Like, forget the Diablo shift for a moment. Obviously, that's a thing. Forget the Diablo shift. Forget that. This card's absurd. This card is so good. I would play 4 of these in my Magic Broom deck, which I played at Seattle last week. 100%. Why? Well, an aggro deck wants to go, as I've mentioned 7 times already in today's stream, on turn 1 a 1-cost character, and on turn 2 2 more 1-cost characters, or a 1-cost character and a Befuddle, or a 1-cost character and a Fire the Cannons. It's just another 1-cost character. It replaces itself pretty much every single time. You can go wide. Like the way an aggro deck wants to win is by going wide. Like, your opponent's only got a certain amount of characters on the board. They can only challenge, let's say they've got 2 characters on the board, they can only challenge 2 of yours. But if you've got 5 characters, you're just gaining more lore because you're overloading your opponent's removal, and it replaces itself. So without the shift, this card's good. And then you start considering Diablo Shift. And suddenly, you've got the possibility of playing 12 Diablo 1-cost characters in an Emerald Amethyst deck. 12. That's a lot. That's a lot of Diablos. Having said that, Diablo in Amethyst is not exactly great. Diablo's best in Amber and Steel, because in Amber you can sing Bare Necessities, and in Steel it's even better, arguably, because you can sing Storm Rage On and Strength of a Raging Fire. Like, the best thing to do with a Diablo is shift it in and sing something, right? That's going to gain you the most tempo. Oh, especially you can sing Friends on the other side. You can. It's not that bad. It's just not helping you achieve... I mean, it's actually very, very good, but it's not giving you, like, board presence, right? Bare Necessities... I guess you could say that Friends on the other side is kind of comparable to Bare Necessities, right? But I wouldn't quite say so. But it's very good. Is your broomcist out anywhere? I don't think so. I will share it. I'm back to streaming today, basically. I had like a few days off since I got back from Seattle, not feeling at my best. And then I've had a couple of days of doing some work stuff off stream. I had some other commitments. So you can expect like us to talk about Seattle in a video later this week. What's so great about this card? Isn't it the same as Broom? You're talking to... By the way, guys, I have a new nickname. My new nickname is Broom Boy. That's what Sky called me. He's like, okay, Broom Boy. So I was playing Magic Broom deck in Seattle. Yeah, Magic Broom's insane. The 1-cost Magic Broom is like one of the best cards in the entire game. So what's so great about this card? Isn't it same as Broom? Well, kinda, but it's also kind of better than Broom. And yeah, exactly. And it's a Diablo. Just for good measure. I really like this card. It's going to see a lot of competitive play. Big thumbs up. Not even necessarily with Diablo Shift. This card's very, very good. This card can quest and draw. Broom can, but Broom can be removed and you don't draw a card, like by a Baboom or by a Grab Your Swords. Whereas if this gets removed by a Tinkerbell, it replaces itself. I like this more than Broom personally. Do I agree with that? I agree. This might be... Okay, hot take. Guys, get ready for a classic Spessy hot take, alright? Whatever I say, after I clap my hands, do not quote me on it. This might be the best card in the game. I don't think it is, but it's that good, I think. I think it's that good. It might just be. For me, I've said in the past that Magic Broom and Chernobog's Followers are the best cards in the game. Like, whenever I kind of evaluate and look at a card, like Magic Broom or Chernobog's Followers, I've always been, as you guys will know, incredibly high up on them. Whenever I see a deck list which doesn't have 4 of each, I've always been like, why? Why not? It's very difficult to justify. And this is almost certainly better than both. You're crazy? A little bit. 1-cost character that replaces itself and can lore. I think it's absolutely insanely good. I think it's so, so good. I expect it to be pretty much everywhere, probably. Okay, card I'm most excited for in the set. Hello. Not because it's necessarily good, but some of these Amethyst cards, guys. I wasn't streaming when the second set came out. I was still doing some other content. I wasn't doing Digital Lorcana content. So you guys didn't see what I played in set 2. I played Mill, and it was terrible. In Gwent, which is the card game I started streaming and played for a very, very long time, one of my many nicknames, probably I think it was a self-entitled nickname, was Master Miller. Because there's a character in Gwent called Master Mirror, and I call myself Master Miller. I love mill decks. I love a deck. My favorite kind of deck is a deck which operates outside the usual win condition of a game, which breaks the usual way you play the game. In a game of Digital Lorcana, it's quite linear. You're both raced to get to 20. Well, suddenly if you play a mill deck, that completely and utterly changes the flow of the game. And for me, those are the most exciting decks. I love decks which just break the usual structure of the game. And this is a support card for a mill deck. We'll have to look into this. Whenever this character quests, you may look at the top card of chosen player's deck, put it on the top of their deck or into their discard. Now, at the moment, we don't have what I'm going to call a Cantarella-like card, which is going to mean absolutely nothing to most of you, but someone in the chat is going to know what I'm talking about. Cantarella was a mill card in Gwent, which you played on your opponent's side of the board. Basically negative stats for you. Like, you gave your opponent points, but you played the top card of your opponent's deck. So when we get a Cantarella-like card in Disney Lorcana, which can play the top card of your opponent's deck, because obviously that's contributing towards your mill game plan, this card becomes better, because leaving a very strong card on top of your opponent's deck is going to become more worth it. But the idea of Mad Hatter really is, if there's a very bad card on top of your opponent's deck, you let them have it, and if not, if it's a really good card, you can discard it. I think I would either remove Brooms for this or do a 2-2 split in Self 4 Channel Box. Okay, Eric, what if... do you know what I'm going to do? Do you know what I'm going to do, Eric? Eric? You can probably guess. I'm just going to play 4 of each, because I think they're all insane cards. But to be honest, I'd probably put the Diablos in before the Brooms and Chernobyls. I think they're that good. I think I put 4 Diablos in before I even put Chernobyls or Brooms in. I'm playing 4 of each, mate. I think the cards are that good. I really, really do. I also think they synergize quite well together, because they inherently gain more value when you develop a wide board. So like a turn 2 play of what I call the Speci Special, which is like Chernobog on 1 and then turn 2, Chernobog, or like Chernobog's followers, Magic Broom. Now you can go Diablo. Whew. You can also use this in your own deck. Yeah, that's true. You can use it on your own. This card's very bad. Let me make that very clear. This card sucks. It's awful. Really bad. But it supports my favorite style of deck. Play Mad Hatter with Cottage and you can filter your bad draws or opponent's good draws. That's a really interesting point, Blinks. Yeah. Merlin's Cottage. Both players play with the top card of their deck revealed. That's pretty cool. Library, Andrew. Yeah, I forgot about Library in synergy with Diablo. But yeah, this... I can guarantee you guys, the first deck I play on stream next week on Friday, when the set's released, after I've opened all my packs, every time I open a Mad Hatter, it's going to be sleeved, and I will be playing Mad Hatter Eccentric Host in my first deck. I just will. I just love Mill. Is it going to be good? Probably not, but that's fine. I think Mill shouldn't be good. This seems pretty good with Oswald. I don't think this card's good in any deck which is not a mill themed deck, to be honest with you. Its stats are too lackluster. 1-1, which quests for 1, is awful. So bad. And its ability is questionably good as well. It's only good if you're playing mill. And even then, it's honestly not that good. But if you guys are not familiar with mill, the term mill comes from Magic the Gathering, a game I've never played, but it's a strategy which is known as mill in every other game as a result. In a similar way, you might hear like A Whole New World referred to as wheel. That comes from a Magic the Gathering card called Wheel of Fortune, which does the same thing as A Whole New World. There's a card in Magic the Gathering called Millstone, which takes cards from your opponent's deck and puts them into the discard pile. I don't know exactly how it works. And the condition is, if you deck out your opponent, or as it's commonly known as milled, if you mill your opponent where they have no cards left in the deck, if in Disney Lorcana, if you draw a card from your deck when you have no cards in your deck, you lose the game on the spot. So a mill deck, for me, is the most fascinating deck in the entire game to build because you literally never need to quest and you can win the game. You literally do not need a single card which ever quests. So suddenly your evaluation of every single card in the game changes. If you're able to consistently mill. Now, the problem with mill decks that we've had, which is Steel and Emerald, you use a Whole New World and then use Lady Tremaine and do it again to put Whole New World back. Incredibly inconsistent. Because you're just relying fully on a Whole New World and you're relying fully on Lady Tremaine and do it again, which are all uninkable. It's super clunky, super jank. Very fun when it works, but the sad reality of playing a mill deck is actually often a frustrating experience because your combos just don't work. Which means in order to play a mill deck in any kind of serious level, and interestingly, we did see some do quite well with the Megara and Hercules combo. Megara in Emerald is a 5 cost with Ward whenever you play a character named Hercules ready this character. So you Megara, you sing a Whole New World, you play a Hercules, she readies, you sing another Whole New World. So some cool stuff for that. But now, Amethyst is the mill color. There's already Second Star to the right as well, which you can sing and make your opponent draw 5. Obviously, you could pair it with Steel and play a Whole New World. You could pair it maybe with Emerald. I'm not sure. Broom Boy losing a lot on Friday. I don't know. We'll see. Mill could be good, mate. Mill could actually be good. Because we also got a very merry unbirthday. I'm so excited for Mill. Now blow out your candle, my dear, and make your wish come true. My wish is for more Mill cards. Thank you very much, Ravensburger, for more Mill cards. You've made me very happy. You've made me so happy. I love Mill. Each opponent puts the 2 top cards of their deck into their discard. What deck are you going to play this in that's not Mill? Literally none. This is huge. Huge. Remember, you play a Whole New World in a Mill deck to make your opponent draw 7, right? This is milling 2. So good. Yeah, so exciting. Now, obviously, the problem with this card, big alarming problem, is it's a 1-cost action / song, which doesn't replace itself, right? So you're going to need a significant amount of card draw. Fortunately, you're playing Amethyst, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But the other thing, which has been a problem with mill decks in the past, is the only way you can mill your opponent is by playing things like a Whole New World, which also make you draw cards yourself, which means whenever you build a mill deck, you're often playing 68, 69, 70 cards, which inherently therefore makes the deck less consistent. And it already was a deck which struggled with inconsistencies. Now that you've got cards that are just strictly putting cards from your opponent's deck into their discard, also which your Welcome does as well, makes your opponent, they put 1 card back and draw 2, kind of mills 1 card from them. Now you can 100% play a mill deck with 60 cards and potentially build a mill deck with 60 cards which literally doesn't ever quest. That's the big question for me. As soon as I can build a mill deck, which I can completely focus on that mill game plan and never have to have like a way of winning the game via questing, I'm interested. If I can literally just every game go for a mill game plan, I'm interested. But obviously this is an action which doesn't replace itself. You're going to need card draw. If you're drawing cards, you need a lot of mill. It could work. Also, guys, it's a song. It costs less than 3. You can mill 4 cards with Ursula Deceiver of All in this card. 4! It's like more than half of a single Whole New World. I'm very excited. Now, I will say, I don't expect mill to be that strong. I don't think the game designers would want mill to be super prevalent. I think they're happy with where it's been, where it's like a bit of a meme deck can pop off, but clearly they want it to be a little bit less of a meme deck. But I would be surprised if they want it to be like a met. I don't think the game is going to be good if mill is the tier 1 deck. I don't think that's healthy. Mill is best served as a niche fun deck which can be competitive in specific metagames. and it's like a rogue deck. That's why I like it. You guys know me, I like weird rogue decks. If Mill is ever the best deck in a game, it's not going to go down well. People are not going to like that. It's kind of similar to Discard, that it's quite a toxic game plan. So I think Mill is best being weak, and therefore I very much doubt that the game designers would ever print cards which would make Mill tier 1. As a player experience, how is Mill worse than Discard? In some games, it certainly is. It's kind of a similar concept, right? It is kind of a similar concept. Because like a lot of Mill decks might use you, like play your cards against you. It's a similar concept. Mill and Discard are quite similar. They're both just quite toxic. Discard is pretty toxic, and the designers don't mind that. Yeah, but I think it's quite different. I think Mill and Discard are different levels of toxic. Discard is kind of a necessary thing, in my opinion, to balance the game. Because otherwise you could just have like these very greedy decks just never being punished. Whereas Mill is more of a wacky, interesting, unorthodox way to play the game, which for me is just amazing. And Discard is unorthodox in a sense as well. Like you're playing a different kind of game. But I think Discard is a necessary evil, right? Whereas Mill is more of a fun thing. Until it becomes very, very good, right? I think that's the concern. If Mill ever becomes very, very good, it's suddenly not very fun. I'm so excited for Mill, though. Fairy ship. Legends say that whenever something goes missing, it's been taken to build the fairy ships of the Azurite Sea. Wait, what? Legends say that whenever something goes missing, it's been taken to build the fairy ships of the Azurite Sea. Is it Azurite or Azurite? Azurite or Azurite? I have no idea. Something goes missing. Is this like some kind of reference to the half Hexwell crown that's gone missing? Whenever something goes missing, it's been taken to build the... That just sounds a bit weird. Something goes missing, it's been taken... Like, something doesn't build ships, someone builds ships. I'm a bit confused by this, guys. I'm a bit confused by this flavor text here. Any thoughts on the flavor text of fairy ship? This symbol means that it's Disney Lorcana, right? Because it's like the lore pip. So this is like a bit of text which is specifically written for Disney Lorcana. Azurite. Azurite, yeah. Azurite's how I'd say it, not Azurite. Flavor text is interesting. Let me know if you think anything about that. Like missing socks? Okay. They use anything. Okay, so maybe the half Hexwell crown is on the ferry ship, building it. Maybe. Because the half Hexwell crown's gone missing, apparently. Alright. Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. Don't forget there's a Madam Mim shift. Often forgotten about. 5 cost in Amethyst. 0-3, Challenger 1. When you play this character, bounce a card back to your hand or banish... Wait, what? No? Huh? Oh my god. A Madam Mim which doesn't bounce? Is this a visual glitch? Zim Zabarimbim. Your other characters gain Challenger 1. Thanks, Oliver. I appreciate you, mate. It's probably not very good, but I actually don't think it's bad. Giving your other characters Challenger 1 is interesting, but it's probably just not very good. It's a 1-3 itself. Lose the way. It's an action, not a song. Well, when one's lost, I suppose it's good advice to stay where you are until someone finds you. What is going on here, mate? Exert chosen character, then you may choose and discard a card. If you do, the exerted character can't ready at the start of the next turn. This card's quite good, isn't it? Isn't this card kind of good? It's like an inkable. It's like an inkable Pinocchio that you can't reuse multiple times. With the potential of not making it ready at the start. This card's not bad, you know. I don't think it's good. Don't get me wrong. Rafiki turn 1, Madam Mim turn 2, Lexi take out Daisy. Yeah, that's a good point, Jason. This card's definitely not terrible. I don't think it's good, but It's quite comparable to Pinocchio. Pinocchio you can reuse multiple times, which makes it a lot better, but it's also uninkable. I could see a world that you could play a copy of this or two. I actually don't think it's that bad at all. This is an interesting card. It's also got an enchanted, which is always a good sign for a card. I mean, we do know that not all enchanted cards are good, but Maleficent Staff, it's an item. So instantly you're kind of looking maybe at Amethyst Sapphire. Sapphire with Flaversham. Items are always kind of more interesting. Although Sapphire Amethyst hasn't really played Flaversham, so maybe not. Back Fools! Whenever one of your opponent's characters, items, or locations is returned to their hand from play, gain 1 lore. Seems pretty good. It punishes Amethyst decks. So it could be like a tech for a mirror matchup. Of course, I play like the Emerald Chromacon with this. And bounce back the cards. You could play things like Mother Gothel, Mother Knows Best. Seems like a potential card in Emerald Amethyst. Staff plus Milo Jank. Yep. Milo, which returns all cards back to their player's hand when banished. This card's got potential. I actually don't think it's going to be very good, though, to be honest. I see this more being like a tech card that you include in an Amethyst deck for mirrors, right? Maybe. So maybe it's good, therefore. Amethyst decks are very common. Card is amazing in bounce. It's not because it's your opponent's cards that need to bounce. So it's very good against bounce, right? So it's good when you're playing things like Mother Gothel and Mother Knows Best, which bounce things back to your opponent's hand. And the Muses. Maybe the Muses is the best use case, actually, for this, right? The Muses is a very strong card. The Maleficent Staff, the Muses, and the mill cards. Maybe that's your alternative, you know. Like, maybe a mill deck does still want to be able to get to 20 lore. Sometimes. Bam! Probably not. I don't know. It's interesting, though. Definitely a card with big potential. Oh, finally, more mill cards to talk about. Mad Hatter's Teapot. Oh, my goodness. My goodness, the teacup. The tea missed the cup. No, my dear. The cup missed the tea. Yeah, kick Cloud Kicker with the staff. That's a good point, San. So the staff definitely seems like a Emerald Amethyst card. No room. Exert. Spend 1 ink. Each opponent puts the top card of their deck into their discard. Mill. So obviously the thing with mill, you need to pair like all this mill stuff with control. Like the all out mill deck that I will be building, like all in mill, which literally never wants to quest ever, which for me is the way to build the deck. Like if mill's ever going to be good, it's a deck which literally never quests. It's a deck which tries to stop you questing or steals your lore away as much as possible and just drags the game out, right? As long as possible. 50 turn game. GG. But then by milling, I reduce, instead of being a 50 turn game, if I can mill 20 cards from you, I just need a 53 turn game because you draw 7 to start. Instead of a 53 turn game where I just remove everything you play for 53 turns, I mill 20 cards of yours during that time, and suddenly it's a 33 turn game where I remove all of your stuff before it quests and stop you getting to 20, right? All that sounds a bit optimistic, but that's the kind of deck I will be building to have fun with. And this kind of card is going to be incredible in that kind of deck, right? Where you've got a long drawn out game. If you've got Mad Hatter's Teapot and you tap it every turn, say you play it on turn 7, right? And you don't want to play it on turn 2. Say you play on turn 7 and you tap it every turn. It's like with a mill deck, it's giving your opponent 1 less turn every time. Every turn you have it down, and you can have multiple of these, right? Oh, I'm so excited for mill. I love mill. A lot of you guys really don't know how much I love mill until this stream, I think. Mystical Tree, Mama Odie's Home. This card is terrible. Well, we already reviewed this card on the YouTube channel, as it was revealed a while ago. At the start of your turn, you may move 1 damage counter from chosen character here to chosen opposing character. At the start of your turn, if you have a character named Mama Odie here, gain 1 lore. Rubbish. Way too conditional. For even when you meet the conditions, it's not that good, to be honest with you. And guess what? You're not going to meet both conditions ever Even if you build your whole deck around it, you build your whole deck around it, you get all the conditions, your deck sucks, but you met the condition. Who cares? It's not even good. Genie, the excited shipbuilder. For the indecisive sailor, we have 3, count them, 3 ships in one. It sails, it flies, it Julian fries? Julian? What is that word? Julianus? Julianness? What does that mean, guys? All for the low price of just 1 wish. It's actually not bad. 4-3. Request for 1. Really puts into perspective how insane Madam M Fox is. Right? It's a Madam M Fox with no ability. Madam M Fox is a pretty good card, huh? Because that card, the Genie doesn't even look that bad. New goat-like card. The White Rose, Jewel of the Garden. When you play this character, gain 1 lore. Very good. Good stats. This card's good. We'll see play. Speaking of cards which are good and we'll see play, my goodness, this card's bonkers. This card is very insane. I think this card is going to be seeing a lot of play. And you guys are going to be like, but Spessy, this card already exists and no one plays it. Yeah, but it exists in Ruby, not in Amethyst. And that's very different. Tinkerbell, the Fast Flyer, a 1/3 card which quests for 2 and evasive on turn 3. Again, I go back to my previous point on Tiana. What is the weakest kind of turn for a hyper aggro deck? Turn 1 is great. Turn 2 is great with a Befuddle and another 1-drop. Turn 3, what are you playing? Donald Duck, Madam M Fox, Archimedes? No. The word refers to a type of cuts for cooking. Okay, interesting. No. Tinkerbell. No. Tiana. And suddenly you've got a lot of really good options. She zips through the waves without a drop of water touching her. This card's very, very good. I expect to see a lot of play. Again, Minnie Mouse Stylish Surfer, by the way, an underrated card in my opinion. But there's not many Ruby decks which want to zoom, right? So it doesn't see play. There's a lot of Amethyst decks which want to zoom. So this will see play, I believe. I think it will see a lot of play. Speaking of Amethyst decks which want to zoom, this card's also incredible. It's only the 2nd inkable card which costs 3 or less, I believe, that quests for 3. This card does already exist in a different ink color combination. Who's the first person in the chat? What is this card known as in a different ink color? Carpets always come through for us. Carpets always come through for us before. He won't let us down now. Yes, it's Caterpillar. Yeah, Caterpillar and Sapphire. Same stat line. Good card. This card's great too. Amethyst aggro. Amber aggro. Getting Magic, Carpet, Tiana, and Tinkerbell. That's a lot of extra juice. That is a lot of extra juice. Hey, could you tell me about the Cardmarket vouchers for Lorca Quest? Yes, I haven't sent them out. I will probably try and do that tomorrow. I will do that tomorrow. Sorry. Because it's been ages. My apologies. But fear not. I've got them all. Everyone's names are written down on them. Yeah. No, you're all good, mate. Don't worry. No, yeah. No, of course. I apologize for the delay, mate. I'm really sorry about that. But whatever. You can wait until set 6 for it now, right? Probably going to get set 6 cards anyway. But yeah, my apologies for that. Basically, what happened with the Cardmarket vouchers is I was insanely busy. Like, I went from Paris to leaving, like, when the Paris stream finished, quite late. I then had to wake up very early the next morning. I had a whole day of travel going to Seattle. And then when I was in Seattle, I was in full prep mode, full holiday mode. And then when I got home, I've been sick. So I haven't got around to it. I've got a million things to do, but that's very top of my list. So apologies. But yeah, this card's really good. Really, 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 really good. Really, 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 really good. 3 willpower. Poof. Can't be baboomed. Madam M. Another Madam M. And guess what? It doesn't actually... It's similar to the Queen, isn't it? Wow. I haven't seen this card before. It's a super rare. I'll give you a sporting chance. I'm mad about games, you know. I didn't know that. Spend 2 ink, choose and discard a card, gain 1 lore. Wait. This card's way different from the Queen. The Queen has to exert and discard a card to gain lore equal to them. This does not exert, you spend 2 ink, which might sound worse, but no. If you've got 6 ink and 3 cards in hand, now let's say you got, okay, let's say you got 5 ink and 2 cards in hand, right? And you're at 19, no cards on board. You play the Madam Mim, instantly as soon as you play her, you can spend 2 ink, choose and discard a card. Like this with Clarabelle, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Sandy, I see it. Oh yeah. This card's kind of good. Truly marvelous, I would not say it is. What if you have no cards in hand? Choose and discard a card. Gain 1 lore. Oh. Choose and discard a card. The problem is you can't choose a card to discard. It says discard a card. It doesn't say discard your hand. It says discard a card. Like, for example, Doc says discard your hand. And you can have a hand of 0 cards. But you cannot choose and discard a card which does not exist, right? Worse than Boss on a Roll? I mean, Boss on a Roll's kind of good, I think. I like Boss on a Roll. This card's got potential. It is uninkable, but this card's interesting. Keep an eye on this one. This is like a 1 of or 2 of. I think could absolutely creep into some serious competitive decks. I really, really do. I think this card's good. I actually think this card's very good the more I look at it. Making Magic, I've not seen this card before. Mama Odie. Move 1 damage counter from chosen character to chosen opposing character. Draw a card. That's got some zang to it. Pretty bad. Right? Pretty bad. If it was in a different ink color, it would probably be quite good. Iago, the reappearing parrot. Okay, favorite flavor text of the set is here. Guys, the best flavor text of the set is here. Set 5, it was all about Mickey Mouse Food Fighter. Underestimating him as a recipe for disaster. Set 6 is all about Iago, the reappearing parrot. You think you can get rid of me that easy? Best flavor text in the set. Change my mind. Guess who? When this character is banished in a challenge, return this character to your hand. That is some great flavor text. This card's actually pretty good. This card's really not bad. Very, very good in sealed. Won't see competitive play in my opinion, but this card's good. Especially in sealed. Insane in sealed. If you see this in sealed, pick it. Looks like a Pokeball under the Iago. It doesn't. What is it? Some kind of lantern? Sorry. I don't think it looks like a Pokeball, I should say. That was a bit rude of me, wasn't it? The Walrus, the Greedy Gorman. What is the Walrus from? Alice in Wonderland, I guess. While the Walrus finished off the lot, down to the final bite. Is there like some more flavor text leading into this? That's something to explore. Looks like there's some kind of tea party, maybe. Oh, there's some kind of tea party. March Hare, the absurd host. Clear the table. Don't mind if I do. 2-3 with Rush. Quest for 2. Card's pretty good. Right from the left part of the lantern. Right. Oh, it kind of does. I see what you mean here. Yeah, I see what you mean. Sorry. Shows what I know. This card's quite good. I'm actually a little bit surprised we didn't see the 4-cost Rafiki make much of a splash. This is probably most comparable to Super Goof. But I'd rather play Super Goof. And if I'd rather play Super Goof, the March Hare is probably not very good. Sorry, mate. I take it back. You're a bit poop. Not that bad. This card's good. Oh, does that feel good? Evasive, 2-4, quest for 2. What comes next when you play this character? Draw a card. Oh, put cards side by side. It's a huge picture of a tea party. Oof. That's exciting. We're going to have to do that on the opening day. I like this Genie in Blurpool to give it a little more speed of Rabbit. Yeah, this card's great. I think this card's going to see a ton of play for Amethyst quick decks. So many decks which I don't want to play Rabbit. A good example being my Amethyst Steel deck. I played in Seattle last week. No Rabbits in that. I would play this though. It's just very, very good. 2-4 evasive, quest for 2 is solid. If this was like 3 cost, for example, inkable 3 cost, Archimedes is a 2-2 quest for 2. So you're spending 1 ink extra, right? To get more strength, and it's uninkable, but you draw a card when you play it. Huge! Huge! Incredibly strong card. This card's cool. Sisu Uniting Dragon. Whenever this character quests, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a dragon character card, put it into your hand and repeat this effect. Otherwise, put it on either the top or bottom of your deck. It's cool. It's not going to be good, though. There's not enough dragons, I think, for this to be a serious card. What's the best deck for this? Probably Merlin's Cottage or something, where you can already see what's... Is that even that good? I don't know. Trust builds trust. I think this card's not very good. It's fun, though. Dragon-themed deck support is nice to see. So maybe this card gets better with age, but I kind of doubt it. 3 cost Mickey Mouse from set 1. Vanilla stat line. 3 cost Inkable, 3/3 quest for 2. So compared to Inkable Mickey Mouse, you're paying 1 more and it's inkable. And it's uninkable for this ability. I don't think so, mate. I don't think so. If you have 60 dragons, the triggers can't stop. Okay, Raven Christian. Maybe I'm interested now. That's kind of cool. That is actually cool. Not optional with an all drag. Maybe we need to do that, right? I'll start writing down. Make a Google Doc for some deck ideas actually, and I'll write that down. That just sounds like a dumb YouTube short clip, right? Set 6 deck ideas. Meme deck. Mill yourself dragons. So dumb. I love it. Yzma. Again, I watched Emperor's New Groove last night for the second time. What a film. Yzma voice actor is incredible. Imagine if we got a digital client for Disney Lorcana with voice lines. Not that lever! Wrong lever! Whatever it is. Oh my goodness, imagine. Guys, if you haven't seen Emperor's New Groove, watch it. It's so worth it. It's such a banger. It's like not your typical Disney film. There's just lots of weird jokes. Like at one point, she like rolls up her skirt, and Kronk and Kuzco are like, "No!" And then she grabs a knife from like that's attached to her thigh, and they're like, "Oh, phew." It's so jokes, mate. It's actually hilarious. I was cracking up watching it last night. This card's absolutely absurdly strong. So good. Feel the power. Exert if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand. Draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. Again, if we look back at that same kind of comparison to Mickey Mouse from set 1. 3/3, quest for 2. It costs 3 and it's inkable. For 1 extra ink, you're getting this ability attached to it. This card is also just good if you quest. In a lot of situations, you don't even need to use this ability if you're playing an aggro deck. You're okay, cool. I've got a card that can't be brawled, can't be removed by babooms, fire the cannons, grab your sword, and it quests for 2. And at other times, I can draw 3 cards. 3 cards. What? And then, bam! You play Sven to ready Yzma. You ink. You play another card. And then, bam! Yzma again. I don't know, maybe not, but this card's really good. This might be the Chase Legendary. Chase Enchanted for me. Yzma, contender for my favourite Disney character of all time. I'm going to throw it out there. I didn't even know who Yzma was until about 4 or 5 months ago when I watched Emperor's New Groove for the first time. I mean, I knew that she had a card, but Jafar synergy? Yeah, there is Jafar synergy there. Very good point. Oh, I do love a bit of Jafar. Jafar, interestingly, we were talking about Mill being a favourite kind of deck concept of mine because of this unorthodox, non-linear path to victory, right? Decking out your opponent, not getting 20 law. It's another reason I love the concept of Jafar. different kind of. You're still gaining 20 lore, but in a different way. You're not like anything which gains lore not via questing. Like are instant cards. I'm very very excited by. Similarly, like that's why I'm a big fanboy of Grand Pabby, who in Sapphire again. There's a new Grand Pabby support card. Like those kinds of cards which gain lore without having to quest are things I love. This card's incredible. This card's very, very, very strong. So it's another very strong legendary card. So I think we've seen 3 legendary cards so far. I don't think we've seen the second Amethyst. What's the other Amethyst legendary? I think we saw it yet, right? Yeah, we haven't. So far, all 3 legendaries we've seen and reviewed from the set are very good, which I think is a good thing. It's a good thing for me because I'm going to be buying 3 cases on next week. I'm going to spend like $1,000, which I can't really afford, but I've got to do it. So for me, having legendaries which will hold a lot of value long term, I'm happy. However, it does mean that the newer cards will be more expensive for people looking to buy singles and things like that, right? Peter Pan Shadow Catcher. So we've got Peter Pan Shadow, we've got Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and now we've got Peter Pan Shadow Catcher. You're not getting away from me this time. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, exert chosen opposing character. Do you know what? That is very, very, very strong. That's an incredible... Like, okay, just look at the ability, guys. Don't look at the stats. Don't look at the fact it's uninkable. Ignore all that. Look at the ability. Just look at the ability. That is incredibly strong. That is an insane ability. It's one of the strongest abilities in the game, almost. Maybe not quite, but it's very good. So how bad are the stats on the card? Well, not that bad, to be honest with you. Because you don't want to quest with this card. You just want to leave it on the board, right? You just want to leave it on the board chilling. Right? Very similar to Pinocchio. It costs more. Is it better than Pinocchio? Maybe. I think it might be. I like the look. I think this card's good. I think this card's very good. I think this will see competitive play. Maybe just as a one-off, but that's fine, right? Like the amount of value this guy can get you. Best played on turn 5, interestingly, because you're at 4 ink. You play the Peter Pan. You want to ink instantly, right? You don't want to play this on turn 4. You want to play this on turn 5. Because then it's coming through like a Pinocchio. It's slow in terms of tempo, but you gain tempo back because you're gaining board control with it, right? It's not necessarily a blurple card, I would argue. Might be. It's certainly better in Sapphire than anywhere else because obviously you can do it multiple times. But even outside of Sapphire, it could be quite good. It is uninkable, though. It is uninkable. But I think this card's actually very good. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Hey, Spessy, good job in Seattle. It was fun watching your stream. Thanks, Bibo. I'm going to watch... I haven't watched that game back yet. I wish I got to... My goal was... I was really happy when I got picked for stream round 1. That was very kind of the production team and whoever decided that. So thanks. That was cool. But it was then my goal. I was like, right, I want to get back on. But unfortunately, misplayed. Literally the second turn after I was on stream, I threw the tournament away. Made a misplay which cost me a 2-0 against the guy that actually ended up finishing top 16. Didn't deserve to make it. I knew going into Seattle, like my deck wasn't that good. It was good enough. Incredibly difficult to play, which is probably a big reason I loved it so much. It was so much fun to play because it was really complicated, which is quite surprising for an aggro deck, right? But every decision mattered. I got to 19, I think, 3 times when going second and just couldn't quite cross the finish line. And I think that if I was better, I think the deck was good enough to win the whole tournament. Maybe not. The deck probably wasn't good enough to win the whole tournament. It struggled too much in certain matchups, but it was fun. Whatever. I think if I played better, I would have made day 2. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Pixie Dust. This is very similar to Maui's Fishhook. Good card in Sealed, I think. Faith and Trust. Exert. Spend 2 ink. Chosen character gains Challenger 2 and Evasive until the start of your next turn. I think this card's got potential. There's like a reason to play this card, right? Evasive until the start of your next turn is no joke. Like imagine this with like a little Robin Hood sharpshooter, like some kind of engine card which wants to quest each turn. Good card. Expensive card. Probably not going to see competitive play for that reason, but very powerful ability. In at 5 cost, we've got Sisu in her element. I'm a water dragon. This is water. It's my sort of thing. Okay, hot take. My least favorite character. Hey, Lolo, great to see you. My least favorite character in the whole of Disney is Sisu. Hot take alert. Do you know why? Because I watched Raya the Last Dragon after set 4 release, where we had the legendary Sisu. And I was like, oh, Sisu's going to be so cool. I had like this idea of what Sisu was going to be doing in my head. And then Sisu opened their mouth. And I'm never going to be able to get over that. I'm never going to be able to get over that. The voice just, it threw me off. It really did. And that card's pants, I think. Once you play any DLC, you realize just how difficult it is. Absolutely. So yeah, super glad I did. I think it's honestly given me a lot of really, really important context for myself as a caster. In particular, I think it's just obviously helpful when I'm casting these events. You know, I've done it myself now, so I can kind of put myself in players' shoes a little bit more. But actually, honestly, moreover, I think for my meta reports and this kind of thing, where often I'm very critical of players' decks and choices, arguably overly so. I'm not going to change that because I think that's quite entertaining, and I think that's what people appreciate about my content. You don't want just, oh, this is so good, this deck's insane. You want my honest opinion. But it's also going to allow me to really try and understand how did a deck like this do so well when these tournaments are so difficult. And particularly, like, I spent so long trying to build some spicy decks for Seattle, and it was so difficult to build anything that I actually felt good about. Which makes me respect like these wacky decks which made Top Cut with Seattle so much more. As a result. So yeah, overall, super happy I played. Would have liked to have done better, but never mind. 5 cost Uninkable, Mama Odie, Solitary Sage, 4/5, quest for 1. I've got to do everything around here. Whenever you play a song, you may move up to 2 damage counters from chosen character to... I don't know. Feels weird trying to build a best of 2 deck that also... I don't know. I think best of 2 decks and best of 3 decks aren't actually so different from each other, honestly. I know what you mean, though. It's definitely a bit different, but I think best of 2 and best of 3, you should treat them the same. A deck which is good in best of 2 is just going to be good in best of 3 as well. Probably. I don't think it makes actually a big difference at all. It does make a difference, but I don't think that much of one. Seeking the Half Crown. Now, this is definitely a story... You know, Lorcana story-filled card. For each sorcerer character you have in play, you pay 1 ink less to play this action. Draw 2 cards. Not sure how many sorcerers there are. I think there's quite a lot. This is another card which is kind of interesting for a Robin Hood sharpshooter deck. You've got 3 wishes, whatever it's called. What's the card called that draws you 3 cards? I see the other half in the Inklands. What's my Jafar impression like? I don't know how Jafar sounds. Quick, my tiny companion, fetch me that crown, Jafar. So the half Hexwell crown is in the Inklands. We're gonna go into this in terms of like a story and theme, like what's going on with this card in terms of the Lorcana story. A bit more later. I don't know. I'm interested in your thoughts. What is going on here? Someone's mentioned, is this the hourglass that we saw for Iago? Yeah, Finders Keepers. Finders Keepers. So this Iago, there's a hourglass of some kind being smashed. And here, Jafar's telling him to fetch the crown. We'll take a look at finders, keepers, and all that. We'll do that a bit later. I want to keep looking through the cards for now, though. But then we're going to go story mode and try and find out what's happening. You could say I'm big on the catch, not so much on the release. Hades, Lord of the Dead. During an opponent's turn, whenever one of your other characters is banished, gain 2 lore. Hey, Beg, what's up? It'd be good. Hades, Lord of the Dead. So, obviously, if you've got this down and Be Prepared comes through, just to clear up how that's going to work, you will gain lore for all of your characters, not including Hades banished. The way it works, Be Prepared comes through, the cards are then removed from the board. Hades is removed at the same time as all the others, so it sees them being removed. So this is good against Be Prepared. So this is a card which could be good in a aggro-ish style deck, which kind of caps out at 6 ink. Maybe like an Amber Amethyst with Lantern comes to mind, although there's a lot of competition for 6 cost uninkables in that kind of deck, with Perdita also being a card. Also worth noting, it doesn't synergize with Chernobog's Followers and Magic Brooms because it's specifically in your opponent's turn. Synergy with the new Lilo coming back over and over. Yeah, perhaps. Baloo Hades is 4 lore. Yeah. This card's good, right? I don't think it's that good, though. I think the fact it's uninkable. 6 cost uninkable, specifically. Hi, Eddie. In Canada. Again, guys, reminder, if you're in the United States of America, make sure, if you are able to, exercise your right to vote today. And I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the action later. I don't think I should talk politics. I think those days are behind me, as much as I'd love to. I'm quite into my politics as it goes, but I'm not going to share my political opinions on you. Just go and vote. Thoughts on the 4? Yeah, the 4 cost Unink Genie? Is that? You mean the Ink Genie? Or is it in a different ink color? Because I haven't got to it. I don't know. This card's good, but I think Amber Amethyst is the home for this one, is my gut feeling, with Lantern. I cooked up a Amber Amethyst Lantern deck for Seattle, which I actually never even tested. But this card, if this card existed, I would have tested it. Scar, the Temptuous Lion with Rush and Challenger. I don't think it's very good, right? Again, 6 cost uninkable. I think Amethyst and Ruby are the only ink colors which have Rush, with one exception. What's the exception, guys? Amethyst and Ruby are the only ink colors with Rush, but there's one exception. I think there's only one exception in the game. But yeah, I think there's just better Rush options, right? Yeah, Emerald Beast from set 1, exactly. The Beast, is it Wolfsbane, I think? Don't think we've seen the second legendary. Oh! There it was. Tinkerbell, Queen of the Azurite Fairies. This card sucks. Whenever this character quests, your other fairy characters gain +1 lore this time. Rubbish. Oh my goodness, guys. We're 4 for 4 legendaries. 4 for 4 on legendaries that are kind of nuts. What? The wonderful trick. This card's absurd. There's a lot to digest with this card. I like the frame break, by the way. I like the frame break on this one. Almost covering the 7. If it was a different number, it might have actually gotten there. Whenever you play a card, draw a card. That sounds quite good. At the end of your turn, put all of the cards in your hand on the bottom of your deck in any order. Is this, guys, first question, most important question, guys, focus. Is this good in mill? That's the question I want to know. Is it good in mill? Because I think it might be. And if it's good in mill, that makes me excited. Because this card sounds so fun. Now hear me out, right? Now obviously we're going to talk about its use cases outside of mill, but you guys, I just want to do mill, all right? That's all I want to play this set. So I play mill, mill, mill. You think your opponent, like, you think it's satisfying, guys, discarding the last card from your opponent's hand? Wait until you experience milling the last card of your opponent's deck. Mwah! There's no better feeling. There's no better feeling. So at the end of your turn, you put all the cards in your hand on the bottom of your deck. So even though this draws you cards, you can then put them back, right? So for a mill deck, like you're going to play a 60 card mill deck now because there's lots of ways of milling your opponent. You can get away with drawing a few, and then you can also put cards back with Genie as well, right? So you can actually play this in mill. Might be good in mill, in fact. Like imagine you have the Genie down, and then bam, you draw into a simple little Mad Hatter. Bam! Play the Mad Hatter. Draw a card. You draw into a Very Merry on Birthday. Bam! Mill! 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 Pew, 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 pew. All the non-mill cards you shuffle back into your deck at the end of the turn. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I need 4 of these, and I need them right now. So, outside of mill, where I think it might be good, the more I think about it. Outside of mill, is it good elsewhere? Well, shift 5. Let's take a quick look at the other genies that exist. I can't find the tab. What is going on? I am very confused. That's fine. I'll just open a new one. Boop. What are the other genies? I know there's a lot in Emerald. Oh, there's also the lamp. Don't forget about the lamp, guys. The ever impressive. Yeah, they all look like pretty awful shift options, don't they? Don't want to play any of these, so no good shift target. You could argue this is not a bad shift target, actually, right? The Wish Fulfilled is actually a pretty good shift target, even though it's obviously a card that you're quite happy to have anyway. Like, the big Genie is so good that you don't mind shifting onto a quite good card, probably. I'm going to get milled at set 6 set champs. Oh, I hope so. I hope so. My plan for release day is head into London, get my product, come home, stream opening packs, and every time I pull a mill card, it goes straight into the sleeve. And then I'm going to play mill and nothing else for hours. It's going to be great. So sorry, guys. You're probably going to see mill at a store near you. I'm sorry. I'm not. Mill's really fun. Mill in Lorcana is actually the most interesting mill of any game I've ever played. I think it's so fascinating. The fact that you can literally never quest and win. Oh. So is this card good elsewhere? It's very expensive. There's no good shift target apart from Morph. And potentially that 4-cost Genie is also not a bad shift target because it's just quite a good card in its own right. Also a shift target which draws your card. So I think you want to shift it. I think playing it on turn 7 is too slow. Of course, therefore, you could play it with some ramp. Amber with the Lantern, but more of a Sapphire come to mind. This card's just very, very cool. This has got to be good. It's got to be good. It's not going to be a card you put in every deck, but it's a really cool card. And it's going to be super fun. And it is going to make my mill deck bonkersly fun. So, thumbs up for me. Very, very cool card. I don't know how good it is, though. Very hard to tell. Was there any flavor text on either of these? No. And there is an 8-cost, a 9-cost rather. Rafiki! The Ethereal Guide. Quest for 4, that's quite a lot. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your ink core, you may draw a card. Shift 7. Very cool artworks on both of these. For me, it's not very good, though. Too expensive. It's uninkable. Right. Drawing a card in Amethyst. Who cares? So I think this one's not very good. Clarabelle checks before going into the bag. So how does this work with Clarabelle? At the end of your turn, put all the cards in your hand on the bottom of your deck in any order. Isn't Clarabelle also at the end of your turn? At the end of your turn. Yeah, you could just choose which order, right? Surely. Clarabelle checks before going in the bag. Wouldn't you just be able to put both in the bag because it's the same trigger? It's like usually the bag we refer to the bag when we're talking about like mid-turn abilities, but these both say at the end of your turn. So I would assume it's the player's choice as to which order you do this in. So you could go for the genie, put everything away first, and then the Clarabelle draws you. But I'm not convinced that you actually want both, to be completely honest. But for the effect to activate to go into the bag, your opponent has to have more cards. Sure. You can't choose the order? Why would you not be able to choose the order? How would it be dictated? It's not like positioning is a thing in Lorcana, right? It's not like the card to the left goes first, because that's not a thing. They get checked at trigger and resolution. Yeah. So my understanding of how this would work is you pick which goes first. Let's say you've got 7 cards in your hand and your opponent has 1. Right? You end your turn, and then Clarabelle and Genie abilities go into the bag. You can choose if you want Clarabelle to go first, where you draw cards and then get rid of them all with Genie. Or obviously what you would do is you would get rid of all your cards with Genie and then draw with Clarabelle. They only get checked at trigger and resolution if there was a statement within the conditions. Right. So I think what Venadir is saying is you could only do it if you still had less cards in hand. Right. That's interesting. So this is one of the more weird interactions, right? Before going into the bag, if opponent has less cards, no bag for... Yeah, that makes sense. And that also, what Ben said here, they get checked at trigger and resolution. So you have to meet the condition of Clarabelle in order for her thing to go into the bag. So if you have 7 cards in hand, your opponent has 6, your Genie gets rid of them all, your Clarabelle trigger then doesn't go through, right? Whereas if you have 5 cards in hand and your opponent has 6, Clarabelle triggers, Genie triggers, and then they're both in the bag and you choose which order. Very interesting. Okay, cool. Good to know. I don't think there's going to be many situations you play both Clarabelle and Genie, to be honest. But maybe you do. Thanks, everybody. All right, that's Amethyst. So, Amber, our kind of thoughts on Amber, if you just joined us, was there's a lot of bad cards. There's a lot of very, very poor cards. But then there's a handful of very, very good cards. In particular, we think Simba is... I don't think it's that good. I think it's very exciting and has huge potential. The cards I'm most, in terms of power level, impressed by is Tiana and the Sugar Rush Speedway in Amber. But then also big shout outs to Simba and Lilo, who also work quite well together. Then in terms of Amethyst, oh my goodness, Amethyst. Oh, Amethyst is making me very happy. Mainly because there's mill cards and I'm a freak who likes weird decks. So I'm very excited about all the mill cards. I don't think they're going to be particularly good, but they're going to be particularly fun for me. The Diablo card is absurdly strong. I think it's a contender for best card in the game. The more I think about that statement, which I know is an outrageous statement, the better I feel about it. I think Diablo Obedient Raven is the best card in the set and maybe in the game. However, there's also very, very, very other good one-cost characters in Amethyst already. Magic Broom and China Box followers. Which means it's not going to have a huge impact because it's very, very comparable to those cards. I think it's probably better than both, though. I think it's the best version of them with that upside of also being a potential shift target. I think this is a great card, though. Really, really good. So, yeah, the Diablo's great. There's some cool mill cards which make me very excited. Maleficent Staff has some potential. White Rose is quite good. I think Tinkerbell and Magic Carpet are very good. The Madam Mim, I think, is pretty good. The Genie's good. The Iego's not terrible. I think Amethyst looks great. I think Yzma's insane. I think Peter Pan Shadowcatcher's good. Hades is quite good. I think Genie's really cool. There's a lot of really, really good cards in Amethyst, actually. Do I think any of the cards are as good as Amber? Well, as I've just said, I think that Diablo is maybe the best card in the set, but big asterisks on that. Huge asterisks. It's not going to make a huge difference to the feeling of Amethyst decks because it's so similar to Magic Broom and Churnabox Followers, which are two, in my opinion, best cards in the game already. So the Diablo is not actually going to make a big difference to the power level of Amethyst as a ink color, right? It's going to improve it slightly, very slightly, despite being that good, which is a bit of a weird, seems kind of like an oxymoron that it's the best card of the game, but it's not actually making a big difference. That's why a lot of people would say, Specie, you're wrong. It's not the best card of the game. Stop talking rubbish. That's kind of fair enough, honestly, but I still stand by it. I think it's an absolutely incredible card. Whereas, and then a lot of the other cards, I think like the Yzma can make a big difference. I think the Yzma and the Genie are two cards which make a big difference. I think the Yzma in particular is an absurdly strong card. But like the Amber cards, I would say the Tiana and the Sugar Rush Speedway are making like bigger impacts overall to their archetypes, especially the Sugar Rush Speedway. But Amethyst, I like a lot this set. So far, also all 4 legendaries are good. Super rares, there was like 2 out of 3 good super rares. I'm not super convinced by Jim Hawkins, which is unfortunately the foil super rare in the starter deck. I don't think the card's very good, unless it's like an actual pirate deck is discovered. And then the super rares here, the Mad Hatter I don't think is very good, but I'm super excited for it. I think it's going to be a really fun card. So I'm happy with that. The Madam Mim, truly marvelous. Weird card, but I think it's going to prove to be a lot better than people realize. Why do I feel so good about Diablo? It's a 1-cost card which draws you a card whenever it's banished. Like, there's like nothing bad about it, right? It's inkable. It's like, why would you not play the card? Like, what? When is this card bad? It's the same reason I love Magic Brooms and Shadowbox, which, by the way, is still, to this day, the 2 most underrated cards in the game, I think. Even though they see a ton of competitive play now. Like, do you remember the days, guys, when Ruby Amethyst players were only playing Churnabogs and not Magic Brooms, and how much I was pulling my hair out? That aged pretty well. My take on Brooms and Churnabogs aged quite well. I see a world where when I go to build an Amethyst deck now, I'm going to be very, very, very hard pressed not to start my deck off with 4 copies of Diablo, 4 copies of Churnabogs Followers, and 4 copies of Magic Broom. I actually think that the cards all get better with the more of them that there are, because your turn 2 suddenly can become, Diablo Magic Broom, Diablo Churnabogs, which I think is an incredibly strong turn 2. This card's insanely good. It's so good. Like with a Magic Broom or a Churnabogs Followers, you quest with it, and then when your opponent's able to remove lots of your cards, then you draw. With this, you don't need to get rid of it. Your opponent still has to deal with it, and you still draw. Oh, it's so good. This card is only bad on top. It's not even bad top deck, though. It's good top deck. Because it's always drawing you a card, unless they use Let It Go or something, right? It's not even a bad top deck. I know what you mean. Yeah. Very, very cool card. The Sisu, I think, is bad. I don't think it's good. But it is going to be funny to mill yourself for the 60-card Dragon deck, if that's possible. So Amethyst, I'm a big, big fan of. I'm going to move on to Emerald. But I am going to go get myself a drink and a short break, because I've been talking for 2.5 hours and I'm pretty tired. Emerald has the best... Damn it. My hyperbole. Emerald has one of the best cards of the set. Emerald has... Okay, so interesting talking about before I go. Right? My take is that this card is... I think this card is the best card in the game. If you point a gun to my head and say, especially, what is the best card in Distant Lorcana? My answer is Diablo Obedient Raven. Right now. That'll probably change tomorrow. But right now, that's my answer. However, I think it's making a small impact on the meta. Very small. Almost unnoticeable. Almost. Because there's so many other good similar cards that do a similar thing. Now, in Emerald, I think that there's a card which is definitely not the best card in the set on paper, but it's going to have the biggest impact, or one of the biggest impacts, despite that. And that is this card. Honey, Lemon, Chemical Genius in the starter deck. And the reason is because it says discard a card, and it's inkable. This card is like on its own very, 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 very good. But when you consider the role this fills in Emerald decks, it turns into, in my opinion, the best card of the set. In terms of impact, maybe, possibly, I don't know. One of the best cards. My hyper is hard, man. There's so many good cards. But I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink. I'll be like 2 minutes. Yeah, be right back. Alright. I found I actually had a water bottle already filled up, which is a bit of a touch. And I made a new life choice to stop putting my creatine downstairs where I always forget to take it. And instead it's upstairs. Pog. Do I have a glass? Damn it. So close, but yet so far. All right. Yeah, so this card's insanely good. Mate, my lighting is not doing me justice. It's too bright. Look, when I'm far away, I don't look quite as... Oh! You get me? It's a bit much, innit? My lighting is not doing me any favours. And let's be honest, I need all the help I can get. Ooh, that might be better. Oh, it's exactly the same. There's something wrong with my white balance, I think. I don't know. No idea. Let's go with that. Whatever. All right. Who cares? Yeah, but so this card for me, and I have jumped ahead, is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of reasons why. You're going to love this. Do you know who's not going to love this? Everyone else that's not playing. Also, guys, look on my desk what I just found. Just casually lying around on my desk. Don't mind if I do, eh? Don't mind if I don't. No flex. I got some other cool things to show, but I'm not sure what I'm allowed to show, so I'm not going to show you. That was just on my desk. Pretty cool. Mate, this camera is... I'm not too happy with that. The lighting is very, very scuffed. Why is it... Oh no, it's following me. It's kind of cool though, isn't it? Alright. Sorry. Why is this inkable? Honestly, good question. Kind of agree. Would this card be good if it was uninkable with the same stats? Would I still be excited for it? Yeah. I think I would still play this if it was uninkable. Honestly. So why is this card so good? Well, when you're evaluating cards, obviously what you're not able to just evaluate the card on its own. Like on its own, it's not that impressive. Like if you compare it to, I don't know, let's say Hypnotize. It's not that much better than Hypnotize. Right? But it's just another card which discards a card instantly, which is very, very important. A big problem a lot of discard decks have is that you get your opponent down to that last card that they have in hand, and then you can't finish the job. Well, having 4 more cards which are inkable and say discard a card is just incredible. Oh, let's go, Vanda. Great to see you. I remember that. No worries. So, this is huge. This is a huge buff for every discard deck that's not Amber Emerald. And I say not Amber Emerald because Amber already has You Have Forgotten Me and Daisy Duck at 4. Which I think is a very good card. This is like a better version of the Amber Daisy Duck, which is a card I've been very, very high up on for a very long time. I actually built a Amber Emerald aggro discard deck in Seattle Prep, which I had high hopes for, but sadly it sucked. But this card's just incredible. There's nothing bad about this card. It's not even bad to play on turn 2 necessarily, right? It's a card you can play on turn 2 if you've got nothing better. You can sing Sudden Chill. Moreover, if you're a 5 ink, you've discarded their whole hand, you don't need to use the pay 2. You can go like Prince John and Honey Lemon. You go mega wide and start questing. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. As I say, like having those 4 extra cards, which can discard a card. If you look at Emerald Steel, a lot of the Emerald Steel decks ended up running 4 copies of Ana, because that's a card which can discard. It costs you 5 to do it. It's uninkable. Whereas Honey Lemon, and it's pretty difficult to justify the Ana outside of Steel because, like the damage part. But this is just absurd. It's so good. You can make 1 turn after Prince John. Oh, it's an incredible card. 4 copies of this, please. It's in the starter deck too. The Emerald starter deck seems absurdly strong. I haven't looked too in depth at the starter decks, but from my limited experience with them is the Emerald one is significantly stronger. So Fred, mascot by day. Whenever this character is challenged, gain 2 lore. This card's interesting. It's definitely not bad. The question is it good? I think it's quite good. It's going to be good in particular. Like, you're not going to play this card in Emerald Amethyst, for example. Again, when you're trying to evaluate cards, what's important to remember is, like, where is this card good? This card is going to be good in a color combination which has a lack of good 1-drops. So it's not going to be good, for example, in Emerald Amethyst, probably, where you have Diablo and you have Brooms and Chernobogs. Where might it be good is, for example, in Ruby Emerald, which has a distinct lack of 1 cost characters, which are any good. Also could be good in hyper aggro. So maybe it could actually be good in Emerald Amethyst. Who knows? I think the card's good. I think the card's quite good. Not amazing. 2 tools. Every Lost Boy has a favorite hiding spot. 2 tools has 12. Sure. Myrtle. Get out of my way before I run you over. That's just a bit rude. I'm not even commenting on them. They're just vanilla cards. Prepare to board is an action. Bring me the treasure. Bring me that ship. And bring me Peter Pan. Captain Hook. I'm not sure why he's got a farmer accent, but there you go. Chosen character gets +2 strength this turn. If a pirate character is chosen, they get +3 strength instead. This card then needs to say, and draw a card. Then I'd be interested. Without it, no. Mosquito Bite. Don't move. A mosquito has chosen me as her perch. She's so beautiful. What is that? What film is this from, mate? What film is this from, guys? Put 1 damage counter on chosen character. No, thank you. I would not like to do that. Transport Pod, we actually talked about earlier on in the stream. Give them a show. At the start of your turn, you may move a character of yours to a location for free. Lilo and Stitch. Okay, nice one. I need to watch that. I've not watched it in a very, very long time. We've reinvented the very cool concept, the very concept of transportation. So this card has some potential with the new Sugar Rush Speedway in Amber, which is this super rare card, which also has an Enchanted, which seems like one of the best cards of the set. When you move a character here from a location, you may banish this location to gain 3 lore. It costs 6 to move a card here, so you need some way of cheating a card in here for free, which the Transport Pod can do. Having said that, it's most likely that the Sugar Rush Speedway is going to be played in Ruby Amber instead, with things like Tuk Tuk, as we discussed earlier on. But a card to keep an eye on. This is a card with potential, no doubt about it. It's also an item. Maybe there's some pretty good locations in Sapphire. It's also at the start of your turn. It's not like something you can do mid-turn. Probably not great, but definitely an interesting one to keep an eye on. The little trickster we already talked about. Go to Margot, the darting dynamo. With evasive, quest for 1, stop whining woman up. When you play this character, you may pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on chosen opposing character. Any news from the US election, guys, by the way? Is there any, big news in terms of... I'm guessing not. Guessing we won't have any good idea about the results until much, much later on. I'm going to be keeping a close eye. Yeah, it's still early, exactly. So Go to Margot. When I first saw it, I loved the look of it. Because it has got some serious potential. But I don't know. Again, any card which can gain lore without questing, as I've said, is a card I'm kind of interested in. Feels a bit like a build-around card. This card has potential. I can see a world where... okay. Here's an idea, guys. Amber Emerald, hear me out, with Go to Margot and this song we were looking at. I Won't Give In. Return a character with cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. Seems like a good target for that, maybe. Obviously, the question is how are you going to get damage counters into your opponent's cards? I'm not sure. But how hard can it be, really? Even 1 damage counter, right? It's not bad. It's evasive as well. It's a Diablo answer. I think it's very much to the Diablo meta that we're living in. By the way, least favorite card in all of Disney Lorcana? Diablo Legendary. Not a fan. I don't like it at all. Honestly, Hidden Cove. If it wasn't for Hidden Cove, I wouldn't hate it so much. Hidden Cove is part of the problem there, I think. I got rolled twice by the absolute nut draw of Diablo in Seattle. It was so frustrating. Like, my opponent goes turn 1 Diablo. I had bare fire cannons in hand, but I was like, if I really did that, it's too slow. Bang! Next turn, shift Diablo, Hidden Cove, Sing Storm Rage on. I was like, okay, I guess I lose. Fun. It was not fun. That was like where I was like I had to win all my games or I was out, and then that happened. I was very salty. Very, very salty. If my opponents around there, they will be able to verify it. I was very salty. And I let them know. Mosquito Bite is an emerald action. It's not enough. You can just deal damage with characters, right? You can challenge something and then play this. I think is the reality of the fact. Something like that. Yeah, this card's got potential. Gazelle, when you play this character, chosen character gains evasive. This card's quite good. It's like a Tinkerbell, but cheaper. Probably prefer Tinkerbell though. Olivia Flaversham. Oh my goodness. I love your father, mate. One second. I'm seeing this issue. Olivia, how is it to have the toy maker as your father? She searched high and low in the Illuminary for any hint of Basil. Instead, she found something completely unexpected. What did she find? That's definitely a story card, right? What did she find? Guys! What did she find? Olivia. Heffalumps and Woozles. Song in Emeralds that costs 3 or less. Ursula, Deceiver of all potential. Chosen opposing character can't quest during the next turn. Draw a card. Mill. This is a great card for Mill. If honey's what you cover, you'll find that they love it. Yeah, this card's actually very good, I think. I think a card which is 3 cost or less song in Emerald should never be sniffled at. It draws a card. Similar to Strike a Good Match is kind of the most comparable card. In a sense. I like this card. I like this card quite a lot. Megabots. This item enters play exerted. Banish this item. You can exert it to banish this item, to banish chosen item, banish chosen damaged character. And it's uninkable. Megabot, more like mega. Not. Galactic Communicator. 2 costs, uninkable item. The best way to keep in touch with those you're looking for. Ooh, could this be story themed? We know that Jafar's looking for the crown. It says those. I don't think so. 1 ink, banish this item. Return chosen character of strength 2 or less to their player's hand. The fact that item banishes is a little bit unfortunate, isn't it? Probably a bit of a deal breaker. Seems quite bad. 3, Jasmine, the Royal Seafarer. I like this card. We talked about it in a video already. When you play this character, you can either exert chosen damage character or chosen opposing character gains reckless. Mill could be a mill card. There's obviously a legendary Jasmine we're going to look at quite soon as well. This card's grown on me a lot since I saw it revealed. While this character is exerted, opposing pirate characters can't quest. Upper hand, whenever this character is challenged, draw a card. This is an example of a card which, when you look at it in a vacuum, it looks kind of mediocre. Like, whatever, who cares? But this is the kind of card which all you need for a card to be good is it to be good in one specific ink color. So are you going to play this with Amethyst? No. Are you going to play this in Ruby? Yeah, probably. You might just play it in Ruby, right? Quest for 2, draw a card. Emerald Ruby has such a lack of card draw that I think you're going to be quite interested in playing this card in that color combination. I love a bit of Ruby Emerald, so. All right, big card in terms of story, guys. Big card in terms of story. Basil the Hypnotized Mouse. Footprints from a large ... owl. With droplets of water. Clearly some avian menace has crossed the Azurite Sea and has absconded with the crown. What does absconded mean? Absconded. Absconded. I'm guessing run off. To go away suddenly and secretly in order to escape from somewhere. I mean, we saw the owl cross the Azurite Sea, right? From Amber, but is that really the owl? Maybe. So maybe somehow Owl from Amber has got its hands on the crown. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, what are they doing on the pirate ship of the Azurite Sea? They've left the Great Illuminary and they're looking to fix things, right? So maybe this is a sign that our heroes on the Pooh pirate ship have delivered the goods. I don't know. We're going to talk more about the story as we go, but definitely a key card. Does Archimedes? It could be Archimedes. It seems like it might more be owl though, right? But yeah, who knows? Some kind of owl. I think it's just all this slot on the ship with the owl in the top, right? It makes sense. Like these are, you know, the heroes on the ship looking to do the business, save the day. We've got the trailer of the Azurite Sea already out as well. Have we? Have we actually got the trailer? Yeah, we have, right? So we can look back at that as well. Now we've got all the flavor text. It's probably going to put more context into that trailer. I think we have got the trailer. Donald Duck first mate. While you have a captain character in play, this character gets +2 lore. A promotion. It's about time someone recognised my natural leadership skills. This card's quite good. This card's actually very good if it quests for 3. 1 strength less than Mickey Mouse vanilla, but being able to quest for 3 would be no joke. I think this card's actually very, very good. Just obviously depends how many captains actually are there. Probably not that many you're interested in. Speaking of cards that I think are very good, Prince Philip, the Royal Explorer. A clear head and a calm hand will see you through uncharted waters. It's got ward. And it has more than 2 strength. And that's important because it cannot be hit by Sisu Ice Block. Not many cards in Disney Lorcana which cannot be hit by Sisu Ice Block, but this is one of them. There's a bunch of good ward cards actually in Emerald that we're going to be looking at. There's a 4 cost and a 5 cost. Got Alistair Cray, the ambitious entrepreneur. I have no idea what he's from. Big Hero 6 maybe? 3 cost Inkable, 2/4, quest for 1. An eye for tech. When you play this character, if an opponent has an item in play, gain 1 lore. I don't think so, mate. Bellwether Assistant Mayor. This card has... some cards grow on you. What's the opposite of grow? This card has shrunk on me, mate. Doesn't quite sound right, does it? This card shrunk on me. Fear always works. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, chosen opposing character gains Reckless during their next turn. Obviously, there's some potential support here for Sapphire Emeralds. I don't know, though. Maybe. I talked about this card a lot in a video previously. You came back. This is a very interesting card. And it's gone enchanted. You came back. Nobody gets left behind. Stitch. Huh? No flavor text on enchanteds. Wait a second. No, has that always been the case, guys? Never noticed that before. This is incredibly expensive and incredibly uninkable for such an ability. However, Ruby, Emerald, Robin Hood, right? Imagine this. Guys, think about this, okay? I quested my Robin Hood sharpshooter. Bam! You came back. Ready's my Robin Hood. I quested my Robin Hood sharpshooter. Bang! You came back. I ready my Robin Hood Sharpshooter. I quested my Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Bam, you came back. It's not terrible. You certainly wouldn't want to play 4 of them, but like 1 or 2. 1 enchanted, you came back in my deck. That sounds... I love Robin Hood Sharpshooter. This card's quite good, I think. Specifically with Robin Hood. Perilous Maze, the Watery Labyrinth. Lost in the Waves. Whenever a character is challenged while here, each opponent chooses and discards a card. This card's not bad. This card's not bad because it has 8 willpower against passive law. I don't think it's particularly good, though. This is similar to the Amber location we looked at earlier, which the problem is that they can just challenge the location first and then deal with the characters. But this is not that easy to deal with, so I prefer this one, but it's probably not very good. Owl Island. All right, what is that? What is this? What is Owl Island, guys? And is this to do with the lore? This seems like it might be something to do with what's going on. The owl that's got the giant owl that's got the crown. Same stat line as Library, yeah, but it's a lot worse than Library. And I think Library is good, but also slow. I don't think the card's good. For each character you have here, you pay 1 ink less for the first action you play each turn. Whenever you play a second action in a turn, gain 3 lore. None of the enchanted cards ever, or just this one? Owl Island, I think, is Lorcana original. Owl Island. Very interesting. This card's quite good, isn't it? Isn't this card kind of good? Whenever you play a second action in a turn. Okay, I have a question. If I play 4 actions, do I gain 6 lore? Yeah, you came back, lets you double quest playing cards, yep. Is this card good? Hey, Coffin Card Games. It's once a turn trigger. Whenever you play a second action in a turn. That was the 4th action, but it was a second action. But it doesn't... Second action in a turn. Yeah, in a turn, I play 2 actions. That was my second action. And then I play 2 more actions. That was my second action. Maybe. I agree. Probably not. But I think it's worth posing the question. Will definitely be an important one to get clarified. I do agree. But songs are action. Yeah, Ursula for sure. Yep. This card has potential. It'd likely read every 2 actions. Yeah, I agree. It's a second, not every second. Okay, Ben says 1, 2, 3, 4. We can trust Ben. Damn it. That's probably for the best, though. The secluded entrance of Owl Island. Is this our ship farers? Bam. Where is Basil? Where is Basil? Basil might be on Owl Island, but he seems very surprised that there's a large ... owl question mark. So I don't think he is on Owl Island. Oh, I'm enjoying the story. I have to say I wasn't convinced by Lorcana's story of set 1, but that kind of makes sense. I'm kind of into it now. Stitch Alien Buccaneer, who is also going to be the promo card of the Stitch gift set with like a watery foily effect. Shift 3. When you play this character, if you use Shift to play him, you may put an action card from your discard on the top of your deck. Quest for 2. No. Misconception there. You would not be able to sing with Ursula. If you have something here, you're not able to. This does not help you sing. You pay ink less. So this would not allow you, for example, to sing a 4-cost song. If you have Ursula in Owl Island, she would still only be able to sing 3-cost songs. It doesn't reduce the cost to sing. You just pay less ink for it if you play it. There is ways of doing Zeus with Ursula. There's Atlantica, and there's the new 1-cost Naveen's ukulele. Banish this item. Chosen character counts as having +3 cost to sing songs this turn. Now that could do something, right? Especially because you can stack these, right? You could use 2 Naveen's ukuleles to sing a 9-cost song twice with Ursula. Is there any 9-cost songs? I hadn't thought about ukulele thingamajigger stacking earlier. That's kind of interesting. So Stitch. When you play this character, if you shift plane, you may put an action card from your discard on the top of your deck. What's a little bit weird about Stitch is that it's a shift card, which you're going to probably not want to shift in too early. Morph is an obvious target. I'm not sure there's that many good Stitches that you play early on in the game that are competitive. Yeah, Deceiver of All can sing Bruno already with Atlantica, but I do think Naveen's ukulele is better than Atlantica. We were talking about this much earlier on. You can rewind on the YouTube stream if you want. I was right at the start. So I think the question to ask is, what actions would you put on top of your deck? Well, obviously I'm looking at an Emerald Amethyst Mill deck, so I'm thinking, okay, maybe I could put like Second Star to the Right on top to make my opponent draw 5 more cards. It's also putting an extra card in your deck, so it's kind of helping you in a mill deck in that sense. Could be good, because I think Morph might be okay in that deck. Under the Sea, sure. Yeah, Under the Sea is not a bad point actually. Coffee and card games, I think it's a very reasonable point. Stitch plus Aerial would be enough, for example, to sing Under the Sea together, but it's only if you shift Stitch. You're welcome, because Stitch could sing it instantly. We don't talk about Bruno. It's just a very good card. Hypnotize. Be prepared. So you could play multiple Be Prepareds with this in theory, but obviously we're not going to expect to see Emerald Ruby Be Prepared suddenly. Whole New World actually is an interesting one in an Emerald Steel mill or non-mill, just Whole New World Emerald Steel. So it's an interesting card. It's a fun card. It honestly looks like it might be best in mill decks, right? It looks like it could be good in Emerald Steel mill and Emerald Amethyst mill potentially, but I don't think it's great at the moment. I could see it getting better though. This is quite an I quite like that card. I quite like it. Dawson, Basil's assistant, 3/4 quest for 2. By Jove, he must be around here somewhere. Basil, shout if huh? All right. Story card. Shout if And we saw Olivia Flaversham looking for Basil and then finding something unexpected, right? Was it a big slide? I don't know. This does let you know what this is Stitch. Does let you know what card is on top of your deck, so Sorcerer's Hat could grab it or Bruno. Yeah, very good point, Jason. Absolutely. That's a very good point. Heathcliff, the Stoic Butler. 3/3 Ward, quest for 3. Loyal Butler, training target, helicopter pilot, and completely unflappable. Another very good card. We saw a 3-cost card with 2 strength. Sorry, 2 willpower. So you're paying 1 extra ink for 1 extra willpower, which I mean is relevant because it can't be hit by Grab Your Swords. But I think this is the weaker of the 3 ward cards that are in like the 3, 4, 5 slots for Emerald the set. But I still think this card's very good. They're looking for Basil. Yes. They're looking for Basil. He's been hypnotized by Jafar, but What if like what's happened to him? Why is he falling? Where's he falling to? What's happened? Daisy Duck Pirate Captain also has an enchanted. Whenever one of your pirate character quests while at a location, draw a card. The answers we're looking for are on the other side of that maze. I just know it. Oh, look. Okay, story card. Look, the maze. They've arrived at the maze, and look, it's the Owl Island. So Owl Island is at the other side of the maze. We saw the maze in the thingamajigama, the video, the trailer. We're gonna watch the trailer and that afterwards. I'm pretty into the lore these days. The answers we're looking for are on the other side of that maze. So maybe they go to Owl Island and they all turn into owls. So the giant owl is not actually an owl. It's actually Mickey Mouse who turned into a giant owl or something. I don't know. Distant Shores. Whenever one of your pirate characters quests while at a location, draw a card. That is good. Isn't that good? Guys, that's good. Do you know what? That is really good. Yeah, this card's insanely strong. Potentially. She's holding a hidden ink caster. Yeah, that's a good point. But what Emerald Pirates? There's Captain Hook. And then you've got Emerald and a whole other ink color. That's the beautiful thing, right? Heathcliff and Moontus. Yeah, the Heathcliff's very good. It's just the 3 cost. The 3 cost is slightly better, is my point. I think Heathcliff's very good. Prince Philip. They're very, very similar cards, right? I would rather have, pay 1 ink less for 1 less willpower, basically. That's why I'm being a bit mean on Heathcliff. I think he's very good. I think he can see competitive play. This card's really strong. Super rare, super good. Super cool art. Is there any extra... No, there's no extra like Easter eggs about the story in the Enchanted here. Alright, and at 5, we've got Oh My Goodness Dingo. This card's bonkers. This card's bonkers. Clever design. Whenever this character quests, chosen character gains a ward until the start of your next turn. And it has a ward. And it quests for 3. That's a very good card. Some fun things you can do with it as well, by like giving Mickey Mouse Detective ward. Can give Robin Hood Sharpshooter ward, right? Like imagine I play this on 5. And then on 6 I play Robin Hood Sharpshooter, give it ward. Bam! So good. That's such a good card. So Jasmine, the other legendary, shift 5. When you play this character, if you use shift to player, return all other exerted characters to their player's hands. So there's definitely some potential with Jasmine in a mill deck. Lol. There's potential with Jasmine with Amethyst and the Maleficent Staff. Whenever one of your opponent's characters, items, or locations is returned to their hand from play game 1 lore. Ooh! Question. If I return 7 things, I gain 7 lore, right? Because it doesn't say whenever 1 or more. If it said 1 or more, I think you just gain 1 lore. But because it says whenever 1, you're counting each instance, right? It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, that's pretty spicy. That's pretty exciting. Obviously, you need to shift it. But it's got, even if you do shift it, it's got 5/5 stat line. Trades, like Maui trades when it challenges, and it quests for 2. Zeus is like the most efficient answer. This card's good. I like this card. It's another legendary card I like. It's another legendary card I like, guys. Worth noting, it's characters, not items and locations. Obviously, you can't have an exerted location as far as I'm aware, but... yeah. Speaking of good cards, it's Basil, the Disguised Detective. Any lore in this one? Because we know Basil's kind of the centerpiece man. No flavor text. What's going on in this artwork? What's going on in this artwork? Any hints? Basil, the Disguised Detective. What's he doing? He's looking in a mirror. Is that mirror important? Shift 4. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your ink roll, you may pay 1 ink to have chosen opponent choose and discard a card. That's got a lot of potential. Obviously, Sapphire comes to mind with Fishbone Quill and the like. Like, you could do 0 discard and then BAM! Out of nowhere. From the movie when he dresses up. Okay, cool. Good to know. I haven't seen the movie. Alright. Peter Pan. From memory, this card's a bit poop. This character enters play exerted. While this character is exerted, each opposing player can't gain lore unless one of their characters is challenged this turn. I just don't think it's very good. Bend to my will. At last, this is where your luck runs out. Uh-oh. Jafar. Seems like at last something's gone in his favor. Oh my goodness, Jafar. Each opponent discards all cards in their hand. Very, very powerful ability. Not a card I expect to see competitive play. However, what if you just play... also important to note, 7 cost. Very important, because if it costs 6, I would be having a very different opinion about this card. If it costs 6, you'd be able to play it for free with Robin Hood. Because it costs 7, you're not able to. Thank goodness, to be honest. This card is definitely a lot worse than a lot of people will think. You know, when people saw Prince John's mirror, they're like, sing a whole new world, then discard it. Honestly, that does sound quite good. That actually sounds like the best use case I've heard of it, man. Whole new world, bam, bend to my will. That sounds pretty good. I do think it's got potential. But it's kind of a build-around card, right? It's the kind of card you could just sneak in randomly as like a one-of as well. Surprise your opponent. Draw 14. Yeah, this card's got potential. So, Emerald. Overall, what do we think about Emeralds? Fred's quite good at 1 for some decks. Like Emerald Ruby, which have a lack of good options. Go-Go Tamago's got potential. Honey Lemon. Honey Lemon. Honey Lemon. Honey Lemon. Honey Lemon. Insane card. Olivia's, whatever, no one cares. Heffalumps is quite good. I think the Jasmine's okay. I think the Captain Hook might be alright. The Donald Duck's not bad. I think the Ward guys are all very good. Bellwether's interesting. You Came Back's kind of cool. Some pretty interesting locations, in particular Owl Island. Stitch is cool. The Daisy Duck seems good. The Jasmine... Oh, we somehow skipped a legendary Hercules. I think it's the first legendary that's not very good, actually. The Baby Demigod. I love the art, though. How cool is the art on this, mate? 6/3, quest for 2 with Ward. Spend 3 ink, deal 1 damage to chosen damaged character. Bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit of a weird card, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know how I skipped it. My bad. Yeah, this is the worst legendary we've seen so far. And it's actually not that bad. Again, 6 cost uninkable is just not a very pleasant number. Often, if you play a card and ink a card each turn, you run out at 5, right? Like, to have a 6 cost uninkable card is just going to make your deck very, very janky unless you have an abundance of card draw and you're playing it in Emerald where there's no ramp. I just don't think the card's very good. I struggle to see what the thought process is behind the design of this card. Oh, Megara. Okay, that's a... Okay. I changed my mind. I see. I changed my mind. Okay. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Do you know what? It's not as bad as I thought. I take it all back. Megara. If you guys don't know Megara, funny story. One of my decks I was testing for Seattle, which there was a lot of, and we're going to go through all of them at some point in another stream this week. One of the decks I tested was a Ruby Emerald Megara deck, and it was pretty good. Like, I think Megara made that deck better. If you guys don't know Megara, it's an insanely strong card. Probably one of the cards we slept on most ever. It was a set 4 card, which explains in Emerald, which explains why we slept on it, because it was a Bucky meta, and it was not a good Bucky card. Whenever you play a character named Hercules, you may ready this character. Now, this can sing, this can challenge, this can quest. Emerald has no cards called Hercules currently. Not a single one. Not a single Emerald card called Hercules until now. So that's what's going on there. That I was like, why have they designed this card? I don't get it. That's why. This card is very, 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 very good. Very, 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 very good, guys. This card is so good. Like, you can sing a whole new world with Megara and then play Hercules, ready it, and sing another whole new world. Just weird stuff like that. So that's what's going on with this Hercules card. It's support for Megara decks. You play Megara on 5 and then BAM! Hercules, the baby demigod, on 6. Who's just chilling. He's doing his thing. However, it's a 6 cost uninkable that's just got stats in all the weirdest of places, right? Spend 3 ink, deal 1 damage to chosen damage character. Aren't the big steel Hercs just better? Probably, but you can only play the steel Hercs in steel. I think that the best Hercules is the 3 cost Ruby Rush. So that's why I was looking at Ruby Emerald with Megara. I actually think it made the deck better. Like the Rush Hercules, it's like Rafiki from set 1. Like the big steel Hercules are not good. You only play. I don't think this card's good either. You only play this if you're playing Megara, but you could play this and the steel Hercules, and that's again like another mill deck potentially, right? Like Megara is probably the best way to play Emerald Steel Mill, something we slept on a lot. So this card I expect to be worth like nothing. I think it's a bad card, but that's the idea of it. I love the art. I really, really do. So yeah, overall, I think Emerald's very, very strong. I think the ward things are a little bit spooky. Like, I think this card is nutty. This card's really, really good, this goofy card. I think the Basil's very scary. The Jasmine's cool. I think the Basil is very, very spooky. The Daisy looks good. All these cards of ward look good. Owl Island is worth keeping an eye on. Bellwether maybe in a Emerald Sapphire deck. I think Captain Hook should not be underestimated. This Jasmine's not bad if you're shifting. This Donald Duck's quite good. I think Captain Hook, Prince Philip. There's like a high density of pretty playable cards here, right? There's a lot of pretty good cards. There's not that many like standout cards though. Maybe, right? But there's a high density of good Emerald cards in this set, which probably means the Emerald decks which have not, like, probably the way of looking at that is like Emerald Steel. I don't think got any new Emerald cards where I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to play that ×4 in my deck. I mean, maybe you do with Goofy, to be honest. Like, this card is very good. But the like underexplored archetypes like pirates and captains and locations and these kinds of things, it's more likely that these kinds of unorthodox decks like Sapphire Emerald, for example, become better. Like Emerald Ruby as well, I think became better with some of these cards. I will say that this card though, this card is insane. How did I do? Not great. I finished on 37 points. I was a bit disappointed, but I didn't play well. My deck was a little bit rubbish, which I knew going into it. And I got... it was fine margins. If I played better, I would have made it. If I played perfectly, I would have made it. But my deck was not great and very, very punishing for poor misplays. And yeah, I only queued red blue twice, and my deck was kind of designed to 2-0 Ruby Sapphire. And in fact, one game I didn't even 2-0 it. So the fact that I didn't even 2-0 one of the red blues, I got to 19. I missed my Benja, which was very annoying. I literally drew it like a turn too late for their fishbone. I got to 19. Misplayed. I think I could have got to 20. There was like 3 games I got to 19 going second. It was fine margins. I had a lot of fun. I played a broom deck. Yeah, that's my new nickname. I'm Broom Boy. Do you guys want to see the deck I played quickly while we're on this tangent before we start with Ruby? I'll show you my deck I played. It was really fun. I absolutely loved the deck. I had so much fun playing it. Alright, here's what I played in Seattle. $127 deck. Pretty cool, right? 12 uninkables. I played Shock, 4 copies of Chernobog's Followers, and 4 copies of Magic Broom. Who's surprised? No one's surprised. I also played 4 copies of Maleficent Biding Her Time. Okay, you guys are continuing to not be very surprised. Perhaps more surprisingly, I played 4 copies of Fire the Cannons. Didn't feel great about that. But I wanted to play 3, but I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to play... Did I miss the library? I cut the library. It's too slow. I could have played a copy or 2, I think. There's like... I'd say there's like 2 slots in this deck, which I don't think I optimized, and the rest was pretty optimized. Which I'll talk about. Library could have been in the deck times 2 or 3 or 4. Or maybe library was better. Library is not good in this deck, in my opinion. It was in the deck for the whole time, and I tested a lot, and I tested against very good players. Big shout out to Jan Moyen from Lorcana, who was my main testing partner. He had to suffer playing against this deck, which was not very good practice for him, but he very kindly helped me out a whole bunch. And that was also nice to have someone to bounce ideas off in Seattle. Him and I stayed together. He's an old friend of mine, if you guys didn't know. Known him for pre-Lorcana. I actually introduced him to Lorcana. Madam Mistake, times 4, obviously. No surprises there. BAM! That's right, I played 4 Yen Sids, and they were all in French. Not only did I play 4 French Sids, I played 4 French Yen Sids at a Disney Lorcana challenge. Woo! Unfortunately, didn't really work out. Did this card perform well? Oh yeah. I cannot take credit for the idea. I have to shout out Shaggy, who's someone that I actually played against on stream a few weeks ago from Gwent Community. And let me make sure I get the name right. Basically, 2 other guys had this idea. Someone want to set champs with it, and it's 2 guys I know. And so they were also helping me with like deck ideas as well. Rob the Risk Taker. Big shout out to those guys. The Yen Sid was so good, guys. It was like my deck was just a little bit rubbish. And I knew that. It just wasn't very good. It was just, like that does. I knew my deck wasn't that great, but it was almost good. And what the deck struggled with was going second. That was completely my downfall. I lost 2 games going first during the tournament, and one of them was getting completely omega rolled by Diablo, and the other one was against Amber Steel Songs, and I can't really remember what went wrong. I think it was like Naveen into a Whole New World or something. I can't remember exactly, but what the deck kind of needed was just a little bit of juice, a little bit of greed, and that's where the Yen Sid comes in. Like, if Yen Sid Quest for 3, which it did very, very often, insane. Draws you a card, Quest for 3, I could bounce it back, draw some more cards. Yen Sid was incredibly, incredibly good. Performed very, very well. Now, rather embarrassingly, I played 3 Magic Brooms. This was supposed to be 4, but I am an absolute dope, and I somehow lost a Magic Broom the morning of the tournament. I had such a scramble. I lost a Fox, and then, which turned out to be in one of the decks we were testing. Like, we used it in one of the decks that the other guys were testing, and I completely forgot about it. So then I arrived at like the convention, took my deck picture, and I was like, wait, why do I not have Foxes? It was my signed Fox as well. So missing a Fox. And then I sat down at the table, went to count all my cards out, having already taken like the photo of the deck and stuff, and somehow I only had 3 Magic Brooms. And it was like 10 minutes until the tournament started, and I was like, huh? I later found it in my bag. What a dope. I don't know. Good learning experience. I haven't played in that many tournaments, right? Because I do the casting. So this was supposed to be 4, and I ended up putting in a second baboon, which I wouldn't want. I think 1 baboon was fine and 2 was too many. So I literally spent weeks trying to build a deck, and then because I'm a dope, 1 card difference, not a big deal. But there was one point in the tournament I had 2 Yen Sids down on the board and 1 broom, and if I top deck a broom, suddenly my Yen Sids are questing for 6 instead of 2. All right. But anyway, I think this card was fine times 3. To be fair, it was not a big issue. Smees, sure. Foxes. Benja was a late addition to the deck, interestingly. When I was testing the deck initially, I had Benja, and kind of everyone I was speaking to was like, mate, you don't need Benja to 2-0 Ruby Sapphire. As it turns out, you absolutely did. So basically the philosophy I had going into the tournament was I thought that Ruby Sapphire would be the most represented deck, and I believe it was. And I believe that it was the easiest deck to... Not the easiest, because it was so good. Like, my thought process was, how hard can it be to build a deck which 2-0s Ruby Sapphire and has good matchups elsewhere? And that's what this deck was. This is a deck designed to 2-0 Ruby Sapphire and be decent elsewhere. Probably Amber Steel Songs and Emerald Steel are unfavored, which are the decks I ended up... The 2 decks I lost to 2-0 during the weekend. I also 2-0'd an Amber Steel Songs on stream, right? Yeah. But the Benja was needed. Unfortunately, in the game where I didn't 2-0 Ruby Sapphire, I drew Benja on turn 4. It was like a weird spot where I had like a Chernobog's followers on board. And if I quested with the Chernobog's followers and drew, I would have drawn into Benja and then been able to Benja their Fishbone Quill, and then I would have won. But instead I played Yen Sid to draw, and then obviously I didn't have the ink. I think I was just a little bit unlucky, to be honest. I played 4 Benjas. For the exact reason, my game plan was to go second in game 1 to try and surprise my opponent with what I'm doing. When going second, have that bit of surprise value. Going first, I'm very, very hard to beat. So I wanted that surprise value. And the logic of 4 Benjas was, I'm not going to be keeping Benja in my mulligan blind, because my mulligans were incredibly aggressive very often. I'm looking very specifically for like 1-drops, specifically this 1-drop going second felt very, very important. And then my turn 2 wants to be Fire the Cannons plus another 1-drop, or Befuddle plus another 1-drop, right? So my mulligans were very, very aggressive, usually. And I wasn't keeping Benja, and I just wanted to draw into another one, right? I want to be able to mulligan this away and still draw into another one. Added to that, it quest for 2. It performed incredibly well. I played at a side event on the Friday before, and I just wasn't feeling the deck at all. But then I was like, you know what, Benja's going to make the difference. There's also against Sapphire Steel. I tested a lot against Sapphire Steel, and my matchup was not that bad. A lot of the guys I was prepping with, pretty much everyone was playing Sapphire Steel, so I had the option of picking that up. But I stuck to my guns. And, like, for example, I managed to 2-0 Sky, who's one of the best Sapphire Steel players around with this deck, without Benja. So I also thought, right, Benja's also going to help shore that matchup up, which was pretty, like, a little bit unfavored, but winnable. So the Benja was particularly good against Ruby Sapphire. Unfortunately, in the most important moment of the tournament for me for Benja, I didn't quite find it in time. But it performed very, 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 very well. I love Benja. I think it's great. I played 4 Peats. I also played 4 Docks, which we kind of breezed past. Worth noting, you can befuddle your dock to replay it. That's pretty cool. insane card, kind of the build-around card of the deck. Basically, my how I arrived at this deck was I looked at every... I built so many decks, but I looked at every ink color, and I said, what is the best card in each ink color? And then I went through each of the best cards in each ink color, and I said, where is this card best? Like, if I was to just play this dock and like 56 cards elsewhere, and this was another thing I did. I was like, okay, Amethyst I think has the highest density of strong cards. If I could just play one card, like 4 copies of one card, and 56 Amethyst cards, what card would it be? And the conclusion, because I came to the conclusion, I once play aggro. I think Amethyst is the best aggro color by far. And then I decided that the best card was Dock. Like if I play 56 Amethyst cards, I could play one other card. What's it going to be? Dock was my answer. Lantern was the other one I was interested in. But yeah. Then it's like, okay, there's a lot of other very good ones like Smee, Fire the Cannons, boom. Anyway, I played 4 Peats. Initially, I didn't want to play any Peats, but it was good. It won me some games. Merlin Goat, Befuddle ×3. I was on 4 most of the time in testing. I went down to 3 like the day before. 2 Babooms. This is like the card which absolutely is the most flexible, right? I think I wanted to play 4 Brooms and 1 Baboom. I think 1 Baboom was fine, but 2 is probably too many. And then I played 4 Queen's Castle, which is going to surprise a lot of people. But in testing, I played a lot of Seven Dwarfs Mine as well. In testing, again, the day before, the change I made was Benja in, Seven Dwarfs Mine out, mainly. The Queen's Castle kind of came into the deck maybe like 3 days before the tournament. Basically, all my testing was done the week of. I was so busy beforehand. I'd built like 7 or 8 decks, but I simply had no time to test them. I was in Sweden traveling. I tested other decks. I tested a deck in Sweden I had a big hope for and decided that wasn't good enough. And in Paris, I was casting. I had very little time to test. I was testing this a bit. Anyway, like 2 or 3 days before the tournament, the deck kind of sucked. Queen's Castle went into the deck instead of like the library. And oh my goodness, it just changed the deck so much. Like there's such a big difference when you're playing an aggro deck and you play a library. It's so slow. It's just not good. It's just terrible. And then you're playing an aggro deck and bam! Queen's Castle on 4? GG. Insanely strong. Super good. I was close to playing 3 of these. I was close to playing 3. But I think 4 was fine. But yeah, that was my deck. It was a really good deck. It was, unfortunately, like at times, a bit bricky. Like if you hit double dock, if you hit like multiple Fire the Cannons, it could be a bit weird. It was a bit rubbish. If Diablo Emerald Steel hit the nuts, there's very little you could do about it when going second. Like I had a game where it was like my win. I had to win. They go turn 1 Diablo. They see that I've got like 2 Fire the Cannons in hand, right? This is game 1. I'm going second, and then I sit there for ages and I think, if I use my Fire the Cannons on this 1-drop Diablo, am I actually ever winning? And I thought about it long and hard, and I decided I'm better off just YOLOing and hoping that they don't have exactly Hidden Cove, Shift Diablo, Sing Stormrage on. So instead, because I'm going second, I played a turn 1 Maleficent biding her time, with then the idea on turn 2, I could Fire the Cannons Diablo, and even if it moves into the Hidden Cove, I can double Fire the Cannons Diablo, and then I can quest with my Maleficent, and I'm actually gaining lore. Like, I just think Fire the Cannons on their 1-drop Diablo is just a little bit too slow. Like, I need to get something on the board questing early. So I decided, and I'm not sure it was correct, I think it was, I stand by the play, sod it, if they've got the nuts, I lose. They had the nuts. And I still almost won! I was so mad. I was so mad. Honestly, Diablo is such a stupid card. I hate it. I was so salty for like a good 5 minutes, and then I got over it. But my opponent, mate, they must have loved it. I was just like, cool. We made, like, as soon as it was turn 1, I'd made one play. I was like, well, as soon as they did that, I was like, literally, oh, guess the game's over. And that was like, I knew I had to win that game. Like, I had to win all my games to make top cut. It was a bit sad, but what? Well, it is what it is. Flipping Diablo. I don't like Diablo. But yeah, this was my deck. Overall, I give it like, it was like very bad. It was not a good pick for the tournament, particularly. I knew that. Had some pretty poor matchups, but it was good enough. I think I could play it very, very well. It's very hard to play. Hardest, like most complex aggro deck I've ever played. And it's incredibly punishing. Like you have, every little decision matters. Like when you're playing an aggro deck, you have less decisions overall, right? Because the games are shorter. My deck's not complete aggro, but it's very quick compared to most decks. I don't have anything that costs more than 4. Very, very punishing. So if you make any mistakes, it's going to be punishing. And ultimately, I made at least one very, very big mistake in my second round match. So I think that mistake was enough that I didn't deserve to make day 2. I definitely didn't deserve to make day 2. Not even close. I was nowhere near it. My last round, my opponent didn't show up. I basically was at 30 points and got a free win. Mind you, obviously I could have won in the last round. But I was very close. Even though I say I was miles off it, a lot of the games were incredibly close margins. Like I got to 19, I think, 3 times going second. So, yeah, but my round 2, the misplay I made, if you're curious, I was going second. I was up against Amber Emerald, and to be fair, it's possible I didn't know it was Amber Emerald, in which case it wasn't actually a misplay and just very well played by my opponent, who did finish in the top 16 of the tournament. So they were no mug, that's for sure. They were a very, very strong player. Turn 1, they go Diablo. Surprise, surprise. They see my hand. I go Magic Broom on turn 1. Turn 2, they shift Diablo. And then my turn 2, I quest with the Magic Broom or something like this. Like I obviously didn't have the Baboom or Fire the Cannons, classic, to answer their Diablo. So I quest with my Magic Broom, even though I play 4 of them, by the way, and 2 Babooms, and I didn't have any of them. Not that I'm salty or anything. And I wouldn't keep Baboom in opening hand, but I would certainly keep Fire the Cannons in any mulligan, blind, going second. And I would keep Befuddle, and I wasn't able to Befuddle. Anyway, whatever. That's for that. But I quested with my Broom, which would have been a fine play against Emerald Steel, because Emerald Steel can sing something with Diablo to take out my Broom. But then they just challenged my Magic Broom with their Diablo. And I think I then top decked finally. Yeah, 011. I haven't sent them out. I've got it on my to-do list for tomorrow. My apologies for the delay. Don't panic, mate. Haven't forgotten about you. But yeah, I'm sorry about the delay. I've just basically today's kind of my first day back in work after taking a week or 2 off after Paris. Like I went straight from Paris to Seattle, and then when I've got back from Seattle, I've been a little bit worse for wear and just not actually been getting anything done. So I'm sorry about that delay. Yeah, overall, super fun deck. Loved it. Really, really loved it. This was months of... So much went into this deck, to be honest. So many failed decks. This was the best I could come up with. I think it was good. I think it was very, very good in the end. But not good enough. And moreover, I wasn't good enough. Not the deck. And that's fine. I went into the tournament with the kind of mentality of I win the tournament in a deck builder and I lose the tournament if I play badly. I think I built a really good deck and I think I played badly. And got pretty unlucky, to be honest. Which, I will point out, I put a lot more stress on the fact that I played badly, not that I got a bit unlucky. And you do need a lot of good luck in these tournaments. You absolutely do. I queued, in terms of my queues, I queued Amber Steel twice, one of my worst matchups. I queued Emerald Steel 3 times, my other worst matchup. So that's over half of my games were my 2 worst matchups. Yeah, over half of my games were my 2 worst matchups. Pretty unfortunate. In fact, I only played 8 games, right? Because my last round opponent didn't show up. So I think maybe I only played Emerald Steel twice because I played Amber Emerald once. I certainly played Amber Steel twice. I played Amber Emerald once. I played Emerald Amethyst once, which I beat 2-0. What else did I play against? I played against Ruby Sapphire twice, which was my best matchup. Emerald Steel at least twice, and that's 8. So yeah, that was my matchups. 2 Emerald Steel, 2 Amber Steel, 1 Amber Emerald, 1 Emerald Amethyst, and 2 Red Blue. So I definitely didn't queue very well at all. And I got completely rolled by Emerald Steel twice. Completely, like they hit the nuts draw against me. Both games I played against them. So yeah, it was my day. I played badly. Moreover, that's the most important part. I did not play perfectly. And my deck demanded that I play perfectly because it just wasn't very good. It just wasn't. It was really good and really fun. And a big part of the value of a deck like this is my opponent doesn't know what's happening, right? Especially on day one. My philosophy was I make up for my deck being worse than average because my opponent's never played against it before. So I have surprise value, right? And then on day 2, I've used that high surprise value to get a high seed. My objective was use surprise value to make my slightly bad deck better in day 1, secure a high seed, and my deck is insanely good going first. That was my approach. I think it was a good approach. If I could go back and play again in Seattle, would I play the same 60 cards? No. Do you know what I would do? I would find my 4th Magic Broom that I lost and take out a Baboom. Would I play that 60? Yes. I would. And this is, bear in mind, I had the opportunity to play Sapphire Steel and prep super hard with some of the best players in the game, but I would still stick with this. So, no. I think that's a pretty good sign of the deck. If you guys are still playing set 5, give this a try. It's so much fun. It is a blast. Yeah. There's my TED Talk about my Seattle deck. There is a game from a stream where because I played my first round match on stream. But let's move on to Michael Darling. Where's my phone? Let's check if I got a message. Yeah, alright. So, Michael Darling. Definitely saw location. Yeah, I thought it was really cool. I also brewed a location deck. I brewed a Jim Hawkins just-in-time deck, which I didn't really test as much as I should have. I only tested it against Ruby Sapphire and it 2-0'd it, but I didn't test it elsewhere, and maybe I should have. Michael Darling, who cares? Hoist the colours, prepare for fight. Teddy bear at the ready. So we're back into the set 6 card reviews. Oh my goodness. What a card. One of the best cards around. You want to tell me I don't know what I'm doing? I know I don't. This card is so good. This card is so good. Oh, guys, it's I've just realized it's the 5th of November. Can you hear that? Uh-oh. Bad day to stream. Bad day to stream in England. It's the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November. Do you know what the 5th of November is? For those not in the UK, it's Bonfire Night. Many years ago, basically lots of fireworks. Hopefully you can't hear. Can you hear them? This character can't challenge unless you have a captain character in place. So that's the downside, but who cares? It's a 3/2 that's inkable and can quest. This card's so good. Ruby Emerald got 2 new 1-drops to play, guys. How do you start building decks? Good question. The key to starting a deck in Lorcana is start with a single card. Start with a single card that you want to build a deck around. This is in my opinion. This is how I like to build decks. because I like to build wonky and all. Like, you could say, okay, I'm going to build, if you specifically want to play Ruby Sapphire, you can say, I want to play Ruby Sapphire, and then do that. That's fine. But a better approach, in my opinion, would be, I want to play Legendary Sisu, right? And then you think, the first question you want to ask yourself is, okay, what ink, the most important question for your deck is, what is the best ink color to play this card in, right? Is it Sapphire? And obviously the answer is Sapphire, but that's kind of the question. So for example, if it's like, let me just pick a random Ruby card we're going to look at in a minute. Let me look at this Maui card. Oh, I want to build a card around Maui half shark. Like, a good approach would be, look at some of the Ruby cards that you're always going to play, or almost always going to play when you have Maui half shark. So actions, and then maybe you're like, okay, maybe I'm going to play Robin. So like Brawl, for example. I think Brawl, you can just put into the deck. And you might say, oh, Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Now, okay, maybe, but maybe not. But Brawl, yeah. Like, I'm always going to play Brawl, okay? What other Ruby cards are you always going to play? I would argue maybe you're going to also always play the 5-cost Maui. Maybe not, though. But you just want to build up slowly. Be very, very, very critical. Never add a card into your deck which you're not certain is going to be in the deck. Then when you've got, let's say, even like 8 cards. Let's say I've got Maui and Brawl. I know I'm playing Maui. I know I'm playing Brawl. I've only got 52 cards more to fill out, right? So you're not building a 60-card deck suddenly. You're building a 52-card deck, if that makes sense. So you're just slowly creeping up towards an optimized list, right? Because what often happens with decks is you have a 60 cards, or you go to like 70, and then you end up cutting things that you really shouldn't be cutting. So it's a much better approach to kind of go from reverse order, like one step at a time. So the way I like looking at it is, okay, Maui's the first card in the deck because I want to build my deck around it. What is the next best card in the deck that I'm always playing 100% of the time? That answer is going to be a Ruby card, right? Because it's a Ruby card itself. Brawl is why is the card that kind of comes to mind as an action card that I'm always going to play 4 copies of with Maui Half Shark in this current metagame, because I expect Diablo still to be good. So I've got an 8-card deck. Let's say like I also decide I'm always playing Robin Hood Sharpshooter, which I probably would be, but that's not necessarily the case. Then the question, and the most important and difficult question, is going to be what ink color do you pair this with? And that is the trickiest question of all, but also the most important. So one way you might want to do that to make it easier is, if I had a Maui Half Shark deck with 56 Ruby cards, and I was allowed to pick one single card from any other ink color, what card would that be? Right? That's one way you could kind of approach it. Maybe what 12 cards would it be? What 20 cards would it be? Whatever it might be. I don't know. For me, I mean, obviously the obvious thing to do would be like type in action. Okay, what actions are good? Green. Okay, green's got cool. Robin Hood. Blah, 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 and that's how I would build it. There's no perfect answer, but the key to good deck building is starting off slowly. Like, and also accepting that the first version of the deck you build is not going to be the final version of the deck. And even if you think like you've got the perfect deck, you don't. You just don't. You can always change it, right? Like the meta can change, blah, blah, blah. Just always evaluate, always assess. Is this card really... Like a lot of the time when I'm trying to optimize a deck, like this purple steel deck, for example, in my deck builder, my habit, which is not a particularly good habit, but it helps me, is what I've done in digital card games particularly. I would build a deck. I would say, right, this is the best card, this is the next best card, this is the next best card. I get to 40, and then like, I'd be like, something about this I don't quite like. I'm going to delete the deck and start again. And that kind of process of deciding what are the best cards in order helps you really assess which cards are uncuttable. Because that's when, like, in my opinion, a common error a lot of people will do in their deck builds is they will cut uncuttable cards, right? Like cards which don't look that important but are just inherently very good. Things like Magic Brooms and Churner Box. That's why a lot of the time when I see deck lists which only play 3 magic brooms, I'm always like, really? Like, why? What is the justification that that 4th magic broom is not worth it over all these other cards? In my opinion, right? But like a lot of the time you see people, oh, I'm gonna cut, I don't know, you know, people won't cut friends, but they might cut the Chernabog's followers or the magic brooms or whatever it might be. Whereas in my opinion, those kinds of cards are like almost, if I build an amethyst deck, right? I literally go Diablo now. I go Diablo, I go Chernobogs, I go Magic Brooms. Those are like the first cards in the deck for me. Which is why I find it very difficult to ever play less than 4 Chernobogs, 4 Brooms. Anyway, you guys will be interested in a whole video on, maybe it's like a podcast discussion. Should I do a Lorcana podcast? I'm gonna call myself Pod Specicana. How about that? So yeah, Moana's really, really good. I like it a lot. I think it's particularly good in Ruby Emerald because it's just another 1-cost character. Moreover, in Ruby Emerald, I'm not even necessarily sure you would have captains. That's going to be the concern. Not sure how many captains exactly there are. Let's do a little search. But like, it just gives you something to check Flynn early on. It quests. Like, if a fox tries to remove this, it gets taken out. Like, that's pretty tasty. So here are the captains. Captain Hook, Piglet, Wendy, which we're going to look at in a second. I think this card's very good. Razul, Captain Hook. Okay, hello, Captain Synergy. Ruby Emerald. Ooh! I love Ruby Emerald. The Steamboat Pilot. Captain Amelia, John Silver. This Daisy, this John. This one's quite good. Captain Amelia. Oh, this is a Sex 6 card. I'm not even seeing this. Donald Duck Buccaneer. Captain Hook, Mickey Mouse. Captain Hook, Moana. Captain Gantu. Lishan Captain. There's a lot. But obviously you're looking at mainly like the cheaper ones. Like turn 1, Moana. Turn 2, Wendy. But you don't need to challenge on turn 2 necessarily, right? So I think like the 3 costs, in particular this one jumps out at me. Captain Hook underhanded. And maybe this one, depending on how easy it is to play locations, actions, and characters all in the same deck. Because you guys know me, I want to play Robin Hood. But this card looks very good in general, so yeah. Maybe there's like a Ruby Emerald location deck out there somewhere. But I think this card's really good. Really good. This card's quite good too, I think. Apples, Gems, Magic Lamp. Abu's not picky as long as there's something worth stealing. I like this card. I do. Specifically in a Robin Hood deck. It's just it's an inkable action for Robin Hood. And its ability is really good for a Robin Hood deck. It's not a card that you're going to be that happy to have in your hand a lot of the time when you're struggling for card draw like you often are in a Ruby Emerald deck. But it's a card you can ink. And it's really not that bad. Like, in Ruby already, you have a lot of burn cards, and there was a fascinating Ruby Amethyst deck, which honestly, if I'd seen this deck before the tournament, I probably would have played it. Because I love the concept of some kind of fast Ruby Amethyst deck. And it is a burn deck, which it played Pirate's Life, although I only played 3 Pirate's Life, which, again, this comes back to my deck building philosophy. Like, comes back to my deck building philosophy. Like, I just looked at it and I was like, why not just play 4 Pirate's Life? Anyway, maybe they have an answer for that. Thievery, like in a burn style deck, like Super Goof, Pirate's Life, it played Amethyst Chromicon and Be Prepared. It was so cool. Like in that style of deck, it's just another thing, right? Like opponent losing law, very, very powerful. And you gaining law, not bad. Like if you hit this off, like I play Pirate's Life in my Robin Hood decks, right? Simply because it's a good hit off Robin Hood. Okay, this is half as good, but it's actually a card that you can play from hand as well. I think it's called. I can see a world I play this in my Robin Hood Ruby Emerald decks. I don't think it's going to see play anywhere else, but that's fine. And I don't know if it even necessarily will make the cut, but it's not far off of it. Is this some kind of also the image on this? Is this something to do with the story at all? Do you guys think? Chosen opponent loses 1 law, gain 1 law. Apples, Gems, Magic Lamp. Oh, Abu's not picky as long as there's something worth stealing. Ooh. Alright. Maybe. Gold coin. Sweet mother of monkey milk. A gold coin. Vanellope von Schweet. So it's in the book. So this is a quote from Disney. Not from Lorcana. It's a film quote, I think. Exert. Spend 1 ink. Banish this item. Ready. Chosen character of yours they can't quest. It's actually not bad. I actually quite like it. I think it's good to see you play. Obviously, Ruby Sapphire comes to mind because of Flavisham. They can't quest, but they can challenge. Yeah, this card's good, right? Like, you rush in with Maui. You use your gold coin. You ready your Maui. You challenge again. It's pretty good. I think this could see play. Card, Soldier Spear. Damage characters get +1 strength. I don't think this one will see any play. So overall, the 1-drops, I mean, Moana is the standout. Like, Ruby in general just has a real lack of good 1-cost characters. Sorry, did I say a real lack? It has no good 1-cost characters. Is that true? Yeah, it is, right? Ruby has no good 1-cost characters until now. It has a really good one. So it's a big, big deal. Like, it's not a card that's going to see play in Ruby Amethyst, for example, because Amethyst has lots of good 1-drops. But if you pair Ruby with another ink color which doesn't have good 1-cost characters and wants to play a character on turn 1, because you could argue that Ruby Sapphire doesn't have good 1-cost characters, but you could also argue it doesn't want to have them because it has Porpsicles. But, you know, like Ruby Emerald, okay, cool. Ruby Amber also has a real lack of good 1-cost characters, potentially. And suddenly, it's got some good ones. Alright, Kakamora up next. Pirate Pitcher. When you play this character, chosen pirate character gains evasive until the start of your next turn. And it's a pirate itself. Probably not. Not terrible, though. And then like a Ruby Amethyst pirate deck where you could replay it multiple times. Sure, maybe. Otherwise, nah. Is there going to be a Ruby Amethyst pirate deck? I doubt it, sincerely. This card I think is good, though. I think this card's pretty good. Wendy Darling. It's evasive, and when you have another pirate character in play, this gets +1 strength and +1 lore. It's quite a tasty card. It's also a captain and a pirate, so some cool synergy for Smee, and moreover for this Moana here. You can play Moana here. Bam! She's a pirate. She's a pirate. Aladdin. Finding your way through the Azurite Sea takes a stout heart, plenty of courage, and more than a little luck. It's Simba without bodyguard. It's not very good, is it? John Darling, get ready, Michael. Here they come. Who comes? Who? Oh, that's an interesting question, isn't it? Very poor card. It's Ursula Vanessa without Singer. Lead the way. Your characters get +2 strength this turn. We have what it takes to find our way through this maze together. Hold on, we're going in. Jasmine's leading the way. Longboat. Take it for a spin. 2 strength. Chosen character of yours gains evasive until the start of your next turn. This card's good. But it's like a Maui's Fishhook, but cheaper, but inkable. Uninkable. But I think this card's good. I think it's actually very good. Might just prefer Maui's Fishhook, though. Flotilla, the Coconut Armada. At the start of your turn, if you have a character here, all opponents lose 1 lore, and you gain lore equal to the lore lost this way. I think this card's bad. Costs 2 to move there, mate. And it gains you no passive lore. It's a no from me. I think it's very, very poor. Skull Rock. These locations are also, a lot of these cards are in the starter deck, which I am not impressed by in my limited experience with it. I did get sent them early by Ravensburger. We can do some starter deck battles on stream later this week. 2 cost inkable. Characters get +1 strength while here at the start of your turn. If you have a pirate character, hit gain 1 lore. Rubbish. Really, really poor. Like, characters get +1 strength while here, right? Think about Hidden Cove, guys. Compare this card to Hidden Cove. I mean, Hidden Cove is a busted card. Honestly, Hidden Cove, I wouldn't be against it being banned. I'm going to throw it out there. Hot take alert. Hidden Cove, I'd just rather ban Diablo personally, but Hidden Cove. Maybe just errata it and give it less strength. I think Hidden Cove, or make it 2 willpower. Two to move there. Like Hidden Cove. I think it's unhealthy. But if you compare this card to Hidden Cove, it really does highlight either how bad this card is or how good Hidden Cove is, or maybe a bit of both, right? Probably a bit of both. Because they are light years apart, despite being quite similar. Jasmine Rebellious Princess. Look, this is what Abu stole, no? Even the smallest mouse can make the biggest difference. Isn't this what Abu stole? Guys? I'm just going to get my food. I got some food, so I'll be right back. I'm going to eat on stream still. Yo, what's up, Elmeister? Thank you so much for the raid. How you good, mate? I just got some food. Chicken curry. Big shout out to Happy Spessy. What a guy. I just got some food, mate. We're doing card reviews. Welcome in, Elmeister fams. Hope everyone's good. And then I'm going to do some starter deck battles against each other soon. Maybe Thursday, Friday. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. Like, I was feeling rough this morning. I think I had like a busy day yesterday. I think it just took it out of me. Bit off a bit more than I could chew. But I'm alright. I'm good. I got chicken curry, so how bad can I be? You know? So, it seems like Jasmine here. Welcome in, everyone. We're doing card reviews. Big shout out to her. If you guys don't know, I'll definitely check him out. He's doing lots of awesome Lorcana content. And like I said, we're going to have some starter deck battles against each other later in the week. As Ravensburger kindly sent us them out. So yeah, the Jasmine is holding something in her hand. We're trying to not only review the cards, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of the story of what's going on in Azurite Sea here. She is holding what Abu seems to have stolen. Apples, gems, magic lamp. Abu's not picky as long as there's something worth stealing. But where is he stealing this from? Yo, York. Because now Jasmine's got it. Even the smallest mouse can make the biggest difference. And also Jasmine's leading the way into the Azurite Sea maze. We're trying to work out what is going on in the story. I mean, Jafar's up to no good. There's a bunch of people, bunch of our heroes, shall we say, on a ship going through the maze, and they end up at Owl Island. Basil's been hypnotized by Jafar and has found large footprints of an owl. And Jafar seems to have also got more powerful somehow. So we're trying to piece everything together. I'm quite enjoying it. I really like it. I used to, growing up, I played a lot of Call of Duty Zombies, but my favorite thing about that was all the Easter eggs and the storyline kind of behind the game. So I'm super into this kind of thing. Vanellope von Streets. Also, I'm planning on streaming some The Bazaar. I've literally not been able to make an account on that game. It's a new auto battle I'm pretty interested in. But yeah, Vanellope von Streets, as ready as I'll ever be at the start of your turn. If this character is a location, draw a card in game 1 lore. The problem is it's at the start of your turn. It has to be at a location. So you need this to stick and moreover the location. And if the location gets removed, you're like, why am I playing this card in my deck? So sadly, not good enough. Mickey Mouse, Courageous Sailor. Golly, this looked a lot easier from the ship, but I know I can make it. The crew is counting on me. Oh my goodness. Guys. Do you remember I jokingly said that Mickey might have turned into a owl? This is a big picture in terms of the story, right? We saw them get through the maze of the Azurite Sea. We saw them arrive at Owl Island. And now Mickey's in a little sailboat sailing away from Owl Island. And the crew is counting on him. Has Mickey got some new owl powers and is turned into an owl? And that's who Basil is searching for? Also, shout out to Kenneth Anderson, who I know Elmeister's also met. Very lovely chap, who's the artist there. Adora Beazle Winterpop. While this character has damage, she gets +1. It's going to take more than that to knock me out of the race. Well, I'm sorry to say, Adora Bizzle Winterpop. You may be Adora Bizzle, but you're Adora bad. Not my finest moment. Yeah, it's rubbish. Really, really poor. Minnie Mouse Pirate Lookout. Minnie leaned forward. Could it be true? Was this the island at last? The Owl Island. Eating curry and streaming, not the easiest combo. Oh, nice. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I saw him again a couple weeks ago in Paris. Once during it, and he gave me a free food voucher. Okay. Officially, my new favorite Disney Lorcana artist is Kenneth Anderson. For one reason and one reason only. Because at the event in Paris, guys, I've not even talked about this. There was 15 Disney Lorcana artists. And after the Sunday, I was just chilling at the hotel bar with me and like 15 Disney Lorcana artists. It was surreal. It was so cool. Honestly, one of my favorite moments of the year. It was so cool. I was just fanboying. And Kenneth, during the tournament on the Sunday, he was like where all the artists were sat. He was about, and I was kind of whinging because I was on my break, but I was hungry and the food was expensive. But I'd already eaten. Like I'd used my food voucher for lunch at like 11 a.m. and it was now like 7 p.m. And I didn't really want to spend like 18 quid on food, you know? So Kenneth heard me moaning and was like, oh, look, mate, I got a spare food voucher that I wasn't going to use. I was like, huh? Kenneth? So Kenneth is officially the giver of food, and it was good food too. I'm easy to, you know, please, give me free food. What a guy. Landho, once during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may return a location card from your discard to your hand. Wait. This card banishes, right? Huh? Oh my goodness, guys. So that's pretty good. We've already been talking a lot about Sugar Rush Speedway and how I think it's one of the best cards of the set, if not the best, maybe, possibly. Certainly in terms of potential. Ruby Amber certainly seems like the way to go, as we've been talking about at length earlier on in the stream. If you want to watch the rest of the stream, you can check it out on YouTube by rewinding after the fact, or just do it now. It's up to you. So once during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may return a location card from your discard to... Oh my goodness. That's pretty flipping good. That's pretty good. You get the Sugar Rush Speedway back. Whew. So let's say you play Mini on turn 4, right? You ink. You put the Sugar Rush Speedway back in your hand. You play the Sugar Rush Speedway. Jeez. Lackluster stats though, and it is uninkable. You know, if this was a vanilla card, it would have 1 extra strength, it would quest for 1 more, and it would be inkable. So you are paying a lot for this ability, but it's recycling your build-around card. It's got to be quite good, right? It's not like you even have to play the finish line the same turn. Like you could just play Mini on 4, play her on 3 even, who cares? She's not probably getting removed. You ink. You get the Sugar Rush Speedway back. Bam! Sugar Rush Speedway. Play a tuck-tuck. Move something there. Jobs are good in. Seems good. Pete! Another Pete card. Pete was always looking for trouble. Now he was finally getting paid for it. Wait, he's getting paid? All right. So the Pirates are getting paid. He's always looking for trouble. Paid by who? Good question. That is a good question. By who? Maybe by these guys. Maybe by Piglet. I don't know. Tigger in the Crow's Nest. When you play an action, this character gets +1/+1. This card's good. This card's really good. I was looking at this card this morning. And I think this card's really, really good. Oh my god, I love the Enchanted. Guys, again, I'm going to tell you for a fact, if you're not hyped about these Enchanted cards, because I was not, right? But, jeez. Oh, Earl, I like the way you think. Yeah, because I didn't know he had the villain tag, right? He's like the only pirate on the crew that had a villain, that is a villain, I think. Freebooter. So maybe he's probably still up to no good. Maybe he's not actually part of the ship that our heroes are part of. Maybe he is another pirate and he's a bad one. I don't know. That's a really good point. Maybe there's another crew of baddies. Yeah, Jim Hawkins definitely has potential. But yeah, Tigger I think is very good. You guys know me. I love Ruby Emerald, and I think it got a lot. Smee is a villain pirate captain. Okay, nice. We haven't looked at that card yet, although I have seen it. Sorry, I'm being a bit slow, guys. I'm trying to eat. But I think this card's good. If you play 2 actions, this quest for 3. Huh? Like the +1 strength, who cares? It's the +1 lore I'm into. Like Ursula, Deceiver of all things. Bam. Quest for 3. Might not be that good though, but I think it's got big potential. The island. Oh! Is he pulling from the sea? No. This is a song from... Wait. Huh? I don't remember this in Moana, guys. Help me. Is he pulling Monkey Island from the sea right now? Is this Monkey Island? Search your deck for a location card, Monkey Island. Reveal that card to all players and put it in your hand and shuffle your deck. I think it's Monkey Island, right? Let's look at the art of Monkey Island again. Owl Island, sorry. My bad. Is there anything on Owl Island that looks like it's been pulled from the sea? Not really, right? I don't think he's pulling. I don't think he's pulling it from the sea. because we saw on another card them seeing, I think it was on a Jasmine card in Emeralds or something. I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, that's a really good point on the Pete. The story is getting exciting, mate. I'm into it. I'm vibing with this, mate. Like I was saying earlier, set one, I was skeptical about the Lorcana story. I thought it was a bit weird and cringe, but I'm into it. They've got their claws into me. So, you can tutor, and it goes into hand, and it's a song. You can sing this reverse to Deceiver of All, and you get 2. That's interesting. There's also in the starter deck. I think this card's got potential. This could be good. Ruby Emerald locations might be a thing. Kind of doubt it. I feel like this card isn't good enough, but maybe it will be. We haven't gone over Ruby Sky yet, no. You can see here we've still got Sapphire, Steel to go, and we started off. Yeah, we've got like the high expensive cards. Kakamora also in the thingamajigger, not very good. Moana, do you think they saw us? They saw us. Raya, the Commandrian Rider. Come on, let's do this. Once during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may ready another chosen character of yours they can't quest. Yeah. I don't think it's very good. John Silver. This card's in the starter deck and quite interesting to me. Whenever this character quests, you may deal... Oh! He's also a villain. Huh. Huh. Is he part of our hero pirates, or is there a secret second pirate ship? Whenever this character quests, you may deal 1 damage to another chosen character of yours. If you do, ready that character they can't quest. It's definitely not terrible. What's interesting is maybe in like a Baymax deck where you're trying to heal and Grandpappy heal stuff up, like dealing damage to your own things. I think like this is going to be good if you're able to deal damage to something to then heal it and gain value off it is where this is actually good, and otherwise it's not good enough because it's uninkable. But it's honest, if it was inkable, it would maybe be good without that. But if you can get payoff from that 1 damage, it could be a big deal. Really good. Markowski, the Space Trooper, 3/2 evasive, quest for 2. Just what we needed. A new place to fight bugs. Huh? What? I don't know who this guy is. That's a Lorcana quote, not from the films. A new place to fight bugs? What's he on about? I think it's Big Hero 6. It's lyrics from the song? Yeah. Okay. Oh, makes sense. You see like the little thing here? This is a song lyric symbol. If you see the symbol like this, it's like a Lorcana pip, right? It means it's Lorcana exclusive. And then if it's a book, it's just a quote from the film, which aren't any here. We'll see one in a minute. Aladdin, Intrepid Commander. Shift 2. When you play this character, your characters get +2 strength this turn. Oh, it's from Wreck-It Ralph. Okay. I need to watch Wreck-It Ralph again. I watched it once and loved it. I've never watched the second one. I feel like Raya cards kind of always suck. Having said that, the more I look at this card, the less it sucks. This card's not bad, right? Isn't this card kind of good? This condition is incredibly easy to meet. 2 Raya's infinitely readying each other. Bam, bam, bam. Raya's actually not that bad, right? Hey, Ducky. I think I was being a bit harsh on Raya. Mickey Mouse Pirate Captain. Whenever this character quests, chosen pirate character gets +2 strength and gains. This character takes no damage from challenges this turn. Pretty lackluster. But it's also a shift that can sing a whole new world. Abu in the starter deck. Port, Abu, port to the left. Abu the other way. Rush. It's like a bad Maui. Very bad Maui, but it can quest. Hades. I think it's another one of the legendaries that I don't think are that good. Exert. Pay 3 ink. Banish one of your characters. Banish chosen character. I mean, maybe on Lilo it's not that bad, right? You quest with Lilo, you banish her, you can bring her back the next turn, but Nah. It's pants, innit? You pay 5. Then you pay 3. And exert it. And banish a character of yours. When you could just play Dragonfire, mate. You know? Just play Dragonfire. Or, even better idea. Hear me out, guys. What if you don't play Dragonfire and... What is going on with my camera? It stopped moving itself to follow me. Follow me. And now it's just in a weird position. Why are you the way you are? Why are you the way that you are, mate? Yeah, this card is very pants. A lot of the legendaries, if you're just joining us, that we have been looking at are pretty good, but this is probably the worst so far. Scar! As you can see, what's really interesting is if you've got the set championship Scar, it actually becomes better because it's inkable. It's a joke! It was a joke. It's a bug. It is uninkable. Alright, it was a joke. I wish I could have let that one simmer for a bit longer, but I don't want to get in trouble. So this is uninkable, but it's also the Store Champs card, which, listen, it's Scar, so who cares? That's cool. However, it seems a bit random for the set, right? Like, why Scar for the pirate set? You know what I mean? Kind of same with like Mirabelle was random. I think like the Ursula one was cool because it was so themed. Yeah, Skeletor, that's definitely an idea with the Hades. There's also like the Glimmer versus Glimmer card in this set, right? Kind of similar. I think Glimmer versus Glimmer is actually better than the Hades though. Should have been a John Silver. Yeah, I think the concern from Ravensburger's point of view is that John Silver's not going to be bringing people into Store Champs as much as Scar. But it does seem a bit random. Like, I feel like it's a bit random, isn't it? It's the set champs. Would I, like... I don't know. I don't really like it overall. In terms of Store Champs card. I just don't... It just feels a bit out of place. It's cool. I bet it's going to look beautiful. But I think they missed the mark here a bit, personally. What do you guys think? Do you agree with my point? I just it's Azurite C, mate. Like, let's stick with the theme of the set. It's the set champs. So having something that kind of, you know, in 5 years' time, right? In 5 years' time, you're going to look back at your playmats that you won, and you're like, oh yeah, this scar for the pirate set that we had. You know what I mean? Compared with, oh yeah, look, this cool Piglet Poo Pirate Captain or something. Anyway. It's for the greater good. I'm sure you understand. When you play this character, deal 2 damage to chosen character of yours to deal 2 damage to another chosen character. I think it's quite good, actually. I think it's got potential. Honestly, quite good is maybe a stretch. It's not bad. The mat will look awesome, you're right. The mat's gonna look banging. I don't think it's a very competitive card, though. Probs. If it was inkable, oof. Goof. Fine goof. Rush. Evasive. Hold on to your hat. It's uninkable. It's a bit weird. Maui Horse Shark. Okay, I'm very excited for this card. As soon as I saw it, I was excited. It costs 6, so you're going to need probably some card draw to get there consistently, which Ruby doesn't have an abundance of. Chio! Whenever this character challenges another character, you may return an action card from your discard to your hand. Okay, that's so good. Yeah, I love this card. I want 4 of them, and I want them now. Give me my Robin Hood Maui deck, please, guys. It's the first. Okay, it's the second deck I'm gonna play. Whenever you play an action, gain a law. So any red, purple, and red, blue staple, most likely. I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that. Maybe though. It's very good, isn't it? You might be right. Playing this in sharpshooter, yeah. I can definitely see Maui and Robin Hood sharpshooter being paired in more ink color combinations. Like Robin Hood sharpshooter almost made sense in Ruby Amethyst in set 5, but I literally never tested it because I was like, it's probably not worth it. But now, yep. In a similar fashion, for obviously the Ruby Emerald decks that I've been playing a whole bunch of, this is just incredible. Big stats, evasive. It draws you cards in a sense, right? Like I can put the Bruno back in my hand. I can put the Hypnotize back in my hand and discard again. Pirate's Cove, which it can also sing, back in my hand. Obviously, it synergizes with Robin Hood Sharpshooter because you're going to have an abundance of actions in the discard. You're gaining lore, so having a lot of actions is going to be rewarded. Any kind of like cantrip, which is like a card which replaces itself. Like, so even if you were to play like Ruby Amethyst, for example, right, and there's like the 1 cost It Calls Me, I think it's called, which is draw a card and put a card from your opponent's discard into their deck. Like, even that's suddenly quite good, right? It's just like, okay, pay 1 ink, gain 1 lore, draw a card. And imagine you got 2 down, bam. I could see a world where this becomes a Ruby Amethyst card, for sure. Along came Zeus. Yeah, that's true. Zeus is definitely a good answer to this. Possibly the only answer to this, in a sense, right? Also, it would be nice if you can ramp into it. So Amber, I can see a world where I've been interested in like Amber Ruby actions for a long time, and it's never quite materialized. Does it have enough yet? Probably not still, but maybe. Very cool card. I want 4 of them. Bit surprised there's no enchantment of it. I don't like this card. It's in the star deck. I don't like it. Whenever you play this character, you may move any number of your characters to the same location for free. Gain 1 lore for each character you moved. Nah. Energy Blast. Did you really think I would fight fair, Jafar? I mean, no, Jafar is up to all sorts at the moment. All sorts. And it seems like he's not fighting fair. I think this card's good, by the way. I actually think this card's really good. I saw a lot of people be like, oh, it's so expensive. So? I don't care. Imagine this, right? I challenge another character, and bam! I put Energy Blast back in my hand. Is the extra 2 cost over Dragonfire? Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. Most certainly. I think this card's really good. I really like this card. I think this card's incredibly good. It's also incredibly expensive, but there's ways of making actions cheaper, potentially, as well. I think this card's good. I think it's really good. Really, really good. Maybe really, really good as a stretch, but I think it's going to see competitive play. I love the card. Shame Robin can't use it. Honestly, Ducky, that's a good thing. Trust me. You do not want a world where Robin Hood can play this card. That would not be fun for everyone. Very intentional decision from the devs. All right, so Ruby overall. Check lose the way. Okay. Lose the way. Exert chosen character, then you may choose and discard a card. If you do, the exerted character can't ready. Is it that good with lose the way? I don't get it. Right, so you could... Okay, so you're saying... I do think this card's quite good, though. Yeah, I actually do think this card's quite good, for the record. I was saying earlier on in the stream, I quite like the card. Chat was not convinced, but I think it's not bad at all. That's interesting. Alright, so overall, Ruby. I love the Moana for specific decks. I think Gold Coin can see some play. I think Thievery's not terrible. Quite like Wendy Darling. Longboat's not terrible, but I don't think it's quite good enough. We didn't really talk about the Jasmine card. It's not awful. Minnie Mouse I think is good. Tigger I think is quite good. John Silver and Raya have some potential. I think Mickey Mouse could be good in Ruby Steel. Hades is pants. Skies, eh. Maui looks super cool and I like Energy Blast. Alright. It's Sapphire time. Maybe the best set of cards. Glad you could make it. It's Nick Wilde. Why you have another character with support in play? This character gets +2 strength. I had a gaff when talking about this card on my YouTube video a few weeks back. So I was like, oh my god, it keeps getting +2, +2, +2. It doesn't. It's bad. Yokai. I think Yokai, I'm pretty interested in seeing his flavor text because he's a villain. He's a new villain introduced into Azurite Sea. I think that might be the Sapphire Chromicon, right? You're all brilliant scientists and inventors. Think of what you could do with this little device. How do you push the boundaries of what is possible? He's up to something, isn't he? Helping Hand. While you're making the world a better place, every little thing helps. Chosen character gains support this turn. Draw a card. All right, guys. Give me a rating of this card out of 10. And then I'll tell you mine. You have 30 seconds. In chat, 1 to 10 or 0 to 10. How good is this card? I was doing some bowl scraping. All right. -10, 5, 7, 4, 3. 6, 8. I'm going to go with Andrew. I'm going to give it an 8. I think this card has potential to be incredible. As soon as I saw this card, I got a good feeling about it. I really, really do. It is uninkable. It replaces itself. Ducky made the point that support is air. There's not many good cards with support in the game. But, as we've been talking about actually earlier on the stream, whenever a card has the support tag, it's always got rather lackluster stats elsewhere. Like, the devs clearly think that support is a very, very powerful keyword, right? If you just look at your average support card, its stats are worse than, you know, you can just say support and then all the other stats are so eh. It's just never really been a keyword that does much. However, being able to give any character of yours support and it replaces itself for just one, that could be insane, right? It could be so strong. Imagine you give, like, I don't know, what's a good example? Mr. Smee. Let's say you give Mr. Smee support, right? You quest with your Smee, which you're going to do anyway. Suddenly, your Mickey Mouse, your 1-3 Mickey Mouse, can challenge for 4 instead of for 1. And that costs you 1 ink? This card seems really good. I think this card's a sleeper card. I like it a lot. I think this card's really strong. I really, really do. Keep an eye on it. Again, support, as I think the important thing to know is that support cards are balanced around the fact that they have support, which is inherently a powerful keyword. And clearly the developers think that by the way the cards are balanced, right? So then being able to give any card of your choice support for 1 ink, moreover, it replaces itself. Whew. I think it's strong. I really, really do. Prepare your bot. It sucks. Actually, it doesn't suck, does it? You can ready Lucky now. I'm sorry. I take it back. That was almost a stinker. Okay, this card's good. Whew. That was a close one. So this card definitely caused up a stir when it was announced, right? Because you can go Lucky Dime. And then, yeah, Lucky Dime. Exert Lucky Dime for 2. Play this. Ready Lucky Dime. Bam. Not sure the space for it. Yeah. I think it's like a one-off. You could catch a lot of people off guard and win you some games. Cards which win you games are good. Institute of Technology. This card sucks. Excuse me. Oncast, biggest fan. 1-3. When this character quests, chosen invented character gets +1 law this turn. Alright, geniuses. Isn't it genii? Let's feed those hungry brains. Isn't it genii, guys? It's from the this is a book quote. Like the book here, it's from the film. Yeah, exactly. Like the one, like Helping Hand is just so flexible, right? Even just giving your Maui that 1 extra strength is going to be pretty big in a lot of situations. I think this card's very good. There's also like the other thing worth mentioning with this card is there's like some cards within Sapphire, like the Alice in Wonderland Legendary from set 2, which focus around like a whole archetype of support, which have never been good. But maybe now, probably not now, but I think this card's good. I really, really like it. I really like this card a lot. Arncast looks pants. Oswald. I have this card. During your turn, whenever a card... I have this card. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an item card, you may play that item for free. This card's insanely good. So, so strong. The question with this card is, how many items can you have? Right? That this is actually going to consistently do the business. Surely this is just an insane card, right? Lucky Dime for free? Are you kidding me? What? You can have Lucky Dime out on turn 3? What? That's a big deal. I'm not going to talk about Oswald more. We've had it for months. Hey, hey. We've now got so many hey, heys. Sorry, because I'm not 100%. It's kind of hard to chew and talk and breathe. When you play this character, exert chosen opposing item. Huh? Yeah, that's not very good. Cool art, though. I'm trying to work out if Hey Hey's doing anything interesting for the story. Doesn't seem so, does it? Gadget! All the clues pointed to an island, but I never thought I'd see it on a map. Golly, this is incredible. I mean, the island actually exists, so it's technically credible, but still. So Gadget's found Owl Island, which we still don't know what is going on in Owl Island, but we know that Basil's found a giant owl. So Gadget found a map which pointed towards Owl Island, but where did they find the map? Hiram Flaversham, my boy. What is that you got in your hand, mate? It looks like a lore pip, doesn't it? What is that? He'll find a way to make anything mouse-sized. This card's good, by the way. This card's actually really good. This is much better than Pinocchio, Simba, and Olivia Flaversham. 0-2, quest for 3. Gyrosphere? Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, this card's good, but maybe not that good. You need a good plan and even better luck to make it across these treacherous waters. This turn, you may put an additional card from your hand into your inkwell face down, draw a card. Not much to talk about there. Let's move on. Right, guys? No? Okay. Yeah, this card's broken. This card's so good. So, important to note with this card that you draw before you have to ink, right? Like, you could play this at the start of your turn before you've inked a single time. Draw, ink, ink again. And these stack as well, right? Right? Do they stack? Okay, question. Do they stack? Can I play 2 each turn and ink 3? I don't think so, right? Of course, just like Belle. Okay, sure. I'm kind of surprised it works like that with the wording, not gonna lie. It says this turn you may play an additional. Yeah, it adds, sure. It doesn't say a second. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. So this stack. Very, 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 very good card. Like, broken good. It's also interesting for action themed decks in Sapphire because it's such a strong action. Like, imagine you could play a Robin Hood action deck. Oh my goodness. In Sapphire, I mean. That'd be cool. Baymax's healthcare chip. I might watch Big Hero 6 tonight. I'm going to watch either that or Rescue Rangers tonight. 10,000 medical procedures. Choose one. Remove up to 1 damage from chosen character. If you have a robot in play, remove up to 3 damage. This might seem a bit pants, but guys, it might finally be time for Grandpappy decks. Because this is not bad for Grandpappy, actually. Do you know what? I think it's good. I finished my food. I'm sorry for chewing so much. I'm quite self-conscious about eating on stream. Was it annoying or was it fine? Guys, there's been a problem. My Belle playmat has curry on her. Quite a lot of curry. No! My Belle. That's fine, okay. I'm gonna try and pour a bit of water onto my Belle to get rid of the curry. My poor Belle. Right. So, basically, Grandpappy is a card which, whenever you heal a character, you gain more. I love the look of Grandpappy. It's my kind of card. It's a card which can win you the game without questing. Happy days. I love cards like that. They're very interesting to me. I've always felt that one day Grandpappy is going to be the man, the myth, the legend. This set, there's a 5-cost legendary, which is similar to Grandpappy, that gains lore whenever you heal. It's Baymax. A big problem with these Grandpappy decks is you have to play Sapphire to play Grandpappy and now Baymax, but you also have to play Amber because there's not many good ways of healing characters. This Gumbo Pot, is this better than Gumbo Pot? Probably not. It's probably worse than Gumbo Pot, isn't it? Okay, maybe it's bad. Well, Microbots. But yeah, basically for a Grandpappy deck, you kind of have to play Ruby because you need stuff which damage. You can't play Amber Sapphire because you have nothing to heal. You have like Grandpappy Baymax all on the board. If you can heal something, you gain 10 lore. Nothing to heal. Microbots. You may have any number of cards named Microbots in your deck. When you play this item, chosen character gets -1 strength this turn for each item named Microbots you have in play. Is this good? I don't think so. Right? I don't think it's good. Maybe though. It'll be fun. I'll play around with it. We'll see the synergy as we go. I honestly don't know. This card's got potential. Rescue Rangers, Submarine, Mobile Headquarters. At the start of your turn, if you have a character here, you may put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down and exerted. Biggest problem with this is when you play it, you could go Tipo on 2, this on 3, move Tipo in. Could be okay. It's kind of awkward though, right? Like, when do you play it? Like, you want to play it quickly, but if you play it on 2, you need to move. So you can play it on 3 and move something in. And then, you've already Tipo. Do you really want to play this after Tipo? Yeah, I agree. Might be okay though. It's got some potential. The more I look at the card, the less I like it though. When I first saw it, I was quite excited about it. Gadget Hack Wrench. Whenever you play an item, this character gets +1 lore this turn. Golly, a perfect winglet. There's about 1 million uses for that. It's like a Mickey Mouse wingnut. Whenever you play an item, this character gets +1 lore this turn. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Could be good. I think it's not very good though. Maybe one item, it's good, right? In theory. Like, all it takes for Gadget Hack Wrench is a single item and it's above. Like, it's. Yeah. If you play 2 items, it's good. It's probably not great. Zipper with Ward, always impressing for 2. That's not a bad start. And it's inkable. And it's got 2 strength. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your Inkwell, another chosen character gains resist 1. I think it's not bad. Bit of a weird stat line for a Sapphire card. Pleekly, when you play this character, put chosen character of yours into the Inkwell face down and exert it. As the duly appointed representative for the Galactic Council, I volunteer for this assignment. Okay. What's the Galactic Council from? This card's not bad, by the way. Put Tipo into your Inkwell. Play Tipo. Quest a Tipo. Put him into your ink. It's not bad. Good stats. 3-4. Nick Wild, shift 1. Huh? What? Why have an item and play this character? Can't be challenged. Not gonna lie, that's a good ability. Oh, Leland Sitch, right. That's a weird card though, but it's honestly, like, its ability is good. Tadisha Hamada, which Bucky's been talking up. Let's have a look. This card did catch my eye. I don't know what it does exactly. His work lives on. During an opponent's turn, when this character is banished, you may put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down. Then put this card into your Inkwell face down. Quest for 2. Can't really ignore it. It's very interesting. It fits a different theme of Sapphire deck, right? One which wants to quest quite quickly, and not one which wants a slow build up. Because otherwise your opponent, if you've got a slow build up, your opponent can just ignore it if they're not worried about you getting there quickly. Because they can just let it sit there and quest for 2. So I don't think you could play this in Ruby Sapphire. Because you could just let it sit there and quest for 2. Probably, maybe not. I agree, it's very good. I like it quite a lot. Baymax also has a Enchanted. Sadly, I don't like this card. Seen a game dev play this at Seattle because they were playing some set 6 cards in Seattle. If you have an Inventor, it was Tim that played it. If you have an Inventor card in play, you pay 1 ink less to play this character. So Tim played like a 1-cost Inventor and then Baymax on 2, and then it got hit by a Fox. It's just not very good. Sorry, mate. But maybe if you've got like some more healing synergy in there, remove up to 1 damage from another. It's quite a lot, but could read like spend 2 ink to gain 3 lore. Honor the Savvy Sailor. Ahoy! Whenever this character quests, another chosen character of yours gets +1 lore and gains ward until the start of your next turn. Oh. Meeps to Deep says this is strong. But Meeps to Deeps, do you know what, mate? I agree. Very good card. Sapphire's got a lot of these cheaper cards, which are pretty good and a quicker pace. Highlight of the Paris tournament, like 2 weeks ago before Seattle, was it 3 weeks ago now? No, it was 2 weeks ago. Was Emerald Sapphire versus Amber Sapphire in like round 6 on table 8 of like an 800 player tournament, which included 2 Disney Lorcana Challenge champions. Like it was like the French are no joke, mate. They are probably the best Lorcana players out there. Sorry, America, it's true. The French, for me, the best. If I had to like place a bet, like the French community is just mad. It's so big. And obviously geographically it's much smaller than the States. So you've just got more like big communities closer together, if that makes sense, which I think helps. Yeah. Basically French card game community is crazy. Big shout out to my French friends. But there was a deck, a Amber Sapphire deck, which went like turn 1 Daisy Duck, turn 2 Wendy Darling, turn 3 I don't flip and remember, it doesn't matter, some other card that quests for 2. Turn 4 Belle invited to the ball, which gave everything ward. Their opponent just conceded. GG. So there's definitely potential for aggressive Sapphire decks, and that is a card. That's a very good card. I've been talking up the Goofy card in Emerald, which is a 5-cost inkable version of this. Both are incredible. Ward is very, very strong. Jumbo Pop, I don't think is any good. Banish this item. Remove up to 2 damage from each of your characters. Draw a card. I say it's not very good. Do you know what it could be good with? Grand Pabby. Grand Pabby. Alright, on to the 4. Oh, wait, we've got about Sour Bill. When you play this card, it's actually not bad, you know. It's not good, though. You want to go in there? Fine. If you do, you won't come back out. Oof. BEN, the eccentric robot, 4/3, quest for 2, and it's got support. That's not a bad card, you know. That is his play. Yokai, the enigmatic inventor. Whenever this character quests, you may return one of your items to your hand to pay 2 ink less for the next item you play this turn. This card is brilliant. This card's so good. But so is Flaversham. Flaversham's maybe the best card in the whole game. And this costs the same. Will I still play this card in the right deck? Yeah. I think like in a Grand Pabby deck, for example. Bam! And I'm very excited for the potential of Grand Pabby. I think I've got a lot of support this set. I really, really do. Maybe I'm just dreaming though. But in like a Grand Pabby deck, you're incentivized to actually use your Popsicles for healing. And I think something that's underestimated quite a lot is that your Popsicles being able to heal things is really, really valuable, right? But you often just don't want to do it. But with this, you would be very much incentivized to use your Popsicles kind of offensively, if you will, right? Like, take a challenge and then heal and then bring them back. Having to replace Grammatala is not the way I would look at it, Mark, because I don't think it would necessarily... I agree that is a good question. It's a very good question, Mark. Yeah, I don't think it's good enough to replace Tala in those styles of decks, necessarily. Like, I think Tala might provide you more. However, I think this opens the door for a more aggressive Sapphire deck that also plays items. I think it's incredibly good in that. Questing for 2 is a huge deal. I think this card's incredibly good, but it's got a lot of competition with some very strong cards. But I think it will see competitive play in the right deck. Wasabi Methodical Engineer. When you play this character, you may banish chosen item. Its play gains 1 lore, and during your turn, it has evasive. It's not bad. I'm not going to go ahead and say it's good either, though. Dr. Delbert Doppler, the fuzzy astronomer? Of course! It makes perfect sense. That's why my old star charts are useless. Every star in the sky here is different. Huh? Where? Where are you, Dr. Delbert Doppler, the fuzzy astronomer? Where is he? That was a pretty good voice. Do you think I could do voice acting? After that, I think I might. Hero Hamada, the team leader. I need to upgrade you all. Your other invented characters gain resist 1 and spend 2 ink. Look at the top card of your deck. Put it on either the top or the bottom. I'm not going to do that. We could be immortals. Your invented characters gain resist 6 this turn. Then put this card into your inkwell face down and exert it. Pretty sick art. Is it good? I doubt it. There's not many inventors. Maybe one day. Probably not, though. But, you know, it's a song. You could sing it twice. Ursula Vanessa. Okay. I got one for you. Ursula Vanessa. Hear me out. Turn 3. Mama Odie. That whenever you play a song, add a card to your inkwell. Bam. Sing either How Far I'll Go or We Could Be Immortals. Double ramp. You don't have any inventors, but does it matter? Probably. It's probably still bad. Baymax, the Armored Companion. The treatment is working. When you play this character and whenever he quests, you may remove up to 2 damage from another chosen character of yours. Gain 1 lore for each 1 damage removed this way. Okay, this is the card I've been talking about. It doesn't look great, does it? But it could be great. It really could. With Grandpappy. Just play How Far I Go, yeah. Hey Rachel, what's up? Just play 1 jump, also true, yeah. Sadly. How Far I Go is 100 times better, but what if you don't draw it? I don't know. I agree. So Baymax, like, the stats are a bit weird on it, but I really, really do love the idea of Grandpappy decks. The sad thing probably is that you have to play Ruby Sapphire for Grandpappy decks. Because you need the cards which damage themselves, most likely. Like, ideally, you play Grandpappy with Amber and Sapphire, because Amber has the most efficient healing cards in the game. So there's some incredible things you can do with Grandpappy. If you have, like, a board of damaged characters, for example, you can, like, heal your whole board with certain items very, very cheaply for 1 and gain, like, 20 lore in a single turn. This card is bad, just say it. No, I completely disagree. I completely disagree. Because I think this is the kind of card that Grandpappy needs. Grandpappy is better than this card, but Grandpappy, mate, I have believed in this card for a very, very long time. Ever since I saw it, I was like, this card's got to be good. Whenever you remove 1 or more damage from one of your characters, gain 2 lore. Right. And that's the whole idea. It's Baymax on its own, to be fair, does look a bit pants. But it's support for an archetype which I think I've always believed will one day be good. Now, the question is this enough support? Because it's another card which gains you lore for healing. And your whole deck is going to be built around that gimmick, right? So I think that this card could be good. I really do. It's whenever you play it and whenever it quests. Gain 1 lore for each damage. So you could play Baymax on 5, heal your Mother Gothel, whatever it might be, right? Gain 2 lore as soon as you play it. Right? Then you quest for 2, and then you heal something else, and it can gain you 6 lore after a single turn. That has potential, mate. That's a lot of lore. And the other thing is, what I like about Baymax and Grandpappy is they're able to gain lore instantly the turn you play them. That is strong. This card's good. I'm going out on a whim. I'm building a Baymax deck. It might not prove to be good yet. It might still need something else. But one day, I think Baymax Grandpappy is going to be a real deck. And arguably, it's now not even a Grandpappy deck, but a Baymax deck, right? Because he's a legendary and Grandpappy's super rare. And yeah, like, okay, Medusa, Brawl. These cards are not a problem for these cards. Brawl and Medusa are trading down to Baymax and Grandpappy. You're able to gain lore instantly with these cards. You play Grandpappy on 7, you use your Porpsicle or some kind of item which heals, you've already gained lore. Then the Medusa comes through. Okay, cool. Then I play another one or something. Like, Medusa and Brawl, not whatever, who cares? You're going to have a million things they need to hit with those cards, right? Probably. I'm excited for this one. This is one of the cards I'm most excited for. Let's go, Rachel. I'm glad you're excited too. This card, I'm really, really excited for. Because like I said, I've got a lot of belief in Grandpappy. I really, really have always liked the look of that card. Again, every time I built the deck, it has sucked really badly. But there we go. Definitely, probably what we'll do, I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Because I'm supposed to be seeing a friend in the evening. And I'm probably going to be up quite late watching the US election tonight. Reminds my friends in America, make sure to vote if you're able to. And also a shout out to Cardmarket, who sponsor today's stream. Thank you, Cardmarket. Great place to buy your singles online in Europe. Wouldn't recommend really doing pre-sale single buys. I would definitely wait until the set's out, because then pre-sale prices are always higher than the reality. At least 99 times out of 100, I would imagine. Gadget Hack Wrench. While you have 3 or more items in play, you pay 1 ink less to play events characters. It's pretty bad, isn't it? It's not very good, mate. Oh. I know this artist. This guy's so sound. I met them recently. Tashida Hamada, Baymax Inventor. This character gets +1 strength and +1 willpower for each item you have in play. I'm not giving up on you. You don't understand this yet, but people need you. This card's not bad. Questing for 3. If you've got 2 items in play, it's a 5/5 which quest for 3. I'd still rather just play Robin Hood Daydreamer, right? Doesn't see that much play, so it's probably not great. But it is a Sapphire card, so it's easy to get there. And finally, last but certainly never least, we've got Yokai, the scientific supervillain. Supervillain's a pretty big word in Lorcana. Neurotransmitter. You may play items named Microbots for free. Whenever this character quests, draw a card for each opposing character with 0 strength. So I don't really know what you're supposed to do with the Yokai Microbots deck. I guess you're supposed to have as many Microbots in hand as possible. Slam them all down. You voted? Nice one, Justin. But yeah. Microbots will be fun, but probably not competitive, I guess. So Sapphire overall, honestly, didn't get that much, but what it did definitely get, I got a new fun deck with the Microbots. It's got me interested enough to try Grandpappy out again, which makes me very happy with Baymax. I think Baymax is a really cool legendary. And what's the other legendary? Oswald. So I got 2 nutty cards in the form of Oswald, and I think particularly so the Azurite Sea. And yeah, this card's also interesting. This card's definitely good. I think the Azurite Sea is the best one of the bunch, though. With Oswald the second, and then this guy third, props. The one I'm most excited for from this has to be Baymax. my boy. I think Alice is quite good. There's a few interesting cards in there. Sapphire is just the weirdest ink color because it has like probably the highest, like Amethyst has the highest density of good cards, and Sapphire probably has the highest density of bad cards. Simply because of the nature of the ink color. Like a card like this, like when are you ever gonna play any of these 2-cost cards in your deck in Sapphire? You're probably just not. This card's pretty good though. Quite like this card. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's okay. Finally, last but not least, Steel, and then I'm gonna go. Need to go for a walk. Don't want to overdo it because not been feeling 100% today. But I'm looking forward to streaming again. It's possible I stream again tomorrow, like I say. Streams are going to be somewhat back. Stream's going to be somewhat back soon, but probably starting Thursday. All right. So only 1/1 cost. Interesting. A little help when you play this character. If you have another pirate and play, may deal 1 damage. I mean, it's a 1-cost card which needs another. This just seems very, very poor, and it's uninkable. No, thank you. Jim Hawkins. This card's not bad. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your Inkwork gains Challenger 2. If you ink twice, it's a 4/4. It's not terrible, but probably not great. Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate, 3/2. During your turn, this character gains Evasive. It's not very good either. Captain Hook could like a word with you. Kahoot, Trusted Marine. Mom, I'm a high trade instrument of tactical superiority. Maybe we can find someone else for the grunt work, man. It's Simba without bodyguard. Mr. Arrow, this card's quite good. We're holding steady, Captain, despite this wind and these waves. Quest for 2 with resist. I think this is good, right? Yeah, this card's good. I like it. It's like a Wendy Darling in a lot of ways, but slightly better. When you put it like that, Steel has a lot of competition in that slot. Calhoun, Marine Sergeant, 3/2, resist 1. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, gain 2 lore. Huh? Huh? This card's insane. Brother. This card is nuts. Steel now has Calhoun and Smee. Are you kidding me? That's just the best 2-drops around, mate. It doesn't get better than that. That is an absurd card. 3/2 resist? Yeah. So I went from... Basically, my month of October was... Where did I start in October? I went to Germany. I had like a few days at home. I went to Sweden. I had a couple more days at home. Then I went to Paris, Seattle, back, and I've basically been recovering. And then I also spent a night in Germany. I've been recovering. I got back like midnight Thursday morning, and then I've been resting, recovering, and I had a couple work commitments that I wasn't able to do on stream Sunday and Monday. So yeah. Getting back into it. Today's basically my day back, and then tomorrow's admin day. Hopefully, I've got so much to try and sort. Fingers crossed I get there. My big plan has been to try and clear all my stressful life things happening, which is a lot, before set 6. So keeping my fingers crossed I get there. I've made so much progress before Seattle and Paris. I was working my butt off, and I had a couple weeks off. And honestly, good life choice. Very good life choice. But I got a lot of admin. Actually, I might go to the gym this evening. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I might have time to go to the gym still. I wanted to go this morning and I felt rubbish, but I feel kind of okay. Anyway, this card's insane. One of the best cards in the game. Twin Fire. I love this card. I got him. No, I got him. Deal 2 damage to chosen character. Then you may choose and discard a card to deal 2 damage to another chosen character. Doc. Bruv, I needed this card in my Broom Boy deck from this weekend. Also, guys, if you didn't know, my new name is now Broom Boy. I'm no longer Specie, I'm Broom Boy. Because I played the Broom deck at Seattle. This card's really good. Not quite as good as this. This card's absurd. But yeah, pretty good. Training dummy. I quite like this card. Chosen character gains bodyguard until the start of your next turn. It's a shame you have to pay for it once it's already down. Yeah, it's not good. It's like a very, very bad Fortisphere. King Hubert, Philip's father. I told you we're finding an island eventually. We'd find an island eventually. Excellent navigating. Yes, yes, I'm quite proud. Now, a toast to our success. King Hubert has found Monkey Island. Well, he hasn't, but Owl Island. I keep calling it Monkey Island. John Silver. At the end of the day, it's the simplest tools that come through for you in a pinch. Hunk of hardware. When you play this character, chosen character can't challenge during the next turn. That's not very good. Billy Bones, the Space Sailor. When this character is banished, you may banish chosen item or location. He'll be coming soon. Can't let them find this. Who? Who will be coming soon? There's something going on, isn't there, with these... I don't know. What is that? What is that, guys? What is that? Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm on it. I'm going to do it. I've got so much to do. It's disgusting, but I'll get there. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it. I just saw a card on the floor. We Know the Way. The last set. So it almost looks like it belongs in this set. Mickey Mouse Night Watch. Gee, Donald was right. It's spooky out here in the dark. Oh, guys. Why is Pluto so angry? Is Pluto protecting him, or is Pluto about to bite his bottom? No, back up. Your character's name Pluto, gain resist 1. Okay, interesting. We saw Mickey Mouse. Oh no, he's Night Watch. This seems like this is Mickey before he goes sailing off on his own, right? The map to Treasure Planet is in the chest. How do you know? Is that just from Treasure Planet? I actually watched Treasure Planet again recently and fell asleep during the middle and then woke back up. Not because it was boring, I was just tired. This is not going to end well. This card's bad. Rubbish. This card's quite good, I think. I'm still here. I have no idea what's going on with the artwork. Probably because I fell asleep in Treasure Planet. Chosen character gains resist +2 until the start of your next turn. I think this card's good. Okay, it's from the film. Nice. I think this card is good. Definitely got potential in Emerald Steel, right? Ursula Deceiver of All. Singing it twice, you can give her resist 2 and something else. It's pretty interesting. Draw a couple of cards. Ambush. Pirates will use any advantage they can get. It's an interesting artwork, isn't it? Pretty different style. Exert one of your characters to deal damage equal to their strength to chosen character. I think this card's got really big potential. Have I touched the bazaar? No, but I want to, Mark. I literally can't make an account on their website. I would probably stream it after the card reviews today, but I literally can't make an account. So I won't be streaming it. But I haven't touched it. I want to have a fun game to just play on stream, especially before set 6 release, to just kind of chill. And I want to play Bazaar because I think it's right up my street, but no, I haven't played it. The website sucks. I literally can't make an account. I tried on my phone, on my laptop, on my PC, and I just get an error message. It's mental. Like, I literally cannot make an account. Unbelievable. I've heard the EU servers are still very buggy anyway, so whatever. I will get around to it though. Are you enjoying it? But yeah, this card I think is actually pretty good. I think this card is one to keep an eye on. I really, really do. Like, imagine you're playing like, okay, Ruby Steel. We know Ruby Steel's not great. Imagine you just use this on your Maui with the Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Like, your Robin Hood Sharpshooter hits ambush, and you exert Maui to deal 6 damage to something that's readied. I think this could be good. But probably not a card you played that many copies of. King Sensicore, interesting one. Obviously, we've got Queen Sensicore. Prince and King characters game is this one. Spend 2, reveal the top card of your deck if it's a Prince or King. You may put that card in. No. Bad. Worse than Queen Sensicore. and that's not a very good card, I don't think. But maybe there's better quality of Prince and Kings. I don't know. 3-cost Inkable Location Galactic Council Chamber. This is definitely one of the most interesting cards, I think. Yeah, I'll work it out, Mark. I've literally put 4 messages in their Discord and nothing. And when I try and submit a ticket, it doesn't even work. It's unbelievable, but I'll get there. This card's very interesting, I think. When you have an alien or robot character here, John Silver's an alien and a robot. Stitch is obviously an alien. There's quite a lot. While I have an alien or a robot character here, this location can't be challenged. Like, there's some Exodia type stuff happening with this card, right? Like, you have an alien or robot that has ward, which I doubt exists, but let's say hypothetically that there is, in the Galactic Council Chamber, and you just leave them ready. Then the only way they can deal with it is like damage actions, like Rise of the Titans or Zeus, or board clears. There's a Stitch that has ward and evasive while at a location. Yeah, that's right. The Emerald one, right? From set 3? I think set 3. It's a 5-cost Emerald card. Very interesting card. One to keep an eye on. All you need is one good deck for that to be broken. Mr. Big! This card is... I was looking at this card earlier. You've done me a great service. What is that from? What is that? Why is it drinking milk? Reputation. This character can't be challenged by characters with 2 strength or greater. Do you know what? I quite like this card. Zootopia. I still need to watch that. I think this card's quite good. Controversial. It's probably not. It's got potential. I could see a world this card wins the Disney Lorcana challenge. That's all you need to know. I don't think it will, but I could see a world it happens. That maze wasn't so bad. Let's see what this island has in store for us. Okay, Hercules, the Unwavering Demigod, is on Owl Island. All right. 2-4, quest for 2. Stefano is the artist. Not very good, is it? Pluto Guard Dog with Mickey. It's bodyguard, and while this character does no damage, it gets +4 strength. That's not bad. 5-5 to begin with. Not good either. Probably. Captain Amelia, Commander of the Legacy. I've been waiting for a good Captain Amelia card. Is it time? This character can't be challenged by pirate cards. Well, that's not a very good start. While being challenged, your other character's game resists 1. Huh? What? What? It annoys me when we get enchanted cards which are bad. Like, just make this card good. Right? This card is terrible. That is a pair of very random abilities, isn't it? While being challenged, your other character's game resist 1. How is that ever useful? Oh, wow. Safe from Mulan a little bit. That Mulan with 6 strength when it shifts in, or 5 strength when it shifts in, now is only going to deal 4 damage to your other cards. Huh? What? Maybe there's something coming next few sets which suddenly makes this good. There won't be. This card sucks. Does this even stop a Tink ping? Oh, okay. It does. It does. Yep. I think. Hey, Antoine. Hanook! It's Antoine. What's up, bruv? How are you good, mate? How's things? But yeah, this card is weird. Very weird. Because its stats are just poor as well. Like, you're losing a lot of base stats to have such a poop ability. No, I have not. I'm still here. I'm still here, bro. But almost one day, maybe. I'm working hard. I'm. The last month, I had, I think, 5 nights in England and the rest abroad. So life's good, man. I'm chilling. Doesn't stop Tink. I think it might, though, because I think There's a chance it might help stop Tink because the Tink challenge. Nah, it's not. It doesn't even save you from Tink. I don't think. Didn't see the Fisher. That's alright. Hope you're good, man. How's things? It's worded weird. It should say while your other characters are challenged, their game is this one. While your other characters are challenged, their game is this one. Oh. Oh, that makes so much more sense. I was so confused. You're right, that is worded weirdly. Okay. This card isn't that bad. Okay, that makes so much sense. Thanks, guys. Yes. Okay. That is written weirdly, isn't it? It's while your other characters are challenged, game resist 1. Your other characters game resist 1 when challenged. But instead it says while being challenged makes it sound like it's while Captain Amelia is being challenged. Right? Okay. This card's actually honestly suddenly not okay. Maybe this card's actually quite good. I don't know. That's actually not. That's a pretty good ability. That makes a lot more sense. I was so confused. Like, why is this card so bad? It's because I misunderstood how it works. Unfortunate situation. Fitting. Each opponent chooses one of their characters and deals 4 damage to them. I quite like that. Actually, maybe I don't. Sunglasses. I love the artwork. The coolest accessory for top agents. Spycraft. Draw a card. Choose a discard a card. I think this card's quite good, by the way. I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate it. It's expensive. But there's cards like Oswald now, right? You can do some cool things with this. This might be good. Keep an eye on it. Don't hate it. Alright, we're almost at the end. Mullins, the seasoned shipmate. Anything for you, Mr. Smee, except me share or the plunder. Why have a character named Mr. Smee and play this character against resist 1? What? I mean, it's actually not that bad. This is 6-4. It's quite good stats, but it's bad. Jim Hawkins, the rigging specialist. I like this card. When you play this character, you may deal 1 damage to a chosen character or location. 5/5 quest for 2. This is not a terrible card. This is not terrible. It's not going to see competitive play, but it's definitely not terrible. It's in the starter decks, I think. Tuk Tuk, big buddy. Raya, nothing gets past Tuk Tuk. Nothing. Except butterflies. Oh, and birds. Fine. Most things don't get past Tuk Tuk. That is a big buddy. 6/5? Jeez! I love the art. Very cool. Cobra Bubbles. Bodyguard. 3/4. Quest for 2. Spend 2 ink. Draw a card. Then choose a discarded card. Stats are a little bit lackluster. Gantu, the Captain Cranky Head. Strength in numbers is overrated. I prefer my own strength. Rating out of 10 for this card, please, chat. I'm going to see if I agree with you or not. You have 15 seconds. Rating out of 10. Okay, no one's given it a rating out of 10 yet. I'll give you my thoughts. I'm going to give this card out of 10 a... Animus says an 8 out of 10. I'm going to give this a... Aero says it's garbage. Aero, I was waiting for someone to say that. I disagree. Strongly. I give this card a 9.5 out of 10. This card is so insanely good. Oh my god. This card's insane. I'm dead serious. This card is so strong, guys. Holy moly. It's so good. Guys. Okay. Right. Just close your eyes for a second. All right. Look at nothing else. Okay, maybe open your eyes again. Look at nothing else on this card apart from the bottom right. For lore. And then it's inkable and it still has pretty good stats. Can't be hit by Medusa. Can't be removed by Fire the Cannons. This card is absurdly good. One of the best cards around. It's better a lot better, a lot better than Robin Hood Daydreamer. And I think Robin Hood Daydreamer is a bonkers card. But this is on a whole other planet. This card is nuts. I actually think 9.5 might not be good enough. This, honestly, 10 out of 10. If 10 out of 10 cards were such a thing, this is a 10 out of 10 card. This is perfect. Like, what more do you want from a card in Disney Lorcana? Like, what more do you want? It's inkable, it costs 5, and it quests for 4. And it has big stats. Like, this card could easily have been like a 3-3. And it would still be something I'm interested in. If it was a 3-3, I would still think it's a very, 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 very good card. This card's so bad. Why? Why? How do you win Disney Lorcana games? You gain lore. What does this card do? It gains lore. This card's bonkers. This card's insane. Yeah, it could have evasive ward, some effects. Who cares, mate? Just have stats and questing. The most important stat on any card, often, not always, but the most important, like, what is the most important thing in Disney Lorcana? It's questing. And this quest for 4. For 4! And it only costs 5? That's a record. There's no other card in the game, apart from Mirabelle, I think, which quests for this much for that little. Isn't it? Isn't there literally no other card that quests for 4? Like, I think Robin Hood Daydream was the cheapest card that quests for 4 before. This card's so good. Expect to see this card everywhere. Incredible, 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 incredible. Really exciting card for me. It opens up a lot of quicker steel decks. Steel decks that cap out a fight, like this could make the cut an Emerald Steel. Flynn, yeah, okay, Flynn is the cheapest, right? But it's yeah, so okay, so there's Flynn, which quests for 4, that costs 4, but it loses a lore for every card your opponent has in hand. And then there's Mirabelle, which quests for 5, but you literally can't ever play it because it's one of the worst cards there is. Whereas this, you just play it, happy days. Play 5 cost Elsa and smash with Snake. Okay, sure. They had to Elsa a 5 cost and it still traded up for a Snake. You're not that unhappy, mate. And that's about the best you could hope for, right? That means they're not using Elsa on one of your other cards. This card's so good, mate. I think this, if I have to make a prediction right now, if I was to play tomorrow in a Disney Lorcana European Championships last chance qualifier, I would build around this card. Like, I would just say, I want to play Gantu. What's the rest of the deck? It's that good. I'm comparing this to Lawrence, 3 ink, essentially a 4/4 that quests for 2. Okay, and this quests for twice as much. That's a lot more. This quests for twice as much. And also, Lawrence is not a 4/4. That's disingenuous. I know what you mean, but it's not quite the case, is it? Like, Lawrence is also a very good card. Calhoun's nutty as well. I think Steel, like Calhoun, Gantu, what's also very good about these cards, they're just always good. Like, you can't go wrong with these cards. Well, you can with the other one because it's uninkable. Oh, it's also a captain. Oh my goodness! Stop it! Huh? It just got better? Oh my days. It's a captain for Smee. Tom. You've blown my mind, Tom. Guys, Tom said it's a captain. And look, it is. Oh my days. I asked, what more do you want? Well, there's your answer. Flippin' heck. Insane card. Maybe my favourite card of the set. Lol. I want a Gantu poster now. The Captain Crankyhead. It's actually so good, mate. Alien is also interesting, yeah. Jafar Hungry, Power Hungry Visor. The Broken Crown's power is formidable, but not enough. With both half of the Hexworld Crown, I could rule all of Lorcana. He's up to something. You'll get what's coming to you. During a turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, deal 1 damage to chosen character. It very much looks like Jafar is the focus, right? Let's go, Rachel. This card's probably quite good. I think it's quite good. It's quite expensive and uninkable. Treasure Mountain. I haven't seen this card properly. Treasure Mountain, Azurite Sea Island. What? Huh? In terms of the lore, that's blown my mind a bit. Azurite Sea Island. What? Secret weapon? What? At the start of your turn, deal damage to chosen character or location equal to the number of characters. What is going on here, guys? What is going on here, mate? Treasure Mountain? Huh? Azurite Sea Island? This seems like another... Like, we had the Monkey Island. No, Owl Island. And now this. I'm more interested in... Less in the card for now. I'm more interested in the lore. Oh, how I've changed. This card's good. Interestingly, it doesn't say may. It's must. So if you have Treasure Mountain and a bunch of cards, you have to deal damage to something. If your opponent has nothing, you have to pick one of your own things. 5 cost location is a lot. Especially an unlinkable one. Yeah, 9 is a lot of willpower, but also 5 cost unlinkable is a lot. It's probably not great. It's a very exciting card though to build around. Jim Hawkins, I think, can play 6 or less. Alright, Mr. Smee, Captain of the Jolly Roger, is a villain. Raise the colours. When you play this character, you may deal damage to chosen character equal to the number of other pirates in play. He's got the steel belt on there, look. This card's no good. Not that interested in the picture in terms of lore either, which I was hoping for. I heard a very, very, very good-looking content creator revealed this card. It was me. I wreck things. Whenever this character quests, you may... I've actually got a cool reveal for this card, which I didn't get to edit yet, where I asked some kind of Disney Lorcana Pro players at Seattle their thoughts on this card. I just didn't have time to put it up before I flew. But I'll still make it and show you guys. Whenever this character quests, you may banish chosen item or location to gain 2. I think this card's really good. I really, really do. I like it a lot. A lot of the... Like Zan Syed and Jan Moyen and No I'm Not, I think were the 3 people I asked. None of them were that high on it, but Sky I also asked, who's a Sapphire Steel player. I think it was Harlan I asked, and Harlan was pretty high up on it. I think this card is good. I think it's good. I think it's a really exciting one. It's also got a cool enchanted. Wreck-It Ralph. Ham Hands. It's uninkable, but it's incredibly powerful. Whenever this character quests, you may banish chosen item or location to gain 2. That includes your opponents. Bruv. Imagine your opponent's got a location, and you can remove it while gaining 5 lore, and you got a 4/4 geezer. 6 cost uninkable is expensive, so again, it's going to be in a deck which wants to ramp. Sapphire Steel the most obvious, but maybe even like Lantern. Lantern is a card I got my eye on. Sapphire Steel seems to make the most sense though, because you've got your own Porpsicles and Fortispheres to use this on as well, if nothing else. I think this card's really good. There is a lot of great legendaries, I agree. Kakimura the Pirate Chief. Whenever this character quests, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card to deal 1 damage to chosen character or location. If you discard a pirate card, deal 3 damage instead. Huh. It might be good if it didn't cost 7, it was uninkable. Is that the last card? Nope. We've still got a legendary. It's John Silver, the stern captain. Resist 2. Don't just sit there. At the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to each opposing ready character. This card is pretty weird. This card's probably better than it looks, right? Like, at first glance, you're like, mate, that is pants. And then you look at it a bit more, and you're like, alright, that is pretty pants, but, I mean, resist 2 and 6 strength, 6 willpower is kind of nice. Bit of a weird card, isn't it? I don't really get it. Like, not really John Silver's come to mind that you're happy to shift onto. So, are you really going to want to pay 8 for this? I don't think so. I think it's bad. Morph? Are you really going to want to... No. I think it's bad. But that's what we got time for, guys. 5 hours, 40 minutes. I'm back. I streamed. Not going to stream tomorrow, I think, because I'm supposed to be seeing a friend and getting some planning of a trip done. I'm a best man at a wedding next year, and I need to start planning the stag do, as we call it, also known as like a bachelor party. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So I'm not going to be around, I think, unless that gets cancelled, and then I might. But next time we stream, I'm going to do some review of Seattle by watching my Seattle game back that was streamed. But moreover, we're going to start building some decks. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Thanks, everyone, for the support. I appreciate you. Really looking forward. You can expect near daily content to return soon. For when the set releases on Friday next week, I'm going to be streaming every day for many hours. Every single day. So I look forward to that. Until then, like I say, going to be doing some streams here and there. Most, like on the weekends, you can expect some pretty long streams this weekend coming. Doing some deck building and stuff. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Give it a like on YouTube if you did. And is there anybody in the Twitch category for Disney Lorcana to raid?